1989 for Noobs, a Jaguar, a robot, a mechanic, and structural damage to the Berlin Wall by Mark Twain, a mechanical Twain and any adventure. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The Midlands Mermaid. The climate of the English Midlands is less of a meteorological phenomenon and more of a personal insult directed at anything containing iron, brass, or a soul. It is a thick, weeping atmosphere that suggests the sky has given up on the notion of sunshine and has decided instead to settle into a permanent state of damp melancholy. In my first life, the one involving cigars, steamboats, and a healthy appreciation for a dry bed, I found the Mississippi River to be a fickle mistress, but at least she had the decency to move. Here, in this sodden corner of the world, the water simply sits, contemplating new and inventive ways to turn a perfectly good bolt into a lump of orange dust. I am, as I have been forced to explain to various customs officials and confused tavern keepers, from the dusty trails of the Pan-American Highway to the fog-choked docks of Liverpool, a creature of clockwork and circumstance, I am Samuel Clemens, or at least the distilled essence of his wit and weariness, housed within a chassis of Victorian brass, articulated gears, and a series of pneumatic tubes that allow me to comment on the world's absurdities with more precision than any man of meat and bone. I was designed, by some stroke of divine or mechanical madness, to sit in a well-appointed parlor. I envisioned myself near a shelf of leather-bound classics, engaged in a civilized debate regarding the merits of 19th-century literature or the sheer unadulterated idiocy of the United States Congress. I was built for the armchair, for the slow curl of tobacco smoke, which I can simulate with a dedicated sulphur wick, and for the quiet contemplation of a sunset that doesn't involve being towed through a ditch. I have done enough traveling in 2 lifetimes to satisfy a dozen Vikings and a particularly ambitious migratory bird. My joints ache with the memory of every pothole between Fairbanks and Tierra del Fuego. I would happily spend the remainder of my warranty period staring at a brick wall in a dry room, provided the company was good. And the company is good, which is the root of my current predicament. I find myself in a British barn that has more in common with a shipwreck than a building, all because I would rather endure the humidity of 1,000 Midlands winters than spend a single afternoon without the company of the young lady currently wading through the muck. Twain, stop brooding. The humidity is making your gears click, and it's distracting me from this marvelous hinge, called out Annie. She was currently waist-deep in a pool of water that looked like it had been brewed from old tea and industrial runoff. Annie is a young lady whose mind is a terrifyingly brilliant tapestry of torque specifications, fuel injection diagrams, and a level of optimism that I find genuinely medically concerning. She is the sort of person who could find a silver lining in a cholera outbreak, provided the bacteria moved with enough mechanical efficiency. In our previous travels, she proved herself to be the only person capable of keeping my internal governors from flying apart, and yet she remains my chief tormentor. She insists on movement. She insists on discovery. While I am a reluctant traveler, She is a force of nature with a wrench. I often suspect that if the world were to end, Annie would simply set about rebuilding the firmament with a set of pliers and some baling wire, and she'd probably find a way to make the stars run on diesel while she was at it. My gears are clicking, Annie, because they are attempting to signal a tactical retreat, I replied, my voice echoing with the slight metallic timbre of a well-tuned gramophone. I was balanced precariously on a dry-rotted tractor tire, pulling my brass skirts away from a particularly aggressive patch of mold. This barn is not an architectural structure. It is a petri dish with a roof. To call that liquid water is to insult the very element that carries the noble steamboat. That is liquid despair. "It's not despair, it's character," she chirped, hauling a heavy waterlogged burlap tarp back with a wet, sucking sound. "And look what's underneath. She's beautiful." I adjusted my optical lenses, the brass iris clicking as I zoomed in on the shape emerging from the gloom. It was a long, low-slung specter of a car, a 1975 Jaguar XJS. In its prime, it might have been the pinnacle of British grand touring, a sleek, 12-cylinder aristocrat meant for whisking high society scoundrels to the casinos of Monte Carlo. Now, it looked like a drowned cat that had been left in a gutter for a decade. The British racing green paint was hidden under a thick velvet of algae, and the waterline sat precisely at the midpoint of the wheel arches. Beautiful is a word we usually reserve for sunsets, or a well-turned phrase, or perhaps a steak that isn't gray, I observed. What we have here is a Midlands mermaid. She is half car, half swamp, and entirely useless for any purpose other than providing a home for ambitious newts. Annie waded closer to the prow, her fingers, grease-stained and steady, brushing the muck off the headlight glass. "She's got a V12, Twain. Do you know what that means?" "It means that when she eventually fails to start, she will do so with 12 times the stubbornness of a common mule," I said. "It means we have acquired a 12-cylinder sinner that will require more penance than a corrupt bishop. It is a masterpiece of British engineering, which is to say, it was designed by a committee of men who viewed electrical reliability as a form of witchcraft and a dry interior as a sign of weakness." Annie didn't listen. She never does when there is a mechanical resurrection to be performed. She reached into the murky water and found the door handle. With a groan of tortured metal that sounded like a ghost clearing its throat, the door swung open. A deluge of stagnant water poured out of the cabin, carrying with it a few soggy maps and the remains of what I suspect was a 1982 ham sandwich. I hopped down from my tire, my brass feet clunking onto a relatively firm patch of stone. I approached the open door and peered inside. The leather seats had turned into something resembling a mushroom farm. The wooden dashboard was warped, the veneer peeling away like a sunburned tourist. "Twain, look at the gauges," the young lady whispered, her voice full of an unearned reverence. "They're still clear." "The gauges are merely the tombstones of former speeds," I countered. I leaned in, my sensors sweeping the dashboard. "Note the smell, Annie. That is the scent of Lucas Electric's The Prince of Darkness, mingled with the stench of 1,000 damp Tuesdays. This car didn't die of a mechanical failure. It died of heartbreak and humidity." I reached out a spindly, brass-fingered hand and tapped the glass of the speedometer. "The waterline," I noted, "is just high enough to drown the electronics, but not high enough to kill the spirit, a precarious position to be in. It is much like a politician who is just honest enough to feel guilty, but not honest enough to stop lying. "We can save her," Annie said, her eyes alight with that terrifying brilliance that makes me believe she might actually be right. "We'll pull her out, drain the fluids, bypass the rot, and hear that V12 sing. Imagine it, Twain. We'll take this wreck and make it the king of Europe. We'll drive it until the walls come down." "I would settle for driving it until the floorboards don't feel like a bog," I muttered. But I suppose my opinion carries about as much weight as a feather in a cyclone. You have that look in your eye, the one that usually results in me being used as a makeshift winch or a grounding wire. "Actually," Annie said, handing me a rusted chain that felt like it had been forged in the fires of a tetanus factory, "I need you to loop this around the subframe. I'm going to get the Land Rover into position." I looked at the chain. I looked at the dark, oily water beneath the Jaguar's chassis. I looked back at the young lady, who was already splashing toward the barn door, her mind already 3 steps ahead, calculating gear ratios and turbocharger pressures with the ease of a child counting marbles. I sighed, a sound produced by a small bellows in my chest, and waded into the muck. The water was cold, a biting, damp chill that seeped into my joints, but I felt a strange, reluctant spark of excitement. "All right, you overgrown paperweight," I whispered to the Jaguar as I knelt in the silt. "If we are to be companions in this folly, I suggest you prepare yourself. We are about to be dragged into the daylight by a young lady who possesses the kind of brilliance that makes impossible look like a mere suggestion. You were a grand tourer once. Now you're just a sinner in need of a miracle. And if anyone can manufacture a miracle out of rust and ruin, it is Annie." I looped the chain around the frame, the metal clinking against the Jaguar's bones. Outside, the Land Rover's engine roared to life, a rough, honest sound that pierced the Midlands gloom. The 12-cylinder Sinner shifted slightly in the mud, a heavy, reluctant movement as if the car itself was acknowledging its new masters. The Odyssey had begun, and despite my protests, I knew that with Annie at the helm, the road ahead, no matter how damp or dangerous, was in the most capable hands in the hemisphere. Chapter 2. The Welsh Washout. If the English Midlands are a soggy insult, the nation of Wales is a vertical conspiracy. It is a land that appears to have been designed by a landscape architect who suffered from a profound fear of flat surfaces and a fetish for granite. The roads do not simply go from one place to another. They meander, they climb, they plummet, and they twist with the agonizing uncertainty of a man trying to explain a shortage in the collection plate. To traverse it in a vehicle of questionable sanity is to invite Providence to take a personal interest in your destruction. We had spent 3 weeks in a rented shed near Shrewsbury, a period I recall chiefly as a blur of WD-40 fumes and the relentless tink, tink, tink of Annie's hammer against the Jaguar's stubborn extremities. My role, as always, was that of the disgruntled witness and occasional third hand, or rather, a third brass appendage capable of holding a flashlight with unwavering mechanical precision while the young lady performed what can only be described as a 12-cylinder exorcism. I am, as I may have mentioned, a gentleman of the parlor. My internal processes are optimized for the cadence of a well-structured paragraph, not the erratic firing order of a British 512. Yet here I was, bolted into the passenger seat of the Sinner, my brass casing vibrating in a way that suggested my very soul was being put through a rock crusher. "Listen to that, Twain!" Annie shouted over the mechanical cacophony. She was leaning forward, her hands light on the steering wheel, a smudge of carbon on her cheekbone like a badge of office. "She's not coughing anymore. She's breathing." "If that is breathing," I replied, my voice modulating to overcome the roar of the transmission tunnel, "then the car has a case of galloping consumption. It sounds less like an engine and more like a bag of spoons being tossed down a flight of marble stairs. And might I point out that the floorboards are currently vibrating at a frequency that is likely to unscrew my lower lumbar assembly?" "That's just the torque," the young lady chirped, her eyes bright with the kind of brilliance that makes a man or an automaton feel entirely unqualified to comment on the material world. "She's got so much potential. We've cleared the fuel lines, we've bypassed the worst of the Lucas gremlins, and we're heading for the valleys." We had crossed the border into Wales under a sky that looked like a bruised plum. The landscape rose up to meet us, great green heaps of earth dotted with sheep that stared at us with the weary judgment of creatures who had seen better empires than ours come and go. The XJS, draped in its tarnished racing green, lunged into the hills with a surprising, albeit terrifying, enthusiasm. Annie had managed to coax life back into the massive engine, but the Sinner was far from reformed. It was a vehicle of moods. It accelerated with the grace of a falling piano and braked with the indecision of a committee. The interior still smelled of the bog, a damp, earthy aroma that no amount of pine-scented hanging trees could ever hope to vanquish. "I find it curious," I observed, watching a stone wall blur past at a speed that felt entirely too optimistic for our braking capacity, "that humanity spent thousands of years perfecting the horse, a creature that requires only hay and occasionally knows the way home, only to abandon it for a machine that requires a degree in electrical engineering and a blood sacrifice just to reach the post office." "Horses don't have 12 cylinders, Twain," Annie said, downshifting with a precision that made the car growl in a deep, guttural register. "True, horses also rarely explode because a Lucas relay decided it was tired of living," I countered. Then the sky opened up. In any other part of the world we would call it rain. In Wales, it was a baptism by immersion. The water didn't fall in drops. It arrived in sheets, solid and unrelenting, as if the Irish Sea had decided to relocate itself several thousand feet into the air and then come down all at once. The world outside the windshield vanished. The green hills, the judgmental sheep, and the treacherous stone walls were instantly replaced by a gray, pulsing void. Annie reached for the wiper switch. There was a faint, pathetic click. The wipers, which had been resting in a state of dignified retirement at the base of the glass, gave a single arthritic twitch. They rose 3 inches, groaned with the sound of a dying cello, and then collapsed back into their graves. "Oh," Annie said. It was the only time I have ever heard her sound even remotely defeated. "Oh" is a remarkably understated reaction to the fact that we are currently hurtling through a mountain pass inside a high-speed metal coffin with the visibility of a blindfolded coal miner, I remarked. My optical sensors were straining. the brass irises clicking rapidly as they tried to find a contrast point in the deluge. Annie, I must insist on a cessation of forward momentum. A car that cannot see in the rain is merely a high-speed blindfold. The motor must have fused, she muttered, her mind already racing through the wiring loom. She didn't slow down as much as I would have liked, which was to say, she didn't immediately pull over and wait for the invention of the sun. I can fix it, but I need to get us off this ridge. There's a turnout about a mile ahead. A mile? In this? We are currently navigating by faith, Annie, and as I have told you before, my internal programming is strictly secular, I said, my brass fingers gripping the dashboard, which, I noted with some alarm, was slightly damp. I am a creature of logic and literature. I belong in a parlor, perhaps discussing the finer points of The Innocents Abroad while sipping a non-corrosive beverage. I do not belong in a Welsh car crash. Just watch the side of the road, Twain. Tell me if I'm getting too close to the grass. I leaned forward, my lenses zooming to their maximum focal length. The rain was drumming on the roof with a deafening metallic rhythm. Through the blur of the windshield, I could see nothing but the occasional white line flickering like a ghost. You are currently 4 inches from a ditch that appears to lead directly to the center of the earth, I reported. Now you are 6 inches from a stone wall that looks like it was built by a giant with a grudge. Annie, this is madness. Even the sheep have had the good sense to seek shelter, and they are not known for their intellectual prowess. She steered by some sixth sense, her brilliant mind calculating the curve of the road based on the lean of the chassis and the weight of the steering. It was a virtuoso performance of mechanical intuition, but it did nothing to settle my gears. I felt the sinner hydroplane, a sensation not unlike a heart attack for a machine, and then grip again with a sickening lurch. "There!" she cried, spotting a break in the gray. She swung the Jaguar into a gravel turnout with a spray of water that could have powered a small hydroelectric plant. The car came to a shuddering halt, the V12 idling with a low rhythmic thumping that sounded like a giant's heartbeat. Annie sat back, exhaling a long breath. She wiped the fog from the inside of the glass with her sleeve. See, we're fine. We are fine in the same sense that a man who has just fallen off a cliff is fine until he reaches the bottom, I said, my cooling fans whirring at a frantic pace. My internal chronometer suggests we have been in Wales for 3 hours, and in that time we have lost our vision, nearly drowned on dry land, and I have developed a rattle in my left elbow that I suspect is permanent. Annie laughed, a bright, defiant sound that cut through the gloom of the cabin. She reached under the dashboard, her fingers dancing among the tangled wires like a harpist. It's just a shakedown run, Twain. Every car has its quirks. This is not a quirk, Annie. A quirk is a stubborn personality or an unusual taste in hats. Failing to provide visibility in a deluge is a fundamental betrayal of the social contract between man and machine, I argued. I am a reluctant traveler at the best of times, but I must draw the line at traveling as a projectile. I'll have it fixed in 10 minutes, she said, already pulling a multi-tool from her belt. She looked at me, her eyes softening with that infuriating, brilliant optimism. Besides, think of the story, Sam. Twain in the rain. It's got a ring to it. I looked at her, this young lady who viewed a catastrophic mechanical failure as a delightful puzzle, and I felt the familiar begrudging warmth in my copper circuits. I could have been in a library. I could have been in a museum. I could have been anywhere dry. But as I watched her work, her brow furrowed in concentration, the brass gears of my heart settled. "It has a ring to it," I admitted, much like the ringing in my ears from the engine noise. "Very well, Annie. Fix your blindfold, but if the brakes are the next to seek a shakedown, I shall be forced to write a very scathing review of this entire continent." She smiled, clicked a wire into place, and the wipers suddenly sprang to life, clearing the glass in one magnificent sweeping arc. The world reappeared, green, wet, and waiting. "Onward?" she asked. I sighed, the bellows in my chest wheezing, "Onward to Ireland, and may the bog be merciful, for I doubt the Jaguar will be." Chapter 3. The Bog of Eternal Stagnation. To the casual observer, Ireland is a masterpiece of verdant tranquility, a rolling carpet of emerald so lush and inviting that one feels an instinctive urge to compose a poem or, at the very least, take a nap in a meadow. To a machine composed of precision-cut brass gears and delicate pneumatic valves, however, Ireland is a humid conspiracy. The Emerald Isle is less of a landmass and more of a giant moss-covered sponge floating precariously in the North Atlantic. It is a place where the ground has the structural integrity of a poorly set custard, and the air is so heavy with moisture that I suspect the local fish occasionally forget to stay in the rivers and accidentally swim through the atmosphere. We arrived by ferry, a vessel that possessed all the charm of a floating cast-iron skillet and a motion that suggested the sea was attempting to settle an old grudge with my internal equilibrium. I spent the crossing bolted to the deck in the hold, huddled next to the sinner, my sensors recording a series of tilts and rolls that would have made a seasoned sailor reach for the rail. I am, as I have maintained, throughout several continents and at least one previous incarnation, a creature of the terrestrial parlor. My soul, or the sophisticated algorithm that passes for one, craves the stability of a mahogany floor and the predictable arc of a pendulum clock. "Twain, look at that mist!" Annie exclaimed as we rolled off the ramp onto Irish soil. She was beaming, her hands dancing over the Jaguar's steering wheel as if she were playing a grand piano. "It's like we're driving into a legend." If by legend you mean a damp, visibility-reducing vapor that is currently condensing on my primary optical lens, then yes, it is legendary, I replied. I used a small internal wiper, a modification Annie had installed after the Alaskan leg of our previous journey, to clear my vision. I find that legends are generally more enjoyable when read by a fireplace in a dry room. When one is actually in the legend, it usually involves a great deal of mud and a distinct lack of indoor plumbing. We had decided to take the scenic route through the center of the island, a decision that I find is usually code for finding a way to get hopelessly lost in a place where the roads have no names and the locals speak in riddles. The XJS was, for the moment, behaving with a suspicious level of decorum. The V12 hummed with a low predatory purr, though I could feel the occasional shudder in the drivetrain, a reminder that we were traveling in a car that had spent the better part of a decade serving as an aquarium. Annie, however, was in a state of mechanical ecstasy. The young lady has a mind that operates on a frequency I can only describe as industrial brilliance. While I saw a treacherous landscape of soft earth and unpredictable weather, she saw a laboratory. To her, every vibration in the steering column was a data point. Every hiss from the cooling system was a whispered secret. She drove with a focused intensity, her senses tuned to the machine in a way that made me feel like a redundant piece of luggage. "The air is denser here, Sam," she noted, her eyes scanning the gauges. "The oxygen mix is perfect for the carburetors. She's breathing better than she did in Wales." "A small comfort," I observed, "considering that the ground is currently attempting to swallow our rear tires." We had turned onto a track that the map, a document I suspect was drawn by a man with a cruel sense of humor, identified as a secondary highway. In reality, it was a narrow ribbon of gravel and peat that wound its way through a vast, treeless expanse of bog. The sky was the color of a wet slate, and the wind whipped across the heather with a lonely, mournful sound. "It's a shortcut to Athlone," Annie said, though even her optimism seemed to waver as the gravel gave way to a soft, black muck. "Annie," I said, my voice rising a half-octave in mechanical concern, "my sensors indicate that the density of the surface beneath us has dropped below the threshold required for a 2-ton British Grand Tourer. We are no longer driving. We are participating in a slow-motion sinking." "I just need to keep the momentum up," she muttered, shifting down. The V12 roared, a defiant 12-cylinder scream that echoed across the empty moor. For a moment, the Jaguar lunged forward, throwing up a spray of black peat that coated the rear window. But the bog was patient. It didn't fight. It simply yielded. The tires spun, digging deeper into the ancient decomposed moss until the chassis groaned and the sinner came to a definitive muddy halt. The engine gave one final wet cough, a sound like a man drowning in a vat of Guinness, and died. Silence rushed in to fill the void, broken only by the tink-tink-tink of the cooling metal and the distant cry of a curlew. We were stuck. Not just stuck, but mired in a peat bog that looked like it had been collecting stagnant water since the time of the Druids. "Well," I said, my brass joints clicking as I leaned back in the seat, "this is a delightful development. I was worried that we might actually reach our destination without a significant life-threatening event. I feel much better now that we are stranded in a wasteland where the most advanced piece of technology within 20 miles is a very confused automaton." Annie didn't argue. She didn't even sigh. She simply opened the door, stepped out into the shin-deep muck, and began to laugh. "Sam, look at the color of this peat. It's incredible. It's almost pure carbon." "I am thrilled for the peat," I said, peering out the window. "I, however, am a creature of gears and electricity. Carbon, when combined with water, is merely the ingredients for a very expensive grave. How do you propose we extract this 12-cylinder anchor from the bog of eternal stagnation?" She was already at the trunk, rummaging through her crates of tools. "The battery is dead, Twain. The alternator must have packed up when we hit that last puddle, and the starter solenoid is probably caked in muck." "An excellent summary of our demise," I noted. "Shall I begin composing the final chapter of our memoirs, or would you prefer I spend my remaining battery power calculating how long it will take for the moss to grow over my brass casing?" "Don't be so dramatic," the young lady said, her brilliance already manifesting in a series of rapid-fire movements. She emerged from the back of the car carrying a heavy, rusted tractor battery she had scavenged from a farmer's scrap heap back in Shropshire, along with a coil of silver baling wire. "We're going to perform a resurrection." I watched, fascinated despite my cynicism, as she waded to the front of the car. She popped the hood, revealing the massive V12, now splattered with black mud. She worked with a speed and precision that defied the conditions. She bypassed the Jaguar's internal electrical system entirely, using the baling wire to create a direct bridge between the tractor battery and the ignition coil. It was a crude, violent solution, the mechanical equivalent of using a lightning bolt to start a campfire. "I need you to hold the connection, Twain," she called out. "I can't reach the ignition and keep the wires on the terminals at the same time." I groaned, a sound of protesting metal, and hauled myself out of the passenger seat. My feet sank into the bog with a squelch that offended my very soul. I made my way to the engine bay, my brass skin gleaming dully against the black muck. I reached out with my articulated fingers, gripping the raw ends of the baling wire. "You realize," I said, "that if this works, I am essentially serving as a glorified fuse. If there is a surge, my internal processors will be fried into a state of permanent idiocy. I will spend the rest of my days incapable of doing anything more complex than reciting the alphabet backward." "You're a Twain, Sam," Annie said, her hand on the key. "You were built for surges. Ready?" "I am as ready as a man facing a firing squad with a faulty blindfold," I replied. "Now." She turned the key. I felt it instantly, a searing, jagged jolt of electricity that ripped through my brass arms and surged into my central capacitor. It was a sensation of pure, unadulterated chaos. My optical sensors flared white, and for a terrifying second, I saw a vision of every book I had ever written, and several I hadn't, flying apart into a cloud of digital confetti. My gears spun at a velocity that defied the laws of physics. Then, beneath my hands, the V12 shuddered. It groaned. It gave a series of sharp, metallic cracks that sounded like pistol shots. And then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the bog, it erupted into life. The engine didn't just run, it screamed. Without the dampening effects of the proper electrical timing, it was a raw, primitive beast. Smoke poured from the exhaust, and the entire car vibrated with a violence that suggested it was trying to leap out of its own skin. "Get in!" Annie yelled over the din. I scrambled back into the cabin, my brass joints still tingling from the shock. Annie slammed the car into gear and floored the accelerator. The sinner didn't just move, it clawed its way out of the muck. The tractor battery, perched precariously on the fender, rattled and shook, but the baling wire held. We surged forward, throwing up a rooster tail of peat and mud, until finally, with a bone-jarring lurch, the tires found the firm embrace of the gravel road. Annie brought the car to a halt, the engine still roaring with its makeshift heart. She leaned her head against the steering wheel, laughing breathlessly. "See, I told you, a little wire and a lot of heart." I sat in the passenger seat, my cooling fans working overtime to shed the excess heat from the electrical surge. I looked down at my hands, my beautiful, articulated brass hands, and saw that they were covered in black Irish mud. "You are a terrifying young lady, Annie," I said, my voice finally stabilizing. "You have a complete disregard for the safety of both man and machine, and your solution to a problem is frequently indistinguishable from an act of war." She looked at me, her face smeared with grease and her eyes sparkling with that brilliant, infuriating joy. "But we're moving, aren't we?" I looked out at the road ahead, stretching toward the gray horizon of Belfast. I thought of my quiet parlor, my books, and my dry socks. Then I looked at Annie, and I realized that as much as I loathed the damp, the mud, and the risk of permanent electrical lobotomy, I wouldn't be anywhere else. "Yes," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady rhythm. "We are moving. God help us both. We are moving." I reached over and adjusted the tractor battery, ensuring it wouldn't fall off before the next pothole. The road to Belfast is open. Let us hope the troubles involve nothing more complicated than another peat bog, for I don't think my processors can survive another resurrection before tea. Annie shifted into gear, and the Sinner, now a true Frankenjag of British elegance and Irish agricultural scrap, howled its way north. Chapter 4. The Belfast Barrier. The transition from the rolling, sodden bogs of the Republic to the fortified reality of Northern Ireland in the mid-1980s is not merely a change in jurisdiction. It is a transition from a dream of antiquity to a waking fever of corrugated iron and suspicion. As we rattled toward Belfast, the landscape began to sprout a most peculiar kind of vegetation. Watchtowers. These were not the romantic, ivy-covered ruins of some forgotten chieftain, but grim, functional stilt houses of steel and glass perched atop hills like predatory birds with very expensive binoculars. I sat in the passenger seat of the Sinner, my brass joints vibrating in a jagged syncopation with the V12's uneven idle. The tractor battery was still strapped to the fender with a length of twine and a prayer looking for all the world like a mechanical tumor. We were a sight that would have made a scrap dealer weep with joy and a highway patrolman reach for his smelling salts. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice modulated to its most persuasive parlor tone, "I have observed that the frequency of armored vehicles has increased in direct proportion to the decrease in my own comfort. My internal sensors are picking up a distinct atmosphere of unfinished business. Might I suggest that a 1975 Jaguar caked in several hundredweight of Irish peat and powered by an agricultural bypass is perhaps the least inconspicuous vehicle in which to navigate a sectarian conflict?" Annie didn't take her eyes off the road. Her hands were steady, though her knuckles were dusted with the gray soot of a roadside carburetor adjustment she'd performed 3 miles back. "They're just checkpoints, Sam. We have our papers, we have a valid reason for travel, and we have a V12 that hasn't exploded yet. That's a hat trick in this part of the world." "A valid reason?" I scoffed, my cooling fans giving a skeptical whir. "To see if a drowned British car can make it to the Nürburgring before the fall of Western civilization is a sentiment that might lack the necessary gravity for a man holding a submachine gun. In my day, a border was a place where you paid a small bribe to a man with a large mustache and went on your way. Here, it appears to be a theatrical production involving sandbags and a profound lack of humor." As we rounded a bend, the road narrowed into a funnel of concrete, Hesco barriers, and barbed wire that looked like it had been spun by a spider with a particularly dark imagination. A British soldier, looking remarkably young and remarkably tired, stepped into the road and raised a hand. He was draped in camouflaged nylon and carried a rifle with the casual indifference one might accord a walking stick. Any brought the center to a halt. The engine gave a final, defiant thump and settled into a rhythmic, wheezing idle that sounded like a steam shovel's death rattle. The soldier approached the window, his eyes widening as they took in the spectacle of the car. And then, with a sharp, audible click of his jaw, the spectacle of me. I adjusted my silk cravat, or the brass approximation of one, and offered a small, dignified nod. "Good afternoon, Constable. Or is it Sergeant? I find the modern penchant for dressing like a shrubbery makes it difficult to discern rank. I am Samuel Clemens, and this is my associate, the brilliant Miss Annie. We are currently engaged in a scientific expedition to determine the exact point at which British engineering gives up the ghost entirely." The soldier looked at me, then at Annie, then at the tractor battery wired to the engine block. He looked like a man who had been prepared for a car bomb, but was entirely unequipped for a Victorian automaton in a swamp Jaguar. "Identify yourself," he said, though his voice lacked the bark of authority and leaned more toward bewilderment. "I just did," I replied. "I am a creature of clockwork wit and a mounting desire for a dry chair. My companion here is the finest mechanic currently drawing breath on this or any other island. We are transiting to Belfast to seek parts for this, well, calling it a car is an act of linguistic charity. Let us call it a 12-cylinder sin in search of redemption." The soldier leaned in, his nose wrinkling. "What's that smell?" "That," I said, "is the scent of history. It is a blend of ancient peat, burnt oil, and the quiet desperation of a Lucas electrical system. It is the official fragrance of the Midlands." "Out of the car," the soldier commanded, regaining his footing. "Both of you, and pop the bonnet." Annie stepped out with a grace that ignored the grime on her coveralls. I followed, my brass feet clanking on the asphalt with a sound that seemed to make the soldier twitchy. As Annie popped the hood, a cloud of steam billowed out, smelling faintly of the Irish bog we had so recently vacated. A second soldier approached, this one older and possessed of a face that looked like it had been carved out of a cold potato. He peered at the engine bay. "What in the name of the Queen is this?" "It's a bypass," Annie explained, her voice ringing with that clear technical authority that usually silences skeptics. "The primary loom was submerged in Shropshire. I've isolated the ignition circuit and slaved it to a high-amperage external source. The fuel pump is currently being cooled by a wet rag and optimism. It's quite efficient, actually, if you ignore the fire hazard." The older soldier looked at Annie, his expression softening from suspicion to a reluctant professional respect. Men who spend their lives maintaining armored Saracens in the rain have a natural affinity for those who can keep a machine running against the wishes of God and the manufacturer. "And the thing?" he asked, gesturing toward me with his chin. "I am not a thing, sir," I interjected, leaning against the fender of the Jaguar. "I am a gentleman of letters who has been cruelly denied a library. I find your checkpoints unnecessarily rude for people who share the same alphabet. We all speak the King's English, or a reasonable curdled facsimile of it, and yet we treat each other as if we were different species of hostile insect." "He's a robot, then?" the younger one asked, reaching out a hand as if to touch my casing. "I am an automaton," I corrected, gently batting his hand away with a brass finger. "A robot is a mindless drudge designed to weld Toyotas. I am a vessel for the human spirit, albeit a spirit that currently requires a shot of WD-40 in the left elbow and a very long nap. Annie caught my eye and gave a small warning shake of her head. She knew my penchant for baiting authority figures was a liability in a zone where the authority figures were prone to jumping at shadows. She turned back to the older soldier. "We're just heading to the docks, sir. We have a freighter to catch. If you'd like to search the car, please be careful of the battery. It's a bit temperamental." The search was thorough, but punctuated by the soldier's growing realization that we were far too absurd to be dangerous. No insurgent in their right mind would choose a bright green V12-powered lighthouse of a car for a clandestine mission. It was a vehicle that announced its arrival 3 miles in advance via a plume of blue smoke and a sound like a thunderstorm in a tin can. "Move on," the older soldier finally said, waving us through. "And for heaven's sake, miss, get that battery off the wing before you kill someone." "I'll consider it a suggestion, Sergeant," Annie called out as she climbed back in. As we rolled away, the V-12 clearing its throat with a series of bangs that sent a flock of crows screaming into the gray sky, I looked back at the barriers. The soldiers were still standing there, watching us go. 2 small, lonely figures in a landscape of wire and concrete. "There is a profound sadness to it, Annie," I mused, my voice low. "To live in a place where a neighbor's window is a threat and a road is a gauntlet, it makes the bogs of the Republic seem positively welcoming. At least the mud doesn't ask for your papers." "The world is changing, Sam," the young lady replied, her hand steady on the wheel as she navigated the potholed outskirts of Belfast. "The walls are up now, but they won't stay up forever. People get tired of being afraid." "I have been tired of being afraid since the first time I saw you pick up a blowtorch," I noted. "But I suppose your brand of optimism is the only thing that keeps the gears turning. Tell me, what is the plan for Belfast, besides avoiding being mistaken for a mobile barricade?" "We're meeting a man named O'Malley," she said, a brilliant spark of mischief in her eyes. "He's got a set of high-lift cams and a radiator that wasn't built during the Great Depression. We're going to turn this sinner into a saint of speed before we hit Scotland." I looked out at the scarred walls of the city, the murals of defiant men and weeping women blurring past. "A saint of speed," I repeated. "I would settle for a gentleman of reliability. But lead on, Annie, lead on. If we are to be the unofficial kings of the Nürburgring, I suppose we must first survive the unofficial War of the North." We turned a corner into a narrow street, lined with red brick terraces, the Jaguar's exhaust echoing off the walls like a drum roll. I sat back, the brass of my chassis humming, and realized that despite the checkpoints, the rain, and the looming threat of mechanical failure, the road was indeed beginning to open. Chapter 5. The Highland Hiss. To a man of my particular vintage and mechanical constitution, the crossing from Belfast to the Scottish coast is an exercise in profound nautical indignity. A ferry is, in essence, a large iron bucket designed to prove that the North Channel is composed entirely of salt water and spite. I spent the duration of the voyage bolted to the floorboards of the Sinner, my internal gyroscopes spinning with the frantic desperation of a dervish in a thunderstorm. Annie, of course, spent the crossing in the engine bay, humming a tune that I suspect was composed entirely of torque specifications, while she tightened the new high-lift cams we'd acquired from that questionable character, O'Malley. When we finally rolled onto the shores of Scotland, the sinner was no longer the drowned, apologetic creature we had dragged from the Midlands. Thanks to the young lady's brilliance and a few illicit parts from the back of a Belfast warehouse, the Jaguar had developed a personality that was 1 part aristocrat and 3 parts hooligan. The V12 no longer merely hummed, it snarled with a metallic rasp that suggested it was perpetually offended by the very existence of the road. "Do you hear that, Sam?" Annie asked, her hands gripping the steering wheel as if she were wrestling a small, angry dragon. We were climbing into the Highlands now, the road to Skye stretching before us like a ribbon of gray silk dropped carelessly across a velvet landscape of purple heather and granite. "I hear it, Annie," I replied, my voice echoing with a slight rattle that I suspect was a loose brass screw in my neck assembly. It is a sound that occupies the exact middle ground between a cathedral choir and a sawmill. It is a noise that announces our presence to every deer, sheep, and disgruntled crofter within a 5-mile radius. In my parlor, such a racket would be grounds for a civil suit, or at the very least, a very sternly worded letter to the editor. "It's the Cams," the young lady chirped, her eyes reflecting the wild, rugged grandeur of the mountains. "They've changed the timing. She's not just burning fuel now, she's making a statement." The statement being, I have no regard for the tranquility of the countryside, I presume. I adjusted my optical sensors, zooming in on a distant peak that was currently wearing a hat of thick white mist. Scotland, I must observe, is a land of excessive verticality. It is as if the Creator ran out of horizontal space and decided to pile the rest of the world on top of itself. It is majestic, certainly, but it is also a place where a single mechanical failure would result in us becoming a permanent part of the local geology. As we wound our way deeper into the Highlands, the air grew thin and biting, a sharp Highland chill that seemed to seep through the Jag's weather stripping. The road narrowed, clinging to the sides of glens with a precariousness that made my internal processors calculate our trajectory to the bottom of the loch with alarming frequency. It was here, on the long, sweeping ascent toward the queering, that the sinner began to live up to its name. A new sound emerged, a high, piercing whistle that cut through the roar of the V12. It was a rhythmic, sibilant noise, like a tea kettle reaching its breaking point. "The Highland hiss," I remarked, my brass ears swiveling to locate the source. "Is that a local ghost attempting to board the vehicle, or has your miracle Jag finally decided to vent its frustrations in the form of pressurized steam?" Annie's brow furrowed, that brilliant mind of hers already scanning the internal architecture of the cooling system. "The temperature gauge is steady, but the pressure is spiking. It's the new radiator. The seals might not be holding under the load of the climb." "Splendid," I said, leaning back into the leather seat, which was beginning to feel remarkably like a dentist's chair. We are halfway up a mountain that looks like the backdrop for a particularly depressing opera, in a car that is currently imitating a locomotive. Perhaps we should stop and invite a local piper to accompany our demise. I have noticed that the sound of a Jaguar engine is the only thing that can compete with a bagpipe for sheer dramatic nonsense. Both are loud, technically complex, and seem to function primarily on a diet of air and defiance. Annie pulled the car onto a narrow shoulder of gravel, the tires crunching against the stone. As she cut the engine, the hiss became a roar. A plume of white vapor erupted from the edges of the hood, shrouding the car in a ghostly veil. "Out, Sam! It's the bypass valve!" I scrambled out of the passenger side, my brass feet clanking on the road. The young lady was already at the front of the car, her gloved hands moving with a speed that defied the heat. She didn't wait for the steam to clear. She dove into the cloud, her silhouette a blur of motion against the white mist. "Annie, wait!" I called out, my cooling fans whirring. I am not programmed for a funeral, and I would find it exceedingly difficult to find a black suit in my size in this wilderness. "I've got it!" Her voice rang out from within the vapor. "It's just a loose clamp on the overflow. The pressure from the new cams was more than the old rubber could handle." A moment later she emerged, the steam swirling around her like a conquering hero's cape. She held a heavy wrench in one hand and a blackened, smoking piece of rubber in the other. She was grinning, that wide, brilliant, optimistic grin that makes me believe, for a fleeting second, that the world might actually be a sensible place. "I've bypassed the overflow and redirected the pressure to the secondary tank," she explained, wiping a streak of hot coolant from her cheek. "She'll run a bit hotter, but she won't blow. We can make it to Skye." I looked at her, then at the car, then at the vast, lonely expanse of the Highlands. The sun was beginning to dip behind the peaks, casting long golden shadows across the heather. The silence of the mountains was absolute, broken only by the distant bleat of a sheep and the slow, rhythmic tick-tick-tick of the cooling Jaguar. "You are a terrifying young lady, Annie," I said, my voice softening. "You treat a potential explosion with the same casual interest a scholar might treat a footnote. I find your lack of panic to be both inspiring and deeply concerning." "There's no point in panicking when there's a wrench nearby," she replied, patting the fender of the Sinner as if it were a favorite pet. We climbed back into the cabin. The smell of hot antifreeze and old leather was now joined by the crisp, clean scent of the Highland air. Annie turned the key, and the V12 roared back to life, its hiss replaced once again by that deep, authoritative snarl. As we crossed the bridge to Skye, the landscape shifted into something even more otherworldly. Jagged black cliffs, emerald green slopes, and a sea that looked like hammered silver. I sat in silence for a long time, watching the reflection of the brass stars on my dashboard as we moved through the twilight. "I will admit," I said finally, as we neared a small stone-built inn on the coast, "that there is a certain poetry to this. The movement, the light, the sheer absurdity of a 19th-century mind traveling in a 20th-century wreck through an ancient land. It is a narrative that even I would have struggled to invent." "See?" Annie said, her voice quiet and full of that brilliant light. "I told you it was a good idea to leave the parlor." "I did not say it was a good idea," I corrected her, though I felt my gears settle into a rare state of contentment. "I said it was poetry. And as any writer will tell you, poetry is usually born from a great deal of discomfort and at least one near-death experience. But as long as you are at the wheel, Annie, I suppose I can endure the stanzas." We pulled up to the inn, the Jaguar's headlights cutting through the deepening mist. I looked toward the west, toward the Atlantic, and thought of the long road that still lay ahead. We were a long way from the Nürburgring, and even further from my quiet library. But as the young lady killed the engine and the silence of Skye settled over us, I realized that the sinner wasn't the only one finding a new spirit in the rain. "Is the road to Iceland as damp as this one?" I asked as Annie helped me down from the seat. "Probably damper," she said, her eyes sparkling. "Splendid," I sighed. "I shall look forward to the rust." Chapter 6. The Icelandic Icebox. There are many ways for a gentleman of refined tastes and delicate internal escapements to lose his dignity, but being strapped to the grease-slick deck of a rust-bucket freighter named the Snaefell is surely near the top of the list. I have spent a considerable portion of my 2 lives observing the various methods by which the sea attempts to turn a man's stomach into a rebellious organ. But the North Atlantic in a gale is a specialist in the field. It does not merely roll, it heaves, it shudders, and it drops out from under you with the sudden, sickening malice of a trapdoor at a public hanging. For 3 days I was lashed alongside the sinner in the cavernous, salt-scented gloom of the cargo hold. My brass joints were locked tight, my sensors recording a rhythmic series of pitches and yawns that would have made a gyroscope weep with frustration. Annie, that indomitable young lady, refused to seek the relative comfort of the passenger quarters. Instead, she spent the voyage cocooned in a sleeping bag, wedged between the Jaguar's rear bumper and a crate of industrial drill bits, waking only to check the tension on the tie-down straps, or to offer me a sympathetic pat on my radiator shell head. "Almost there, Sam," she would whisper, her voice barely audible over the groaning of the ship's hull. "Think of the landscapes. Think of the light." "I am thinking of dry land, Annie," I replied, my voice modulating through a series of metallic clicks. "I am thinking of a parlor in Hartford where the only thing that moves is the pendulum of a grandfather clock. I am thinking that if Providence had intended for brass and iron to cross the ocean, he would have seen fit to give me fins instead of gears. To be a reluctant traveler is a burden. To be a reluctant traveler on a freighter is a catastrophe." When the bay doors finally cranked open at the docks of Reykjavik, I expected to see a civilization. What greeted my optical sensors instead was a landscape that appeared to have been designed by a blacksmith who had suffered a nervous breakdown. Iceland is not a country, so much as it is a geological argument that has not yet been settled. It is a vast, treeless expanse of jagged basalt and steaming vents, a place where the Earth's crust is so thin you can practically hear the planet's internal organs grumbling beneath your feet. As we rolled the Jaguar off the ramp, the cold hit us like a physical blow. It was a dry, scouring wind that carried the scent of sulfur and ancient ice. My internal heaters kicked in with a desperate whir, and I felt the oil in my joints thicken into something resembling cold molasses. "Look at it, Sam!" Annie cried, her breath pluming in the air like a steam engine. She stood by the driver's door, her eyes wide with that terrifying, brilliant light. "It's like the first day of creation." "Or the last day of a very messy demolition," I countered, my brass feet clanking on the frozen pier. I adjusted my lenses, taking in the black sand, the distant white shrouds of the glaciers, and the absolute lack of anything resembling a comfortable chair. It is nature's attempt at a blacksmith's floor. It is a wasteland of cinders and soot, and I suspect that if we stay here too long, I shall be mistaken for a discarded piece of plumbing and left to rust in a geyser. The sinner, however, seemed to have found a new lease on life in the frigid air. The V-12, now breathing the cold, oxygen-rich atmosphere of the Arctic, erupted into life with a roar that sent a flock of seagulls into a panicked retreat. The high-lift cams we'd installed in Belfast gave the exhaust a jagged, aggressive note that echoed off the corrugated metal of the warehouses. "She loves the cold," the young lady noted, sliding into the driver's seat. "The air density is giving us an extra 20 horsepower, easy." "And what, pray tell, are we to do with 20 extra horsepower on an island composed entirely of frozen pumice?" I asked, hauling myself into the passenger side. The leather was as cold as a tombstone. "We are in an icebox, Annie, a very large, very damp icebox with the geological temperament of a hornet's nest." We struck out from the capital, heading into the interior. The road, if one could call a strip of pulverized volcanic rock a road, wound through fields of lava that looked like a sea of frozen ink. Great heaps of jagged stone stretched to the horizon, interrupted only by the occasional plume of white steam rising from the earth. There were no trees to break the wind, no fences to mark the passage of time. It was a landscape of profound, echoing loneliness. As we climbed into the higher elevations, the temperature plummeted further. Inside the Jaguar, the heater, a device built by British engineers who apparently believed that warmth was a subjective concept, was struggling valiantly and failing miserably. I could feel my external casing contracting in the frost, a series of sharp pings emanating from my torso. "Annie," I said, my voice rattling, "my internal processes are beginning to suggest that we have made a grave tactical error. My primary lubrication is reaching its freezing point, and I fear that if we do not find a source of heat soon, I shall become a very handsome, very stationary statue of a 19th century humorist." The young lady didn't panic. She didn't even look worried. Her brilliance, as always, manifested in a moment of sheer practical madness. She pulled the car over beside a bubbling, sulphurous pool of water that sat just off the track. The smell was enough to make a man wish he didn't have a nose, but the steam was thick and gloriously hot. "Stay here," she commanded, grabbing a length of copper tubing from her toolkit. I watched, fascinated and appalled, as she rigged a makeshift heat exchanger. She coiled the copper tubing around the Jaguar's exhaust manifold and then draped the other end over my brass shoulders, securing it with a bit of wire. As the engine idled, the heat from the V-12 began to radiate through the copper, seeping into my chassis with a slow, delicious warmth. "There," she said, her face flushed with the cold and the triumph of her own ingenuity. "You're now part of the cooling system, Sam. You're a literal extension of the car." "I am a radiator," I sighed, the warmth finally reaching my central capacitor. "I have gone from being a man of letters to a mechanical appendage. I suppose I should be grateful I'm not being used as a hood ornament." "You're a traveler, Sam," she corrected, shifting the car back into gear. "And right now, you're the warmest traveler in Iceland." We drove for hours through that stark, monochromatic world. The light never seemed to change. It stayed a pale, ethereal silver, casting no shadows. We passed waterfalls that looked like curtains of frozen lace and mountains that seemed to have been carved out of solid obsidian. Despite my grumbling, I found myself captivated by the sheer, raw power of the place. It was a land that didn't care for the vanities of man or the precision of clockwork. It simply was. "It is a strange thing, Annie," I mused, the copper tube humming against my chest. To be in a place that feels so ancient and yet so unfinished, it makes one's own life and one's own books seem like a very small, very brief footnote in a very long story. "That's why we're here," the young lady said, her hand steady on the wheel as we navigated a patch of black ice. "To see the parts of the story that most people skip." "I would prefer to read those parts in a comfortable chair with a glass of scotch," I reminded her, "but I suppose the view from the center has its own peculiar merits." As the sun, or the pale suggestion of it, began to dip toward the horizon, we saw the lights of a small fishing village clinging to the edge of a fjord. The journey across the icebox was nearly over. Ahead lay the fjords of Norway, but for now the warmth of the V12 and the brilliance of the young lady at my side were enough to keep the rust at bay. "We made it, Sam," Annie said softly. "We survived," I corrected. "There is a distinction. But lead on, Annie. If we can survive nature's blacksmith's floor, I suppose a few Norwegian mountains shouldn't be more than a minor inconvenience." The Jaguar roared as we descended toward the sea, a green streak of defiance in a world of black and white. Chapter 7. The Fjordic Gasp. Norway is a country that appears to have been folded up by a giant who didn't know how to iron. It is a vertical labyrinth of rock and water, a place where the horizon is a rumor and the road is a series of hairpin arguments with the laws of gravity. In my first life, I found the flat, predictable stretches of the Mississippi to be a comfort, a steady, horizontal narrative that a man could set his watch by. But here, in the land of the midnight sun and the eternal incline, the landscape is written in exclamation points and sheer drops. We had crossed from Iceland on another freighter, this one slightly less prone to imitating a cocktail shaker, and landed on the craggy coast of Norway. I had hoped for a reprieve, a gentle valley perhaps, where I might sit in the Sauna and contemplate a volume of Shelley, while the salt air did its best to corrode my brass casing. Instead, Annie pointed the Jaguar's long, aristocratic nose toward the interior, toward the high plateaus and the dizzying mountain passes that guard the fjords like stone sentinels. "Isn't it breathtaking, Sam?" the young lady asked, her hands moving with a fluid, rhythmic grace across the gear shift. We were climbing a road that looked like a serpent attempting to scale a castle wall. To our left was a wall of wet granite. To our right, a plummet into a turquoise abyss that made my gyroscopes hum in a state of high-pitched anxiety. "Breathtaking is a remarkably accurate term, Annie," I replied, my voice modulating with a slight, breathless rattle. "In fact, I find that the air is becoming so scarce that I am currently considering a career in professional suffocation. My internal bellows, designed for the thick, soot-heavy atmosphere of a London smoking room or a well-appointed parlor, are currently wheezing like a flute with a cracked reed. I feel quite literally lightheaded, a sensation I previously thought was reserved for poets and people who have spent too much time in the company of politicians." "It's the altitude," Annie said, her brow furrowed in that focused, brilliant way she has when a machine is in distress. "We're nearly 5,000 feet up. The air is thinning out, and the oxygen mix is dropping." The 12-cylinder Sinner, which had roared across the Icelandic waste with the arrogance of a Viking, was now beginning to sound like a marathon runner with a heavy smoking habit. The V12's deep, authoritative snarl had devolved into a rhythmic, desperate gasp. Each time any pressed the accelerator, the engine hesitated, a metallic shudder rippling through the chassis as the cylinder struggled to find enough air to ignite the fuel. "She's choking, Sam," the young lady whispered, her fingers light on the steering wheel, sensing the mechanical struggle through the vibration of the column. "The carburetors are set for sea level. At this height, the fuel-to-air ratio is all wrong. She's running too rich, drowning in her own gasoline." "A relatable predicament," I noted, gripping the door handle as we rounded a bend that seemed to hang over nothingness. "I, too, feel as though I am drowning in an excess of geography and a distinct lack of the basic necessities of life, namely, oxygen and a floor that stays where it is put. If the sinner is gasping, I am currently in a state of total respiratory bankruptcy. My clockwork was not intended for the stratosphere. It was intended for the sea-level cynicism of a newspaper office. The car gave a particularly violent lurch, a cough that sounded like a cannon firing in a basement. A plume of black smoke erupted from the exhaust, staining the pristine alpine air with the soot of a British racing green failure. "We have to stop," Annie said, her voice tight, with a mixture of concern and that irrepressible mechanical curiosity. She pulled the Jaguar into a small gravel-strewn turnout perched on the edge of a precipice. Below us, the fjord stretched out like a ribbon of hammered silver, the tiny white dots of fishing boats looking like toy ships in a giant's bathtub. The silence that rushed in when she killed the engine was absolute, a heavy, ringing silence that made my brass ears ache. "Well," I said, my cooling fans whirring at a frantic, thin-aired pace, "here we are, stranded at the top of the world in a car that has decided to take a vow of silence, and in the company of a young lady who is currently looking at an engine block as if it were a long-lost relative. I suppose we should begin the process of building a cairn, for I doubt our remains will be found until the next ice age." Annie didn't answer. She was already out of the car, the hood up, before I could even adjust my cravat. She stood amidst the rising heat of the V12, her silhouette framed by the towering peaks. She looked small against the vastness of the Norwegian wilderness, but there was a brilliance in her stance that suggested she was the one in charge of the mountain, not the other way around. "I need to lean out the mixture," she called out, her voice echoing off the rock. "But these old Stromberg carburetors weren't meant to be adjusted on the fly like this. The screws are recessed, and the vibration has likely seized them." "Allow me," I sighed, hauling my brass frame out of the passenger seat. My joints felt sluggish, the cold and the altitude conspiring to turn my internal lubricants into something resembling cold honey. I made my way to the front of the car, my sensors struggling to find a solid focus in the shimmering light. I am, as you know, an excellent source of steady mechanical leverage, even if my mind is currently occupied with a vivid fantasy of a warm library and a dry pair of socks. I reached into the heart of the engine, my articulated brass fingers, designed for the delicate task of turning a page or holding a pen, now serving as the precision tools of a master mechanic's assistant. Annie guided my hand, her touch light but firm. "Left, Sam, just a quarter turn. Easy, easy." I felt the resistance of the metal, the grit of the mountain air, in the threads. I turned the screw, my internal processors recording the minute shift in the engine's potential. We moved from one carburetor to the next, a slow, painstaking ballet of brass and steel performed on the edge of a fjord. "There," she said finally, wiping a smudge of oil from her nose. That should do it. She'll be lean, and she'll run hot, but she'll breathe. She climbed back into the driver's seat and turned the key. The V12 cranked once, twice, and then caught with a sharp, high-pitched bark. It wasn't the deep growl of the lowlands. It was a leaner, hungrier sound, a Fjordic gasp, turned into a defiant scream. And he laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated triumph that seemed to startle the very mountains. "She's back, Sam. She's back." "She is back," I agreed, climbing back into my seat, my brass casing still tingling from the effort. "And I am still lightheaded. But I suppose if we are to be the unofficial kings of the Nürburgring, we must first learn to breathe the air of the gods, even if it does taste suspiciously of burnt oil and old British rubber." As we pulled back onto the road, the sinner surged forward with a new, frantic energy. We climbed higher, toward the snow line, the air growing colder and thinner with every mile. I looked out at the jagged peaks, the deep blue shadows of the valleys, and the brilliant, tireless young lady beside me. "I will admit, Annie," I said, my voice settling into a steady, rhythmic hum, "there is a certain grandeur to this vertical lunacy. It is a story that requires a great deal of exertion and a complete disregard for one's own safety. But the illustrations are magnificent." "Wait until we get to Sweden," she said, shifting into top gear. "I hear the Saab turbos are exactly what a sinner needs for a heart transplant." "Turbos?" I asked, my gears giving a small, apprehensive click. "Does that involve more air or less?" "More," she said, her eyes alight. "Much more." "Splendid," I sighed, the bellows in my chest wheezing one final alpine breath. "I shall look forward to the gale, but for now let us simply enjoy the fact that we are not currently a permanent part of the Norwegian landscape." The Jaguar roared as we crested the pass, a green spark of life in a world of stone and ice, heading toward the Swedish border and a new kind of mechanical madness. Chapter 8. The Swedish Organ Transplant. If Norway is a vertical argument with the Almighty, Sweden is a horizontal negotiation with a forest. It is a landscape of profound geometric order, where the trees stand in straight, sensible rows as if they are awaiting a lecture on civic duty, and the lakes are positioned with the careful precision of a decorative tea set. After the dizzying, gasping heights of the Norwegian fjords, the Swedish border felt like a return to a world that believed in the fundamental right of a floor to remain level. However, for a gentleman of my particular clockwork constitution, the change in geography did little to soothe the spirit. Level ground is all well and good for a parlor, but when that ground is covered in a carpet of pine needles and populated by people who view safety as a secular religion, a car like the Sinner begins to feel like a drunken sailor at a temperance meeting. We had rumbled across the frontier in a state of mechanical exhaustion. The Jaguar's V12, though no longer choking on the thin mountain air, was weary. It had developed a certain lethargy, a heavy-footedness that suggested the British aristocrat was tired of being a pack mule for our continental follies. Annie, however, was not weary. The young lady possessed a brand of energy that I suspect could power a small city, if one could only find a way to wire her enthusiasm directly into the grid. "We need more than just air, Sam," she said, her hands tapping a rhythmic code against the steering wheel as we cruised toward the outskirts of Trollhättan. "We need pressure. We need a way to force the atmosphere into those 12 cylinders until the car forgets it's a relic and starts believing it's a hurricane. I have spent a lifetime observing that more pressure is rarely the solution to life's problems, I remarked, my internal gears clicking with a dry, rhythmic protest. Usually, it results in a burst pipe, a ruined reputation, or a very loud explosion in a confined space. I am a reluctant traveler, Annie. I crave the quiet contemplation of a 19th century library, not the forced induction of a 20th century nightmare. Can we not simply enjoy the fact that the road is flat and the sheep no longer look at us with pity? Not when there's a graveyard nearby, she replied, her eyes sparkling with that terrifying, brilliant light. The graveyard in question was a Swedish wrecking yard, a place that looked less like a scrap heap and more like an outdoor museum of automotive stoicism. Here, the discarded husks of Volvos and Saabs sat in dignified rows, their boxy shapes slowly surrendering to the moss. It was a cold, quiet place, smelling of damp iron and the ghost of winter. Annie brought the sinner to a halt amidst the ruins. The Jaguar's engine gave a final rattling sigh and fell silent. I stepped out onto the gravel, my brass feet making a sharp, lonely sound in the stillness. I adjusted my silk cravat and looked around at the mechanical carnage. It is a somber thing, Annie, I mused, to see the ambitions of men reduced to a pile of oxidizing steel. Each of these vehicles was once someone's pride, a vessel for Sunday drives and family quarrels. Now, they are merely a source of spare bolts for a young lady with a gleam in her eye and a wrench in her hand. They aren't dead, Sam, she said, already walking toward a cluster of aerodynamic wedge-shaped cars that looked like doorstops designed by a minimalist. They're donors, and these, she pointed to a pair of wrecked Saab 900 turbos, are exactly what the sinner needs for a heart transplant. I followed her, my sensors zooming in on the rusted turbochargers nestled within the Swedish engine bays. They looked like cast-iron snails, small, heavy, and unremarkable. To me, they were merely more weight to be dragged across Europe. To any, they were the Swedish organ transplant that would transform our journey. You propose to graft the lungs of a Swedish safety sedan onto the heart of a British Grand Tourer? I asked, my voice echoing with a slight, metallic skepticism. It is a mechanical blasphemy, Annie. It is the sort of thing Mary Shelley would have written about if she had spent more time in a garage and less time in Switzerland. You are building a Franken-Jag, a creature of disparate parts that was never meant to coexist in the same chassis. That's what makes it a sinner, the young lady replied, her brilliance manifesting in a flurry of activity. For the next 2 days, the Swedish forest was filled with the sound of clinking metal and the occasional colorful exclamation from my companion. My role was that of the surgical assistant. I held the light, projecting a steady, high-intensity beam from my primary optical sensor into the dark recesses of the Jaguar's engine bay. I held the heavy, oil-slick turbochargers in my brass hands while Annie fabricated mounting brackets out of scrap steel and sheer willpower. I was the steady, unmoving anchor for her frantic, inspired genius. As I watched her work, her brow furrowed in concentration and her hands moving with a precision that made my own clockwork feel clumsy, I felt that familiar, begrudging warmth in my circuits. She was a marvel, a young lady who viewed the world not as a collection of finished objects, but as a vast puzzle to be rearranged into something faster, louder, and infinitely more interesting. I find it curious, I noted as she tightened a line to the oil gallery, that you possess such a profound optimism for the material world. I have spent my lives dissecting the human character, a pursuit that rarely results in a more efficient outcome, while you spend yours rearranging iron and fire. I suspect you have the better of the bargain. Iron and fire don't lie to you, Sam, she said, wiping a streak of grease across her forehead. If you treat them right, they do exactly what you ask. They don't have subtext. They just have physics. A comforting thought, I sighed. I, however, am composed entirely of subtext. My very existence is a literary footnote in search of a main text. I would prefer to be a metaphor for something quiet and stationary, like a very old oak tree or a well-placed semicolon. Ready? She asked, ignoring my philosophical rambling. She had finished the transplant. The two Swedish turbos were now bolted to the flanks of the British 512, a mess of plumbing and redirected exhaust pipes that looked like a brass and steel octopus had crawled under the hood and died. It was hideous. It was magnificent. It was a mechanical transgression of the highest order. Annie climbed into the driver's seat. I hauled my brass frame into the passenger side, my sensors recording a distinct increase in the ambient tension of the cabin. If this goes poorly, I said, I wish it to be known that I would have preferred to go out while reciting a particularly moving passage from Life on the Mississippi, not while being propelled into the treetops by a Swedish snail. Just listen, she whispered. She turned the key. The V12 cranked a slow, heavy sound and then erupted. But it wasn't the sound we knew. Underneath the deep, guttural roar of the 12 cylinders, there was a new sound, a thin, high-pitched whistle that rose and fell with the throttle. It was a sibilant, predatory noise, like the hiss of a steam pipe in a haunted basement or the whisper of a ghost in a gale. She's gained a whistle, I observed, my brass ears swiveling to catch the note. It is a sound that suggests the car is no longer merely moving. It is plotting. It is a sound that makes my internal governors feel a sense of profound existential dread. That's the sound of the atmosphere being forced to obey us, Annie said, her face lit by the dim glow of the dashboard lights. She tapped the boost gauge she had rigged to the pillar. The needle flickered with a nervous energy. She's not a mermaid anymore, Sam. She's a storm. As we pulled out of the graveyard and back onto the smooth Swedish tarmac, the sinner transformed. When Annie pressed the pedal, the whistle deepened into a howl. The car didn't just accelerate. It surged forward with a violence that pinned my brass chassis against the leather seat. The world outside blurred into a streak of green and gray, the orderly Swedish forests becoming a frantic, disorganized smear of pine. "Great heavens!" I cried, my cooling fans whirring at maximum capacity. The velocity is a sin against the quiet contemplation of the landscape. We are no longer travelers. We are a projectile. Annie, I must insist on a return to a speed that allows for the reading of a signpost, or at the very least, the preservation of my internal lubricants. The young lady didn't slow down. She laughed, a bright, triumphant sound that harmonized perfectly with the whistle of the turbos. She was in her element, a brilliant pilot at the helm of a monster she had built with her own hands. "The road is open, Sam!" she shouted over the roar. I looked at her, then out at the blurring forest, and I realized that my parlor was further away than ever. I was a 19th century soul strapped into a 20th century experiment, hurtling toward a destination I didn't understand in the company of a young lady who made the impossible look like a weekend hobby. "The road is indeed open," I muttered, my brass fingers gripping the dashboard. "And it appears to be moving at a speed that is entirely unsuitable for a gentleman of my age. But lead on, Annie. If we are to be the kings of the Nürburgring, I suppose we must first learn to whistle in the dark." The Jaguar howled into the Swedish night, a green flash of British steel and Swedish wind, leaving the quiet graveyards of the north far behind. Chapter 9. The Silent Sauna. If Sweden is a geometric negotiation with a forest, then Finland is the point where the forest has finally won the argument, declared martial law, and hushed the rest of the world into a state of terrified submission. It is a land composed of approximately 3 parts water, 6 parts timber, and 1 part profound, unshakable silence. To a gentleman of my particular construction, an automaton whose primary purpose is the manufacture of words and the occasional cloud of simulated tobacco smoke, Finland is a personal affront. My internal processors are optimized for the lively exchange of ideas, for the clinking of glasses in a well-appointed parlor, and for the rhythmic, reassuring hum of a civilization that never stops talking. Finland, by contrast, feels like a library, where the librarian has been missing for 3 centuries, and the books have all turned into birch trees. We had crossed the border in a state of muted mechanical triumph. The 12-cylinder center was now a Franken Jag of international proportions, possessing a British heart, an Irish electrical bypass, and the newly grafted lungs of 2 Swedish snails. The whistle of the turbos, which had been a scream of defiance in the Swedish night, had settled into a low, sibilant hiss that seemed to mock the stillness of the Finnish air. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating with the steady, relentless thrum of the road, and felt a mounting sense of existential dread. I am, as I have frequent occasion to remind anyone within earshot, a reluctant traveler. My soul, or the sophisticated arrangement of gears and logic gates that serves as its proxy, craves the stationary dignity of a Victorian armchair. I was built to discuss 19th century literature, to critique the erratic grammar of the daily newspapers, and to observe the passage of time through the window of a dry, heated room. I have already traversed the Americas in the company of the young lady beside me, a journey that involved more dust, danger, and mechanical indignity than any 10 men should endure in a lifetime. I had hoped that Europe would offer a more civilized experience, a series of interconnected parlors, perhaps, linked by smooth roads and punctuated by the serving of tea. Instead, I find myself in a silent sauna. The term is my own invention, though I feel it captures the essence of the Finnish interior with remarkable precision. The sauna part is provided by the Jaguar's 512, which, despite Annie's brilliant modifications, still generates enough heat to roast a turkey under the passenger side floorboards. The silent part is provided by the landscape itself, which consists of 1,000 miles of trees that appear to have taken a vow of perpetual reticence. "Isn't it peaceful, Sam?" Annie asked. She sat behind the wheel with a look of serene focus that I find deeply suspicious. This young lady possesses a mind that is a marvel of industrial brilliance, a tapestry of gear ratios and thermodynamic laws that allows her to find beauty in a leaking gasket and music in a misfiring cylinder. She is the sort of person who views a 1,000-mile stretch of empty road as a blank canvas, whereas I view it as a magnificent opportunity to be bored to death. Peaceful is a word one uses to describe a cemetery or a particularly dull sermon, I replied, my voice clicking with a dry metallic rasp. What we have here is a vacuum. We have been driving for 6 hours, and in that time, the only thing that has changed is the specific arrangement of the birches. It is a landscape that has forgotten the concept of a plot twist. I feel as though my internal clockwork is beginning to slow down in sympathy with the lack of stimulation. If we do not encounter a sign of human life, or at least a person with a questionable grasp of the truth, within the next hour, I fear I shall spontaneously revert to a factory reset state and begin reciting the alphabet in a monotone. "You're just grumpy because there's no one to argue with," the young lady chirped, her fingers dancing over the steering wheel as she felt the subtle shifts in the turbo boost. "Look at the light, Sam. It's like the world is holding its breath." The world is holding its breath because it is waiting for us to do something interesting, like explode or run out of fuel, I countered. I find that nature, when left to its own devices, is remarkably lacking in wit. It has plenty of scenery, but its dialogue is atrocious. As if to prove my point, the sinner rounded a long, sweeping curve and came face to face with a local resident. He was standing in the middle of the road, a towering, gangly apparition of brown fur and prehistoric antlers. He was a moose of significant proportions, possessing a face that suggested he had spent the last several years contemplating the futility of existence and had reached a very grim conclusion. He did not move. He did not blink. He simply stood there, blocking our path with the immovable authority of a federal judge. Annie brought the Jaguar to a shuddering halt, the turbochargers giving a final indignant hiss as the pressure dropped. The engine idled with a low, rhythmic thumping, a 12-cylinder heart beating in the silence of the forest. "Well," I said, adjusting my optical lenses until the creature's mournful eyes were in sharp focus. "Finally, a member of the local gentry. I shall attempt to engage him in a discussion regarding the current state of Finnish infrastructure." I leaned my head out of the window, my brass neck piston extending with a soft whir. "Good afternoon, sir," I addressed the beast, using the same measured, authoritative tone I once employed when speaking to the senior members of the Hartford City Council. "I am Samuel Clemens, a traveler of some renown and a considerable amount of rust. My companion and I are currently transiting your forest in a vehicle that is essentially a mobile environmental disaster. We were wondering if you might be able to direct us to the nearest establishment that serves a decent cup of coffee and possesses a chair that does not vibrate." The moose continued to stare. A small piece of moss hung from the corner of his mouth, moving slightly in the breeze. He looked at me, then at the green prow of the Jaguar, and then back at me. There was a profound, weary intelligence in his gaze, a look that said he had seen many things in his time, and an automaton in a British racing green shipwreck was merely another minor annoyance in a long life of disappointments. "He's not saying much, Sam," Annie whispered, her hand resting on the gear shift. "On the contrary, Annie," I replied, pulling my head back into the cabin. "He has just delivered a scathing critique of our entire enterprise. He has observed that we are hurtling through a magnificent silence in a noisy, complicated machine, and that for all our gears and turbos, we are no closer to the truth than he is. In fact, I am forced to conclude that the moose is better informed than most senators. He at least has the decency to remain silent when he has nothing of substance to add to the conversation, a quality that is lamentably absent in the halls of government. The moose gave a slow, deliberate blink, turned his massive head, and lumbered off into the trees with a grace that mocked our four-wheeled struggles. The forest swallowed him instantly, leaving only the silence and the smell of the damp earth. "See?" Annie said, shifting the car back into gear. "He was just checking our credentials." "He was checking my patience," I muttered, "and he found it wanting." As we moved deeper into the Finnish interior, the silent sauna began to take its toll on my constitution. The heat from the transmission tunnel was becoming excessive, causing my external brass casing to expand and contract with a series of rhythmic pings. I felt sluggish, my internal fan struggling to move the heavy, humid air through my vents. I closed my eyes, or rather, lowered my brass shutters, and attempted to visualize my parlor. I thought of the velvet curtains, the smell of old paper, and the way the light would hit the mahogany desk in the late afternoon. I realized then that, despite my complaints, I was a sinner in a cathedral of nature. I was a man of words in a land that didn't need them. I was a 19th century soul in a 20th century machine, being guided through a prehistoric wilderness by a young lady whose brilliance was the only light I truly needed. "Annie," I said, my voice softening until it was barely a whisper over the hiss of the turbos. "Yes, Sam?" "I find that I am remarkably glad that you are the one holding the wrench. If I were left to my own devices in this forest, I suspect I would have attempted to negotiate a trade with that moose, my brass chassis for his antlers, just to see if I could find a more sensible way to navigate the terrain." She laughed, a bright, clear sound that seemed to push back the silence for a few miles. "I don't think you'd like being a moose, Sam. No parlors in the woods." "True," I sighed, my gears settling into a steady, weary rhythm. "And the dialogue would be even worse. Very well. Lead on, Annie. Let us leave the sauna and find a road with at least one honest pothole and a human being who can tell me a lie. I find that I am desperately in need of a good old-fashioned fabrication." The Jaguar roared as the road straightened out, heading toward the bridges of Denmark. We left the silent forests behind, a green spark of British steel and Swedish wind, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady toward the heart of a changing Europe. Chapter 10. The Flatland Flyer. If the Lord had intended for the earth to be a billiard table, he would have surely modeled it after the kingdom of Denmark. It is a land of such unrelenting flatness that a man, or a gentleman of my particular clockwork assembly, could stand upon a moderate-sized overturned bucket and survey the entire nation's agricultural output for the fiscal year. After the vertical acrobatics of Norway and the dense, brooding silences of the Finnish forests, Denmark arrived like a starched white tablecloth spread over a very large, very level patio. It is a country that has clearly reached a consensus with gravity. Denmark agrees not to rise too high, and in exchange, the North Sea agrees not to swallow it whole, at least not until the tide comes in. We had raggled-taggled our way across the Baltic, the 12-cylinder Sinner looking more like an international incident than a motor car. With its British pedigree, Irish electrical bypass, and the Swedish turbos currently whistling a sibilant duet under the hood, we were a rolling testament to the chaos of the human spirit. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating with the unnatural smoothness of the Danish tarmac, feeling a profound sense of cultural dislocation. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a creature designed for the parlor, a man of letters, of slow-burning cigars, and of the quiet, rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock that knows its place. My internal processors are optimized for the cadence of a well-turned sentence, not the relentless high-velocity trajectory of a Franken-Jag hurtling across a pancake. I have spent enough time in the company of the young lady beside me to know that straight and level is merely her preferred invitation to see exactly how fast the laws of physics will allow a British grand tourer to travel before it attempts to achieve low Earth orbit. "Look at this road, Sam!" Annie exclaimed, her eyes reflecting the pale, flat light of the Danish afternoon. She sat behind the wheel with that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the leather as the Jaguar surged forward. "It's like driving on glass. No frost heaves, no gravel, no surprises. It's pure efficiency." Efficiency, my dear young lady, is a word that should be used sparingly, like arsenic or a compliment from a tax collector, I replied, my voice modulating with a dry metallic rasp. I find that I have a mounting distrust of a landscape that offers no resistance. In the Americas, we had potholes large enough to host a small-town meeting. In the Midlands, the roads were a series of damp suggestions. But here, the road is so perfect it feels like a conspiracy. It is a Flatland flyer's dream, perhaps. But for a man who appreciates the texture of a struggle, it is remarkably lacking in character. We were currently traversing the Great Belt, or rather, the series of bridges and causeways that link the Danish islands together, like a string of very orderly pearls. The water stretched out on either side of us, a flat gray expanse that matched the sky with a depressing level of accuracy. The bridge rose before us, a magnificent sweeping arc of concrete and steel that seemed to defy the very flatness it was built upon. "It's a masterpiece of engineering," Annie said, her mind clearly already deconstructing the tension of the cables and the load-bearing capacity of the pylons. "Think of the precision required to span this gap, Sam. The math alone is beautiful." "Mathematics is always beautiful when it is on paper, Annie," I noted, my optical sensors zooming in on the dizzying drop to the water below. "It is significantly less beautiful when one is suspended 500 feet above the sea in a vehicle that is essentially held together by your own brilliance and a significant amount of baling wire. I find that my gyroscopes have a profound distaste for heights, particularly when those heights are accompanied by a Danish wind that seems determined to turn this Jaguar into a very expensive kite. The sinner howled as we hit the incline of the bridge. The Swedish turbos, sensing the load, began their characteristic whistle, a sound that, in this flat landscape, echoed for miles. It was a high, piercing note that seemed to offend the very orderliness of the Danish air. We passed a fleet of sensible, boxy sedans, their drivers staring at our tarnished racing green prow with the bewildered expression of people who had just seen a dragon in a dairy farm. "You see, Annie," I continued, bracing my brass arm against the dashboard as the wind buffeted the chassis, Danish efficiency is a fine thing for the delivery of mail or the manufacture of butter. But for the soul requires a bit of grit. It requires an obstacle to overcome. I find myself longing for at least one honest pothole, a single, genuine imperfection in the road that might remind us that we are still on earth and not merely sliding across a giant's dining table. "You want a pothole?" Annie laughed, a bright, clear sound that cut through the mechanical roar. "Sam, we spent 3 days in a peat bog. We nearly shook your arm off in Wales. I thought you wanted comfort." "I want the illusion of comfort punctuated by the reality of character," I clarified, my brass ears swiveling to catch a new faint rattle in the door panel. "There is no narrative in perfection. If a story has no conflict, it is merely a list. Denmark, as far as I can tell, is a very long, very well-paved list. It is efficient, yes, it is clean, certainly, but it lacks the Twainian element of the unexpected. I feel as though we are being processed by a machine rather than traveling through a country." Annie shifted into top gear, the V12 settling into a deep, rhythmic thrum that resonated through my very core. "The unexpected is coming, Sam. We're heading for the Low Countries, the polders, the windmills, the cobbles of Belgium, and after that, the Nürburgring. If you want character, the green hell has enough of it to last you a lifetime." "The green hell," I mused, the name alone causing a small apprehensive click in my central capacitor. I have observed that whenever humans name a place hell, they are usually being quite literal. I suspect I shall look back on this Danish billiard table with a great deal of nostalgia once we are bouncing across the Belgian cobbles like a pair of dice in a tin cup. As we descended from the bridge, the landscape returned to its relentless horizontal state. We passed fields of cows that looked remarkably content, as if they had also been briefed on the virtues of Danish efficiency. The sun began to set, casting long orange shadows across the plains, but because there were no hills to catch the light, the entire world simply turned a uniform shade of amber. "I will admit, Annie," I said, my voice softening as the sinner cruised through the twilight, "that there is a certain tranquility to this. It is a rest for the senses. But do not let me get too comfortable. I am a reluctant traveler, but I am also a writer, and I cannot write about a road that doesn't fight back." "Don't worry," the young lady replied, a brilliant, mischievous spark in her eyes. "I'm sure I can find a way to make the next leg of the trip a bit more textured for you." "I have no doubt of that," I sighed, the bellows in my chest wheezing a final Flatland breath. "Your brilliance is the only honest pothole I truly need. It keeps me from becoming too orderly. And for that, and for the fact that we haven't plummeted into the Baltic, I suppose I am grateful." We drove on into the darkening evening, the green Jaguar, a lonely, whistling spectre on the perfect Danish roads, heading toward the windmills of the Netherlands, and a world that was about to become significantly more complicated. Chapter 11. The Windmill War. To a gentleman whose internal constitution is governed by the rigid laws of clockwork and the delicate balance of brass escapements, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is a source of profound existential anxiety. It is a country that has spent the better part of a millennium engaged in a slow-motion wrestling match with the Atlantic Ocean, and remarkably, it appears to be winning. However, to live in a nation that is essentially a very large, very damp basement situated several feet below the high tide mark is to live in a state of perpetual defiance against the fundamental inclinations of water. Water, as I have observed over 2 lifetimes, possesses a singular, stubborn ambition. It wishes to be at the bottom of things. To build a civilization in its path is not merely an act of engineering. It is a prolonged, polite insult directed at the Creator's plumbing. We had rumbled across the border from Germany in the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that was increasingly beginning to resemble a rolling international treaty of mechanical transgressions. Our British aristocrat was now breathing through Swedish lungs, sparked by Irish ingenuity, and carrying the soot of half a dozen nations upon its tarnished, racing green flanks. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints clicking in a rhythmic protest against the humidity, while the young lady at the wheel navigated the polders with a look of serene, technical rapture. "Look at the horizon, Sam!" Annie exclaimed, her hands light on the steering wheel as the Jaguar's V12 hummed with a deep, pressurized resonance. "It's perfectly straight. The Dutch have turned the very earth into a ledger. Everything is measured, everything is drained, everything is in its right place." "I find it deeply suspicious, Annie," I replied, my voice modulating with a dry, metallic rattle. "A landscape that is too orderly suggests a lack of imagination, or perhaps a profound fear of what might happen if one were to leave a single puddle unattended. I am a reluctant traveler, as you well know. I crave the stationary dignity of a parlor where the floor is not a temporary arrangement maintained by a series of pumps. To be at sea is one thing. To be below the sea while ostensibly on dry land is a form of geographical gaslighting that I find entirely unsuitable for my processors." "It's not gaslighting, it's a triumph," the young lady chirped. Annie, whose mind is a brilliant tapestry of fluid dynamics and thermodynamic laws, viewed the vast network of canals and dikes as a magnificent sprawling machine. To her, the Netherlands was not a country so much as it was a massive, inhabited radiator. "They've reclaimed the world from the waves, Sam. Think of the horsepower required to keep this whole place dry." "I would prefer to think of a dry pair of socks and a chair that doesn't vibrate at 4,500 revolutions per minute," I muttered, though I was forced to admit that the Sinner was performing with a new, terrifying level of competence. The Swedish turbos, those cast-iron snails we had grafted onto the engine in the northern woods, had finally found their voice. In the flat, open expanses of the polders, where the wind swept across the grass with a lonely, relentless force, the Jaguar didn't just drive, it surged. When Annie pressed the accelerator, the high-pitched whistle of the forced induction rose above the guttural roar of the V12, a sibilant, predatory sound that seemed to slice through the damp Dutch air. We were blasting through the polders at a velocity that would have made a highwayman blush, the world outside blurring into a green and gray smear of water and grass. Then they appeared. Rising out of the mist like a fleet of stationary giants, the windmills of Kinderdijk began to dot the landscape. They were massive, brooding structures of timber and stone, their great wooden sails turning with a slow, majestic indifference to the frenetic pace of our modern world. I adjusted my optical sensors, the brass irises clicking as I zoomed in on the intricate lattice of their blades. "There they are," I whispered, a rare note of reverence creeping into my metallic tone, the wooden grandfathers of my own gear-driven soul. Annie slowed the car. the turbos giving a final lingering hiss as the pressure subsided. We pulled onto a narrow paved track that ran alongside a primary canal, the giant mills towering over us like ancient sentinels. "They're beautiful, aren't they?" Annie said softly, her eyes reflecting the rhythmic shadows of the turning sails. "They are more than beautiful, Annie. They are honest," I said, leaning my brass head out of the window to catch the scent of wet wood and grinding stone. "I am a creature of precision, of brass and steel, born of the Industrial Revolution's fever dreams. I am a machine built to mimic a man. But these are the elders. They are the first generation of our kind. They do not use fire or explosions to do their work. They simply catch the breath of the world and turn it into motion. Their hearts are made of oak, and their blood is the wind. Looking at them, I feel like a very small, very loud, and very complicated child standing before his ancestors." I felt a strange, sympathetic vibration in my chassis as we passed beneath the shadow of a particularly large mill. I could hear the internal groan of the massive wooden gears, the thump-creak thump of the cogs as they turned the Archimedean screws to lift the water. It was a low-frequency music that resonated with my own internal timing, a reminder that before there were silicon chips and copper wires, there was the simple, profound logic of the lever and the wheel. "It is a windmill war," I mused as we accelerated away, the Jaguar's whistle returning to mock the ancient creak of the timber. A war between the old ways of catching the world and the new ways of forcing it to our will. Those mills have been standing for centuries, doing their work with a quiet, wooden dignity. We, meanwhile, are hurtling toward a destination we haven't even defined, in a machine that is perpetually 5 minutes away from a catastrophic meltdown. "We're not at war with them, Sam," the young lady argued, her brilliance manifesting in a quick downshift that sent a surge of torque through the frame. "We're the evolution. Those mills are the foundation. They taught us how to use the elements. Now we just use them a bit faster." "Speed is not an evolution, Annie. It is a nervous twitch," I countered. "I find that the faster we travel, the less we actually see. In a parlor, one can spend an hour contemplating a single paragraph. On this road, we spend an hour traversing 100 miles of history, and all we have to show for it is a collection of dead insects on the windshield and a mounting sense of vertigo. I am a reluctant traveler because I prefer the depth of the moment to the breadth of the journey." "But you have to admit," she said, a mischievous spark in her eyes as she floored it, the sinner leaping forward with a violence that pinned me to the seat, "the whistle is pretty fun." Fun is a word used by children and people who have never had to calculate the stress tolerances of a Victorian brass elbow, I shouted over the roar. "But yes, I suppose if one must be a projectile, it is better to be a melodic one." As the sun began to set over the polders, the windmills became black silhouettes against a sky of bruised purple and gold. We left the wooden grandfathers behind, their sails still turning in the eternal Dutch breeze, and headed toward the border of Belgium. I sat back, the copper tubes Annie had installed in Iceland still humming with the warmth of the V-12, and realized that my windmill war was a stalemate. I would always crave the quiet, gear-driven peace of the old ways, but as long as I was in the company of the brilliant young lady at my side, I was destined to be a part of the noisy, whistling future. "Brussels by midnight?" Annie asked. If the suspension survives the transition from Dutch perfection to Belgian reality, I warned, I have heard rumors of the cobbles in the south, roads that were designed by a man who hated both horses and wheels. I suggest you prepare your wrenches, Annie. I suspect our sinner is about to have its faith tested by a very large number of very small stones. I'm ready, she said, her hand steady on the wheel. I am not, I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, weary rhythm. But I suppose that is my permanent state of being. Lead on, Annie, lead on. The Jaguar howled into the twilight, a green streak of defiance in a world of water and wood, heading toward the bone-jarring trials of the Belgian frontier. Chapter 12. The Belgian Cobbles. If the Kingdom of the Netherlands is a meticulously drafted ledger where every drop of water is accounted for, the nation of Belgium is a sudden, chaotic ink blot on the page of Europe. Crossing the border is not merely a change in flag or language, it is a fundamental shift in the relationship between a wheel and the earth. One moment, you are gliding across the Dutch polders with the effortless grace of a swan on a frozen pond. The next, you have entered a landscape that appears to have been paved with petrified loaves of stale bread, laid down by a road crew that was paid by the bruise. I have spent a considerable portion of my two existences contemplating the various methods by which humanity seeks to impede its own progress. But the Belgian pavé is a masterpiece of the genre. These are not merely cobbles in the quaint, decorative sense one might find in a New England village. These are uneven, jagged chunks of granite that have spent the last century conspiring to vibrate the very fillings out of a man's teeth, or, in my case, to unscrew every precision-fitted brass bolt in my primary torso assembly. Annie, my dear young lady, I said, my voice rattling with such intensity that I sounded like a skeleton falling through a skylight, I must insist on an immediate cessation of this vertical madness. My internal sensors are recording a frequency of oscillation that is likely to turn my central processor into a very expensive bowl of brass custard. I am a gentleman of the parlor, not a cocktail shaker in the hands of a distracted bartender. The young lady at the wheel did not seem to hear me, or if she did, she interpreted my mechanical distress as a form of rhythmic accompaniment. Annie sat with her jaw set in that expression of terrifying brilliance, her hands vibrating so rapidly on the steering wheel that they appeared as a fleshy blur. She was leaning forward, her eyes scanning the road for the least homicidal path through the sea of stones. "It's the rhythm, Sam!" she shouted over the cacophony. "If we hit 40 miles per hour, we can skim the tops of the cobbles. It's like skipping a stone across water." "And if we hit 39, I countered, my brass ears swiveling wildly as I tried to locate a new and alarming clonk coming from the rear axle, "we shall likely achieve a state of subatomic particles. I have observed that your optimism is frequently indistinguishable from a death wish, Annie. In my day, a road was a civil agreement between the traveler and the terrain. This is an act of war. This is a geological grudge. I feel as though the 12-cylinder sinner is being interrogated by 1,000 tiny granite-fisted detectives." The sinner was indeed struggling. Our British aristocrat, already burdened with Swedish lungs and an Irish heart, was not designed for the rigors of a Belgian battlefield. The long, elegant prow of the XJS was dipping and diving with the uncoordinated gait of a wounded duck. The Swedish turbos, which had whistled so proudly in the Flatlands, were now producing a stuttering rhythmic hiss that suggested even the air was being shaken into a state of confusion. I adjusted my optical lenses, trying to focus on the blur of the horizon. To my left and right, the gray Belgian sky pressed down on a landscape of damp brick and coal dust. We were deep in the industrial heart of the country, where the history is as heavy as the ironwork. I felt a profound sense of cultural dislocation. I belonged in a library, perhaps arguing the merits of a well-placed semicolon, not serving as a human-shaped vibration tester for a 1970s suspension system that was currently giving up the ghost. The end came with a sound that I can only describe as the guttural groan of British metallurgy. It was a sharp, crystalline crack, followed immediately by a sensation of the world suddenly tilting 15 degrees to the starboard side. The front right corner of the Jaguar dropped with a bone-jarring thud, the fender coming into intimate and violent contact with the tire. A spray of sparks erupted from the wheel arch, visible even in the gray afternoon light. "Oh," Annie said. It was that same understated "oh" that usually preceded a 3-day mechanical overhaul. "Oh, indeed," I remarked, my brass joints settling into a state of grateful, if lopsided, stillness, as she brought the car to a grinding halt on the shoulder of the road. "I believe the sinner has just had its final confession. The suspension has not merely failed any, it has committed suicide to escape the indignity of this terrain. We are now a very expensive, very green 12-cylinder paperweight." We stepped out, or rather, Annie hopped out, and I clambered down with the dignity of a 3-legged cat into the damp Belgian air. The car looked pathetic, huddled on the side of the pave like a thoroughbred with a broken ankle. The front right corner was slammed into the dirt, the elegant chrome bumper resting in the weeds. Annie was already on her knees in the mud, peering into the darkness of the wheel well. I stood over her, projecting a steady beam of light from my optical sensor to aid her investigation. "It's the subframe mount," she muttered, her fingers dancing over the twisted metal with a surgeon's precision. "The welds gave way under the vibration, and the damper is blown, completely emptied its guts 2 miles back." A tragic, if entirely predictable outcome, I observed. I suppose we should begin the process of looking for a local blacksmith, or perhaps a priest, or we could simply abandon this mechanical nightmare and find a parlor that serves a decent cup of tea. I have seen enough of Europe's underside to satisfy me for several lifetimes. Annie stood up, wiping a smear of black grease across her forehead. Instead of the defeat I expected, her face was alight with that brilliant, infuriating spark of inspiration. She looked south, toward the French border, her eyes narrowed as if she could see through the mist all the way to Paris. "No, Sam, this is an opportunity," she said. "An opportunity for what? A career in scrap metal dealing?" "An opportunity for the French upgrade," she replied. She turned to me, her mind already 3 steps ahead, calculating pressures and flow rates. The British suspension was built for a world that doesn't exist anymore. If we want to reach the Nürburgring, if we want to win, we can't just fix what's broken. We have to transcend it. Transcending involves rising above one's problems, Annie, not dragging them through the mud on a broken axle, I reminded her. "Think about it, Sam. What's the most comfortable car in the world? What car treats a road like a cloud? I clicked my brass gears and thought. I believe the French have a peculiar machine called a Citroën DS. I have seen them in the newsreels. They look like a motorized frog that has swallowed a hovercraft. They possess a suspension system that is entirely too complicated for its own good, involving spheres and green liquid and a level of hubris that rivals the Tower of Babel. Hydropneumatics, she whispered, her voice full of an unearned reverence. A suspension that breathes. If I can find a wrecked DS in a Lion junkyard, I can graft the spheres onto the Jaguar. We'll bypass the springs entirely. We'll make the sinner levitate. A carriage that breathes is a cardiovascular liability, Annie, I cried, my cooling fans whirring in alarm. You propose to turn this car into a biological experiment? It is already a Franken-Jag. To add French hydropneumatics is to invite a level of mechanical schizophrenia that no machine can survive. It will be a car that speaks 3 languages and understands none of them. It'll be brilliant, the young lady said, already reaching for the jack. We just need to limp across the border. If we can get to France, I can make the sinner fly. I looked at her, then at the broken, sagging Jaguar, and finally at the long, gray road ahead. I am a reluctant traveler, a man of the parlor, and a skeptic by design. But as I watched Annie begin to fabricate a temporary splint out of a tire iron and a length of heavy-duty chain, I knew that my protests were as futile as the Belgian Cobbles. Very well, Annie, I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, weary rhythm. Lead on to France. I shall prepare myself for the levitation. But I wish it to be known that if this car begins to develop a pulse, I am taking the first train back to the 19th century. She laughed, a bright, defiant sound that echoed through the industrial gloom, and for a moment even the Belgian stones seemed to soften. We had a broken leg and 1,000 miles to go, but with the brilliance of a young lady and the stubbornness of an automaton, the road, no matter how bumpy, remained open. Chapter 13. The Luxembourg Sprint. There is a certain quality to the map of Europe that suggests it was drawn by a committee of cartographers who suffered from a profound inability to agree upon where one man's backyard ended and his neighbor's woodpile began. In the Americas, we have states so vast that a man could drive for 3 days and still be staring at the same variety of sagebrush and the same indifferent horizon. But here, the borders are stitched together with the frantic, uneven needles of 1,000 years of family squabbles, royal weddings, and the occasional spirited invasion. One moment you are eating a waffle and pondering the linguistic divide of Flanders, and the next you are expected to possess an entirely different currency and a renewed respect for a different set of historical grievances. We were currently limping toward the south. To call our progress a sprint at the outset would be a triumph of hope over metallurgy. The 12-cylinder sinner was, at this stage of our odyssey, less a grand tourer and more of a mechanical invalid. Thanks to the Belgian Cobbles, our front right suspension had been reduced to a collection of jagged shrapnel and pessimistic prayers. Annie, with that terrifying brilliance that makes me wonder if she wasn't born with a micrometer in her hand, had fashioned a splint out of a heavy-duty tire iron and a length of rusted chain she'd scavenged from a roadside fence. The result was that the Jaguar sat at an angle that suggested It was perpetually attempting to peer around a corner. Every time we hit a ripple in the tarmac, the chain would groan, the tire iron would clank, and I would feel a sympathetic shudder in my own brass lumbar support. "Annie," I said, my voice rattling like a tin cup in a windstorm, "I have observed that we are currently traversing the landscape with the grace of a three-legged dog on a frozen pond. My internal gyroscopes are in a state of open revolt. I am a gentleman of letters, a creature designed for the stationary dignity of a lecture hall or a well-appointed smoking room. I am not a test pilot for a motorized catastrophe held together by larceny and optimism." The young lady didn't even look up from the steering wheel. Her hands were gripped tight, her knuckles dusted with the gray grime of the Belgian frontier. She was listening to the car, not to me, mind you, for I am merely the vocal accompaniment to her mechanical obsession, but to the rhythmic thump-clank-hiss of the sinner's tortured soul. "Just a little further, Sam," she whispered, her eyes bright with that infuriating brilliant light. "If we can just get through the Ardennes and across the next two borders, I'll have the parts I need. We're going to make this car breathe, Sam. We're going to make it float." "I would settle for making it level," I countered. "I find that traveling at a 15-degree tilt has a deleterious effect on my perspective. It makes the world look as though it is sliding toward the gutter, which, given the current state of European politics, might be a remarkably accurate metaphor, but it is one I would prefer not to experience physically." We had entered a region of dense, dark forests and rolling hills. The road began to smooth out, the jagged Belgian stone giving way to a more civilized, well-manicured variety of asphalt. The air grew crisp, smelling of pine needles and the faint, metallic tang of the sinner's overheating brakes. "Where are we?" I asked, adjusting my optical sensors to account for the deepening shadows of the woods. "Luxembourg," Annie replied, shifting into a higher gear. The Swedish turbos gave a low, appreciative whistle, sensing the relief of the smoother road. "Luxembourg," I mused. "I seem to recall reading about it in a gazetteer. It is, if I am not mistaken, a country roughly the size of a large picnic blanket, populated entirely by bankers and people who are very good at keeping secrets. It is a pocket watch of a nation, intricate, valuable, and remarkably easy to lose in a vest pocket." "It's beautiful," Annie said, gesturing toward a castle that clung to a nearby cliff like a stubborn barnacle. I leaned my brass head toward the window, prepared to offer a scathing critique of the local architecture, or perhaps a witty observation regarding the absurdity of a country that one can traverse between breakfast and a late lunch. But as I did so, a stray particle of Belgian coal dust, likely a souvenir from our time on the pavé, found its way into my primary intake valve. My internal bellows seized, my pneumatic tubes constricted, my entire brass torso gave a violent convulsive shudder. I sneezed. It was not a human sneeze, of course. It was a mechanical event involving a sharp burst of pressurized steam, a sound like a small cannon firing in a library, and a momentary blackout of my optical sensors as my central processor struggled to realign itself. For 3 or 4 seconds, I was a creature of pure, unadulterated vibration, lost in a fog of my own making. When my lenses finally clicked back into focus and the steam cleared from the cabin, the landscape had changed. The dense forests were gone. The rolling hills had flattened out. Ahead of us, lay a series of long, straight roads lined with poplars and a sign that said, quite clearly, Bienvenue en France. I blinked my brass shutters. I looked back. I looked forward. I checked my internal chronometer. "Any," I said, my voice sounding somewhat hollowed out by the exertion, "what happened to the bankers? What happened to the picnic blanket kingdom? I seem to have misplaced an entire sovereign state." The young lady laughed, a bright, triumphant sound that echoed off the Jaguar's warped dashboard. "You missed it, Sam. While you were busy blowing a gasket, we crossed the border. That was Luxembourg." "You mean to tell me," I said, my voice rising in a tone of profound indignation, "that I have spent a lifetime observing the slow glacial pace of human history, and yet I have just sneezed and missed an entire country? It is an outrage. It is a slight against my professional dignity as a traveler." I had prepared several very pointed remarks regarding the Grand Duchy's tax codes and their penchant for fancy hats, and now I find I have no audience but a row of French trees. "It was a sprint, Sam," Annie chirped, her hands relaxing slightly as the Sinner found its stride on the French tarmac. "A record-breaking dash. I think we crossed the whole country in the time it took you to reset your optical sensors." "It is a country that shouldn't be allowed to exist if it cannot survive a moderate-sized sneeze," I grumbled, settling back into the leather seat. "In my day, a country had the decency to last at least as long as a good cigar. This modern world is far too efficient for its own good. We are moving so fast that the map is becoming a blur, and the history is becoming a footnote." "But look on the bright side," the young lady said, her brilliance manifesting in a quick check of the gauges. "We're in France, and Lyon is just a few hundred miles south. The hydropneumatic dream is waiting, Sam. We're going to give this sinner a new set of legs." I looked out at the long, elegant road stretching toward the heart of France. I thought of the French upgrade, the spheres, the green liquid, the levitating frog car technology that Annie was so keen to graft onto our British wreck. I felt a familiar mounting sense of dread, but beneath it there was that strange, reluctant spark of curiosity. "Very well," I sighed, the bellows in my chest, wheezing a final Luxembourgish breath. "We have conquered the polders, survived the cobbles, and sneezed our way through a grand duchy. I suppose I can endure a few hundred miles of French trees before we become a cardiovascular liability. But I wish it to be known, Annie, that if I sneeze again and miss Paris, I am going to insist on a formal apology from the French government." The Jaguar howled into the afternoon, a lopsided whistling specter of racing green and rusted chains, heading toward the city of light and a world of snobs, eggs, and mechanical miracles. Chapter 14. The Snobs of the Seine. Paris, as far as I can discern from my various readings and my current highly vibratory state of existence, is a city that has reached a definitive conclusion about itself and sees no reason to entertain a second opinion. It is a place that views the rest of the world as a sort of vast, unwashed suburbs, a collection of unfortunate hamlets that have the misfortune of not being situated along the banks of the Seine. In my first life, I found that a man could walk down a street in Virginia City or even New York with a certain amount of mud on his boots and a hole in his hat, and provided he had a sharp wit or a full purse, he was treated with a reasonable degree of Christian charity. In Paris, however, a single speck of dust on one's lapel is viewed as a moral failing, and a faded coat is treated as a declaration of war against civilization itself. We entered the city not as conquerors, but as a rolling evidence locker for every mechanical crime committed between Coventry and the French border. The 12-cylinder Sinner was no longer merely a car. It was a testament to the stubbornness of the human spirit and the terrifying brilliance of the young lady at the wheel. After the Belgian Cobbles had shattered our suspension, and my own ill-timed sneeze had catapulted us through Luxembourg, the Jaguar looked like a thoroughbred that had been forced to work a coal mine. It sat at a jaunty, lopsided angle, the front right corner held aloft by a system of chains and tire irons that Annie called temporary, but which I called an invitation to the afterlife. The British racing green paint, once the pride of the Midlands, was now hidden under a variegated crust of Irish peat, Scottish mist, Swedish oil, and Danish dust. We were a green and brown specter of entropy, rattling and whistling our way toward the heart of the most fastidious city on the planet. "Annie," I said, my voice clicking with a dry, rhythmic protest as we crested a bridge over the Seine, "I have observed that the frequency of raised eyebrows and curled lips has increased by approximately 400% since we crossed the city limits. I am a gentleman of the parlor, a creature designed for the quiet exchange of ideas in a civilized setting. I find that being the center of a Parisian scoff is a sensation that makes my internal brass joints feel a peculiar kind of heat. We are an eyesore, my dear. We are a mechanical tragedy in a land of manicured comedies." Annie, whose mind is a magnificent tapestry of gear ratios and hydraulic pressures, merely tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Her face was smudged with a streak of carbon from a morning carburetor adjustment, and her eyes were alight with that brilliant, infuriating optimism that I have come to view as her primary source of fuel. "They aren't scoffing, Sam," she chirped, her voice rising above the rhythmic clank hiss of the turbochargers. "They're intrigued. They've never seen a V12 with Swedish lungs and a Belgian limp. It's performance art." "Performance art is usually something involving a mime and a profound lack of clothing, Annie," I countered. "What we have here is a public nuisance. I suspect that if we do not find a way to make this vehicle less offensive to the local sensibilities, we shall find ourselves being towed to the Louvre, not as an exhibit, but as a cautionary tale for future generations of engineers." We were crawling along a boulevard lined with chic cafes where men in impeccably tailored suits and women in hats that defied the laws of physics sat sipping liquids that cost more than my primary optical sensor. The air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume, roasting coffee, and the mounting sibilant whistle of our Swedish turbos. The Sinner was in a foul mood. The stop-and-go traffic of Paris was causing the V12 to overheat, and the smell of hot oil and scorched rubber was beginning to compete quite aggressively with the aroma of freshly baked croissants. The crisis arrived in front of a particularly opulent establishment named, if my limited French serves me, Le Grand Snobbery. A group of youths, dressed in the sort of high-fashion attire that suggests they have never performed a day of manual labor in their lives, stood by the curb. They watched our approach with the expression of people who had just discovered a cockroach in a soufflé. "Look at that English rubbish!" one of them cried, his voice carrying clearly over the rattle of our chains. It is a swamp on wheels. It is an insult to the very concept of the motor car. And then, as if to provide a punctuation mark to their disdain, a barrage of projectiles took flight. They were eggs, large, white, and remarkably aerodynamic eggs. They struck the Jaguar's hood with a series of wet yellow thuds. One splashed across the V12 badge, another smeared itself against the windshield directly in front of my optical sensors, and a third, the most insulting of all, hit the passenger side door right next to my brass elbow. Annie gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. For the first time in our journey, I saw a flicker of genuine hurt in her eyes. It was a brief, fleeting moment, but it was enough to cause a surge of indignation in my central capacitor that I didn't know I possessed. "Annie," I said, my voice dropping into a low, metallic growl that I usually reserve for discussing the merits of the American Postal Service. "They have assaulted our dignity. They have stained the racing green. They have seen fit to criticize a machine that has survived the bogs of Ireland and the mountains of Norway, using nothing but the products of a breakfast menu." "It's okay, Sam," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. It's just paint." "It is not just paint, my dear young lady. It is a matter of professional courtesy," I replied. I felt a sudden, calculated shift in my internal processors. I reached out a spindly, brass-fingered hand and adjusted a small serrated dial on the dashboard that Annie had installed for emergency timing adjustments. I turned it all the way to the left. "Annie," I commanded, "when I give the word, I want you to floor the accelerator for exactly 2 seconds and then abruptly lift off. Do not ask why. Just trust the word of a man who once blew up a printing press in a fit of editorial pique." She looked at me, her brilliant mind already sensing the mechanical mischief I was proposing. A slow, mischievous grin began to spread across her face. "Ready when you are, Sam." We pulled up directly in front of the cafe, where the egg throwers were laughing and congratulating themselves on their marksmanship. I waited until the waiter was halfway between a table and the door, carrying a tray of delicate glassware. "Now!" I cried. Annie buried the pedal into the floorboards. The V12 roared, a massive, unbridled scream of 12 cylinders, suddenly flooded with fuel and Swedish air. Then, as she snapped the throttle shut, the unburnt gasoline surged into the white-hot exhaust manifolds. The result was not a backfire. It was a theatrical event. Bang! A flash of blue flame erupted from the exhaust pipes with the sound of a Civil War cannon firing in a tunnel. The shock wave rattled the windows of the cafe and sent a cloud of black, oily soot directly onto the white tablecloths of the egg throwers. The waiter, startled by the explosion, performed a remarkably graceful pirouette that resulted in a shower of Perrier and broken glass over the youth's expensive shoes. "A well-timed backfire," I observed as we rolled away, leaving a wall of smoke and a chorus of outraged French shouting in our wake, "is the only form of poetry that a snob truly understands. It is loud, it is honest, and it leaves a lasting impression on the wardrobe." Annie was laughing now, a bright, defiant sound that filled the cabin and chased away the last of the sting from the eggs. She reached over and patted my brass shoulder. "That was brilliant, Sam. I didn't know you knew how to work the timing." "I am a creature of timing, Annie," I reminded her, adjusting my cravat as I watched the Eiffel Tower come into view. I spent a lifetime perfecting the pause in a lecture. I simply applied the same principle to the internal combustion engine. I find that a pause, when followed by a significant explosion, is remarkably effective in making a point. "We're almost at the workshop in Lyon," she said, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. "The eggs will wash off, but the backfire, that's going into the memoirs." "It shall be the shortest and most explosive chapter," I agreed. As we navigated the outskirts of Paris, the 12-cylinder Senna seemed to stand a little taller on its tire irons. We were still dirty, we were still lopsided, and we were still leaking oil like a wounded whale, but we had survived the snobs of the Seine, and we had done so with our dignity, if not our paintwork, intact. Ahead lay the hydropneumatic dream of Lyon, and the promise of a suspension that would make the road disappear. I sat back, the copper tubes humming against my chest, and realized that while I might be a reluctant traveler, I was becoming an increasingly enthusiastic accomplice. "Next stop, Lyon," I sighed, "and may the French miracles be as plentiful as their insults." The Jaguar howled as we left the city of light behind, a green and yellow streak of defiance heading south toward a new kind of mechanical salvation. Chapter 15. The Hydropneumatic Dream. If there is a city in this world that understands the delicate, interconnected relationship between the stomach and the soul, it is Lyon. It is a place that smells perpetually of roasting garlic, red wine, and the sort of heavy cream-based sauces that would make a cardiologist faint dead away. However, for a gentleman of my particular brass and gear-driven constitution, Lyon presented a different sort of aroma. The scent of old hydraulic fluid and the damp, metallic musk of a French scrapyard. We arrived in the city not with a flourish, but with a rhythmic, agonizing clank-scrape thud that announced our presence to every gendarme within 4 city blocks. The 12-cylinder Senna was currently a monument to the endurance of the temporary fix. Our front right suspension, having been obliterated by the Belgian pavé, was held aloft by a combination of a bent tire iron, a rusted length of chain, and a level of sheer unadulterated optimism on the part of the young lady at the wheel that I found genuinely terrifying. We were tilted at an angle that suggested the car was trying to whisper a secret to the pavement, and every time we encountered a cobble, which in Lyon is roughly every 6 inches, I felt a shudder in my primary lumbar gears that threatened to unscrew my very identity. "Annie," I said, my voice rattling with the frequency of a disturbed beehive, "I must once again protest this mechanical purgatory. I was designed for the parlor, for the quiet contemplation of 19th-century prose, and for the dignified sedentary life of a man who knows that movement is merely a precursor to friction. I am currently being shaken like a jar of pennies in the hands of a manic child. I find that my respect for the French nation is being rapidly eroded by the fact that their roads appear to have been laid by a committee of people who hate the concept of a level surface." "Stop complaining, Sam," the young lady chirped, her eyes scanning the industrial outskirts of the city with a brilliance that I have come to realize is the true engine of our journey. "We're here. The hydropneumatic dream is just around the corner. I found a yard that specializes in goddesses." The goddess in question was the Citroën DS, a vehicle that I can only describe as a motorized frog that has been flattened by a heavy book and then taught to speak in tongues. It is a machine that looks like it belongs in a future where everyone wears silver jumpsuits and eats their meals in the form of a pill. In a Lyon junkyard, amidst a sea of rusted Peugeots and dented Renaults, the DS husks sat in a state of dignified collapsed repose, their bellies touching the ground like resting leviathans. "You see those spheres, Sam?" Annie asked, pointing to a cluster of green orb-like objects nestled deep within the guts of a wrecked Citroën. They looked less like mechanical parts and more like the internal organs of an alien creature. That's the secret. No springs, no shocks, just nitrogen and oil, a suspension that breathes. "Annie," I said, my optical sensor zooming in on the oily green spheres with profound suspicion. I have spent a lifetime observing that whenever humanity attempts to mimic the biological functions of a living creature in a machine, the result is usually a catastrophe of biblical proportions. A carriage that breathes is a cardiovascular liability. It is an invitation to a mechanical heart attack. Why must we graft the organs of a French frog onto the heart of a British aristocrat? It is a transgression against the natural order of metallurgy. The young lady didn't answer. She was already elbow-deep in the wreckage, her wrench moving with a speed and precision that made my own clockwork feel sluggish. For the next 12 hours, I was once again pressed into service as the world's most sophisticated surgical assistant. I held the light, a steady high-intensity beam from my primary lens, while Annie performed a feat of mechanical sorcery that would have made Victor Frankenstein himself take notes. She spent the night in a fever of brilliant activity. She fabricated high-pressure lines out of copper tubing, rigged a secondary pump to the Jaguar's V12, and carefully, almost tenderly, grafted the French spheres onto the Sinner's front subframe. She bypassed the rigid, shattered springs entirely. She was creating a Franken-Jag that possessed the power of a British lion and the skeletal fluidity of a French ghost. "I am a man of letters, Annie," I mused, as I held a vibrating hydraulic line in place with a brass pincer. "I should be discussing the merits of the innocents abroad in a dry room. Instead, I am participating in a cross-species organ transplant in a French alleyway. I suspect that if I ever find my way back to a parlor, no one will believe a word of this." "They'll believe it when they see us move," she whispered, her face smeared with a mixture of green LHM fluid and old British grease. The sun was beginning to touch the rooftops of Lyon when she finally tightened the last fitting. She climbed into the driver's seat, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the ignition. I hauled my brass frame into the passenger side, my sensors recording a distinct, rhythmic thrumming in the air. She turned the key. The V12 erupted with its usual turbocharged growl, but then something remarkable happened. A new sound joined the symphony, a high-pitched, sibilant hiss, followed by a series of rhythmic, mechanical sighs. And then the Sinner began to levitate. It didn't simply rise, it unfolded. The front right corner, which had been slumped in the dirt for 500 miles, slowly and majestically lifted itself toward the sky. The entire car groaned a long hydraulic yawn as the nitrogen spheres took the weight. We rose 4, 6, 8 inches until the Jaguar was sitting perfectly level, hovering above the pavement with an eerie, preternatural stillness. "Good heavens," I whispered, my gyroscope spinning in a state of bewildered delight. "The car is breathing." "Go ahead, Sam," Annie said, a triumphant, brilliant spark in her eyes. Push against the dashboard. I reached out a brass finger and pressed down. The car didn't bounce. It yielded. It absorbed the pressure with a slow, sighing grace and then returned to its position with the effortless dignity of a cloud. "We have done it," I noted, my voice echoing with a slight metallic vibrato. "We have created a vehicle that defies the very notion of a road. We are no longer traveling on the earth. We are merely in a polite negotiation with it." As we pulled out of the junkyard and onto the streets of Lyon, the transformation was absolute. The cobbles that had previously threatened to disintegrate my internal escapements were now nothing more than a distant, muted texture. We glided over the uneven stones as if we were sailing on a calm sea. The sinner no longer rattled, it sighed. It no longer jolted, it swayed. "It is a hydropneumatic dream, indeed," I said, leaning back into the leather seat, which now felt as though it were stuffed with the feathers of 1,000 angels. But I must maintain my skepticism, Annie. A carriage that possesses a pulse and a respiratory system is a machine that can suffer from anxiety. What happens if the Jaguar develops a case of the vapors? What happens if it decides it no longer wishes to breathe? "Then I'll fix it," the young lady replied, her hands light on the steering wheel as she guided our levitating monster toward the south. "But for now, Sam, just enjoy the ride. We're heading for the coast." "The coast?" I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a rhythm that matched the car's own hydraulic breathing. "To Monte Carlo, I presume? A place where the wealth is as thick as the sauce in this city, and where a car that levitates is likely to be viewed as a modest entry-level requirement." "We'll see," she said. As we left Lyon behind, the 12-cylinder Sinner surged toward the southern arc. We were a green and yellow streaked specter of British power and French grace, a machine that had died in a barn, drowned in a bog, shattered on a cobble, and been reborn with the lungs of a goddess. I sat in silence, watching the French countryside blur past with a smoothness that felt like a betrayal of my own reluctant nature. I was still a 19th century soul. I was still a man who preferred the parlor. But as we levitated toward the sun-drenched horizons of the Mediterranean, I found that even a cardiovascular liability has its charms, provided the brilliant young lady at the wheel knows exactly how to keep the heart beating. The road was open, and for the first time in our journey, it felt like it was made of silk. Chapter 16. The Monte Carlo Snub. Monaco is a gilded crumb of a country, a vertical rock, where the wealthy of the world congregate to pretend that they are not subject to the same laws of gravity or mortality as the rest of us. It is a place so compressed by its own importance that you cannot have a secret without the neighbor's poodle knowing exactly what you are thinking. In my first life, I found that the Mississippi had a way of humbling a man. The sheer, indifferent scale of the river made human vanity look like a very small hat on a very large head. But here, on the shores of the Mediterranean, vanity has been elevated to a civic religion. Everything is polished to a blinding sheen, the yachts, the marble, the people, to the point where a single honest speck of dust is viewed as a revolutionary act. We descended upon this shimmering fortress of excess in the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that was currently a mechanical manifesto of international defiance. Thanks to Annie's French upgrade in Lyon, we were no longer merely driving, we were levitating. The Jaguar sat level and proud on its new hydropneumatic lungs, sighing with a rhythmic, nitrogen-filled grace that made the road feel like a memory. However, while the sinner now possessed the carriage of a goddess, it still retained the complexion of a chimney sweep. The racing green paint was a tapestry of European geography, stained with the yellow ghosts of Parisian eggs and the black soot of 1,000 miles of turbocharged labor. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice clicking with a dry rhythmic resonance as we wound our way down the hairpin turns toward the harbor, "I must observe that our arrival in Monaco is akin to a coal barge attempting to dock at a regatta of swans. I am a gentleman of the parlor, a creature whose internal processes crave the dignified anonymity of a library. I find that being the most conspicuous object in a country the size of a municipal park is a sensation that makes my brass casing feel uncomfortably warm. We are not merely out of place. We are a topographical error." The young lady at the wheel did not seem to share my existential dread. Annie sat with a look of serene technical triumph, her hands light on the steering wheel as she felt the subtle hydraulic breathing of the car. Her brilliance, that shimmering industrial genius that allows her to see music in a manifold, was focused entirely on the sinner's new equilibrium. "They've never seen anything like her, Sam," she chirped, her eyes reflecting the azure sparkle of the sea. "She's got the heart of a British racer, the lungs of a Swedish storm, and the legs of a French queen. She's a masterpiece of the impossible." "She is a masterpiece of the improbable, Annie," I countered, my optical sensors zooming in on a Ferrari that looked like it had been carved from a single unblemished ruby. "And I suspect the local gentry prefer their masterpieces to come with a warranty and a lack of visible rust. I have observed that in this town a man is judged not by the content of his character, but by the diameter of his exhaust pipes and the whiteness of his trousers." We pulled into the Place du Casino, the very epicenter of Monegasque vanity. It was a square lined with hotels that looked like wedding cakes and populated by cars that cost more than several Midwestern counties. The air was thick with the scent of sea salt, expensive cigars, and the mounting sibilant whistle of our Swedish turbos, which seemed to be enjoying the echo of the marble facades. Annie, with a boldness that I can only describe as mechanically induced hubris, steered the sinner toward the grand entrance of a hotel so opulent that the doormen were dressed like third-world generals. She brought the car to a halt on the plush crimson surface of the red carpet that led from the curb to the revolving doors. The sinner gave a long hydraulic sigh, settling onto its haunches with the dignified exhaustion of a marathon runner. A valet stepped forward. He was a young man of such exquisite grooming that I suspected he was polished daily with a chamois cloth. He wore white gloves and an expression of such profound institutionalized snobbery that it made the Parisian egg-throwers look like a welcoming committee. He stopped 3 feet from the Jaguar, his nose wrinkling as if he had just encountered a very old fish in a very small room. "Monsieur, mademoiselle," he began, his voice a masterpiece of condescending silk, "I am afraid that this apparatus, it is not possible." "What do you mean, not possible?" Annie asked, her brow furrowing in that brilliant, focused way she has. "We're guests. We'd like the car parked." The valet looked at the sinner. He looked at the rusted chains still visible behind the front wheels, the soot-blackened exhaust tips, and the general aura of mechanical sin that radiated from our green and yellow-streaked flanks. He looked at me, a Victorian automaton in a tarnished brass casing, and his lip curled into a sneer that was likely practiced in front of a mirror. "This is the Hotel de Paris, mademoiselle," he said, flicking an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve. "We park motor cars. We do not park agricultural experiments. If you wish to dispose of your rubbish, there is a harbor for the fishing boats 2 kilometers to the south." I felt a sudden, jagged surge of indignation in my central capacitor. I am a reluctant traveler, a man of the parlor and a skeptic of the highest order, but I do not take kindly to a man in a braided coat insulting the work of a young lady whose brilliance is the only thing currently keeping the world from spinning off its axis. "My dear fellow," I said, my voice dropping into its most resonant, authoritative baritone, "I have observed that your coat has more gold braid than a pirate's chest, yet it appears to have been tailored for a man with a significantly larger soul. This apparatus, as you so ignorantly call it, has traversed the bogs of Ireland, the peaks of Norway, and the snobbery of Paris. It possesses a V12 heart that would make your little Italian toys weep with envy, and a suspension system that allows it to levitate over the very ground you walk upon." The valet blinked, startled by the fact that the agricultural experiment was speaking to him in the cadences of a 19th-century humorist. It is still an eyesore," he stammered. "Move it at once, or I shall be forced to call the gendarmerie." Annie looked at me, a flicker of hurt in her eyes that was quickly replaced by a spark of something much more dangerous, mechanical retribution. She looked at the valet, then at the pristine, unblemished red carpet beneath our tires. "Fine," she said, her voice quiet and sharp as a needle. "We'll move, but don't say the sinner didn't leave you a gift." She reached under the dashboard and flicked a small brass lever, a manual purge valve she had installed for the new hydropneumatic system to clear air bubbles from the lines. It was a valve that, when opened abruptly, would vent a mixture of high-pressure nitrogen and several liters of bright neon green French hydraulic fluid. "Sam," she whispered, "give them a calling card." I didn't need to be told twice. I reached out a brass finger and tapped the scavenge pump on the V12's oil gallery, a modification designed to clear the turbos after a high-speed run. The result was a theatrical evacuation of the car's internal humors. With a sound like a giant clearing its throat, a wet, pressurized hiss splat, the sinner purged its soul. A geyser of brilliant lime-green LHM fluid erupted from the front suspension, mingling instantly with a thick, jet-black torrent of used British Fast 12 oil from the turbo scavenge. The two liquids met on the pristine red carpet of the Hotel de Paris, forming a swirling psychedelic Rorschach test of mechanical defiance. The valet jumped back, his white glove stained with a spray of green mist. The doorman gasped. A group of socialites, draped in pearls and boredom, let out a collective shriek as the oily tide began to spread toward their expensive silk slippers. "A permanent oil stain," I observed, as Annie slammed the Jaguar into gear and the V12 roared with a defiant turbocharged scream. It is the only language that a man who values a carpet over a machine can truly understand. It is a mark of character, my dear valet. Consider it a contribution to the local art scene. We surged out of the Place du Casino, the sinner levitating over the curbs as if they weren't there. The whistle of the turbos was a triumphant howl that echoed through the narrow streets of Monaco, drowning out the indignant shouting behind us. That was probably a bit much, Annie said, though she was laughing, a bright, clear sound that filled the cabin and chased away the last of the Monegasque chill. "Nonsense, Annie," I replied, adjusting my cravat as I watched the gilded rock disappear in the rearview mirror. A man who treats a brilliant young lady and a noble machine with such disdain deserves to spend the rest of his shift with a scrub brush and a bottle of turpentine. We have left a mark on Monaco that no amount of gold braid can erase. We are the sinner, and we have just left our first confession on the grandest stage of them all. As we crossed the border back into France, heading toward the high, thin air of Andorra, I felt a rare sense of satisfaction in my gears. We were still dirty, we were still lopsided, and we were now several liters low on hydraulic fluid. But we had survived the Monte Carlo snub, and the road ahead, hot, dusty, and dangerous, was exactly where we belonged. "Next stop, the Pyrenees," Annie said, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "The Pyrenees," I sighed, "a place where the mountains are as rugged as our paintwork, and where, I hope, the only red carpets are made of dirt. Lead on, Annie, lead on." The Jaguar howled into the night, a green streak of defiance heading toward the duty-free peak, and a new kind of mechanical miracle. Chapter 17. The Duty-Free Peak. There exists in the jagged, sky-piercing wrinkles of the Pyrenees a most peculiar sovereign entity known as Andorra. It is a nation that appears to have been founded by a band of mountain goats who possessed a remarkably sophisticated understanding of tax loopholes. To the casual observer, it is a majestic alpine retreat. To a gentleman of my particular clockwork constitution, it is a vertical flea market perched upon a precipice. It is a duty-free peak, a place where the air is thin, the slopes are steep, and the primary local industry seems to be the selling of cheap tobacco and expensive watches to people who have traveled 300 miles to save 4 cents on a liter of gin. We had ascended into this high-altitude shopping center in the 12-cylinder Sinner, our green and yellow-streaked Leviathan, now breathing with the rhythmic, hydraulic sighs of its French-donated lungs. After the oily defiance of Monte Carlo, the Sinner seemed to have developed a taste for the dramatic. It no longer merely occupied space. It demanded it. However, as the road began to tilt toward the heavens with an enthusiasm that I found personally offensive, the British heart of our machine began to murmur. British engineering, as I have frequent occasion to observe, is much like a Victorian romance. It is full of grand gestures and noble intentions, but it is prone to fainting spells the moment the temperature rises or the circumstances become slightly inconvenient. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice rattling with the frantic vibration of the transmission tunnel, "I must once again draw your attention to the fact that we are currently navigating a landscape that was clearly designed for creatures with wings, not for a 2-ton grand tourer with a checkered past. My internal sensors are recording a temperature in the engine bay that is roughly equivalent to the interior of a smelting furnace. I am a man of the parlor, a creature whose soul, if you'll forgive the technicality, craves the stationary dignity of a library. I do not wish to be the first automaton to achieve a state of molten slag on a Spanish-adjacent goat track. The young lady at the wheel did not even blink. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the steering wheel as she coaxed the Jaguar up the incline. Her face was flushed with the thin, cold air of the peaks, and her eyes were fixed on the horizon as if she could see the very curvature of the earth. "She's just working hard, Sam," Annie chirped, though her voice lacked its usual melodic certainty. "The air is thin, and the fuel is vaporizing before it even hits the injectors. It's a classic case of vapor lock." Vapor lock is a remarkably poetic term, for we are about to become a stationary ornament on a mountainside, I replied, my optical sensors zooming in on a sheer drop to our left that made my gyroscopes hum in a state of existential panic. I have observed that whenever a machine locks, it is usually a prelude to the humans involved walking, and I, as you are well aware, am not designed for the pedestrian life. My brass feet are meant for the carpeted halls of civilization, not for a 10-mile descent into a Spanish valley. As if to punctuate my skepticism, the V-12 gave a final wet cough, a sound like a giant swallowing a spoonful of gravel, and died. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the rhythmic tick-tick-tick of the cooling metal and the distant mocking whistle of the mountain wind. We were stuck. We were perched on a hairpin turn in the heart of Andorra, surrounded by duty-free electronics and a profound lack of forward momentum. "Well," I said, my cooling fans whirring at a frantic pace, "here we are, the duty-free peak. We have reached the summit of our ambitions and found it to be remarkably lacking in oxygen and mechanical reliability. I suppose we should begin the process of composing our final wills, though I suspect the local goats will have little use for a collection of 19th century essays or a slightly used brass chassis." Annie didn't answer. She was already out of the car, the hood up before I could even adjust my cravat. I watched through the windshield as she dove into the engine bay, her silhouette a blur of motion against the towering peaks. She emerged a moment later, her face grim. "The fuel pump's gone, Sam," she said, leaning against the fender. "The British Prince of Darkness has struck again. The internal diaphragm has perished in the heat." "A tragic, if entirely predictable outcome," I noted, hauling my brass frame out of the passenger seat. I stood on the gravel, my joints clicking in the thin air. "I suppose we shall have to wait for a passing mule train to tow us to the nearest watch shop. Or perhaps we could trade my primary capacitor for a functional pump." "I don't need a mule, Sam," the young lady said, her eyes suddenly alight with that brilliant, mischievous spark that I have come to realize is more powerful than any 12-cylinder engine. "I have a crate of miscellaneous miracles in the trunk." She walked to the rear of the car and began rummaging through the collection of mechanical flotsam we had acquired across Europe. She tossed aside a Swedish radiator hose, a Belgian chain, and a box of French hydraulic spheres. Finally, she emerged with a device that I can only describe as a domestic tragedy. It was a vacuum cleaner motor, a small cylindrical object of plastic and copper scavenged from a roadside rubbish heap in the outskirts of Toulouse. It looked like something a housewife would use to tidy a rug, not something a mechanic would use to save a sinner. "Annie," I said, my voice echoing with a profound metallic skepticism, "I have witnessed many of your miracles. I have seen you turn a tractor battery into a heart and a tire iron into a leg. But you cannot possibly propose to power a Jaguar Vive 12 with a device intended for the removal of biscuit crumbs. It is a categorical error. It is like trying to write a novel with a toothpick. It's a high-vacuum centrifugal pump, Sam, she corrected, her mind already calculating the wiring and the flow rates. If I reverse the polarity and bypass the dust bag, it'll create enough suction to pull the fuel from the tank and push it into the carburetors. It's just physics. It is just physics in the same way that a hurricane is just wind, I muttered. For the next hour, I was once again the world's most sophisticated lampstand. I held the light, a steady, unwavering beam from my optical sensor, while Annie performed a feat of mechanical blasphemy. She spliced the vacuum motor into the Jaguar's fuel lines using a length of garden hose and several feet of duct tape. She wired the device directly to my own primary battery terminal, a sensation that I found to be both invasive and surprisingly tingly. "Ready, Sam?" she asked, her hand on the improvised switch. "I am as ready as a man about to be used as a grounding wire for a household appliance," I replied. She flicked the switch. A high-pitched manic whine erupted from the engine bay, a sound that was entirely out of place in the majestic silence of the Pyrenees. It was the sound of a 1950s kitchen attempting to conquer a mountain. I felt the surge of electricity through my brass arms, a rhythmic, vibrating pulse as the vacuum motor began its work. "Try the ignition!" Annie shouted. I reached into the cabin and turned the key. The V-12 cranked, groaned, and then, with a roar of pure, unadulterated astonishment, it erupted into life. The engine didn't just run, it screamed. The sound of the 12 cylinders was now accompanied by the frantic, high-pitched whoo of the vacuum motor, creating a mechanical duet that I suspect has never been heard before in the history of the world. "We've done it!" Annie cried, her face radiant with a brilliance that made the sun look dim. "The Sinner's running on a Hoover!" "It is a sinner indeed," I agreed, climbing back into the passenger seat. "It is a car that has committed the sin of being powered by a domestic servant. We are traversing the most rugged terrain in Europe using a device meant for the cleaning of upholstery. I find that my respect for the dignity of the motor car has been permanently damaged. But my respect for your madness, Annie, has reached a new peak." We pulled back onto the road, the Sinner surging forward with a frantic, vacuum-powered energy. We crested the final ridge of Andorra, the duty-free peak falling away behind us as the vast, sun-drenched plains of Spain opened up before our prow. I sat back, the high-pitched whine of the motor vibrating in my very gears, and realized that we were no longer just travelers. We were a traveling circus of mechanical impossibility. We were a 19th century ghost, a brilliant young lady, and a car that breathed like a frog and sucked fuel like a vacuum. "Spain," Annie whispered, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "Spain," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a rhythm that matched the woo-oo of our new pump. A land of heat, dust, and, I hope, a distinct lack of vacuum cleaners. Lead on, Annie, lead on. I suspect we are about to discover exactly how long a British engine can survive a Spanish oven. The Jaguar howled and whined into the afternoon, a green streak of defiance heading toward the sizzling plain, and a destiny that was becoming increasingly loud. Chapter 18. The Sizzling Plain. If there is a particular corner of hell reserved for those who have spent their lives in pursuit of mechanical hubris, I suspect it looks a great deal like the central plains of Spain in the height of midsummer. It is a land where the sun does not merely shine, it prosecutes. It is a relentless overhead grand jury that has found the entire world guilty of existing and has sentenced it to be baked until the very rocks contemplate a change of state. In my first life, I often remarked that the heat of a Missouri summer was enough to make a man wish he could take off his flesh and sit in his bones. However, I had not yet experienced the specific metallic agony of being a brass-cased automaton trapped inside a British grand tourer that is attempting to convert gasoline into pure, unadulterated, volcanic activity. I am, as I must occasionally remind the heavens when the indignity becomes too great, Samuel Clemens, or at least the clockwork approximation of his soul, housed in a chassis of Victorian brass and motivated by a series of pneumatic valves and logic gates that were never intended to function in a climate that would melt a wax statue at 50 paces. I am a gentleman of the parlor, a creature meant for the temperate climes of a well-ventilated library where the only thing sizzling is the wit in a particularly sharp essay. Instead, I find myself bolted into the passenger seat of the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that has become, for all intents and purposes, a high-speed, green-painted crematorium. The young lady at my side, Annie, is possessed of a brilliance that I have come to realize is both my salvation and my primary source of peril. Her mind is a magnificent engine of its own, a tapestry of torque, tension, and thermodynamic laws that allows her to look at a steaming heap of British racing green scrap and see a chariot of the gods. To any, this scorching wasteland is merely a thermal variable to be managed. To me, it is a personal affront. She sits behind the wheel, her hands gloved to protect her skin from the scorching leather, her brow glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration that she ignores with the stoicism of a desert saint. "Isn't the light magnificent, Sam?" she asked, her voice sounding remarkably clear despite the dry, dusty air that was currently parching my internal bellows. "You can see the heat rising off the road in waves. It's like the horizon is melting." "The horizon is not the only thing melting, Annie," I replied, my voice modulating with a distressing metallic rasp. I could feel my internal cooling fans whirring at a frequency that suggested they were on the verge of achieving liftoff. I have observed that my primary brass casing has expanded by approximately 3/16 of an inch since we crossed the border. My gears are clicking with a sluggish, heat-drunk rhythm, and I fear that if the temperature rises another degree, I shall achieve a state of permanent thermal fusion. I am currently a slow-cooked automaton in a British-made oven, and I find that I am remarkably lacking in the seasoning required for a respectable roast. The Sinner was in a state of profound distress. The V12, an engine designed for the cool, damp glens of Scotland or the polite, drizzly avenues of London, was utterly ill-equipped for the sizzling plain. 12 cylinders, 60 degrees of offset, and 2 Swedish turbochargers were currently engaged in a conspiracy to generate enough heat to power a medium-sized steamship. The hood of the car was vibrating with the sheer intensity of the thermal convection, and the smell of hot oil, scorching rubber, and the faint ozone-heavy scent of my own protesting circuits filled the cabin. Furthermore, we were still accompanied by the frantic, high-pitched woo of the vacuum cleaner motor fuel pump we had grafted onto the system in Andorra. It was a sound that had been amusing in the cool mountain air, but here, in the shimmering heat of Spain, it sounded like the hysterical scream of a domestic appliance that had realized it was never going home to its rug. "The vacuum pump is holding, Sam," Annie shouted over the mechanical cacophony. "The fuel isn't vaporizing because the suction is too high. It's a miracle of improvised engineering." "It is a miracle of auditory torture," I countered. I adjusted my optical sensors, trying to find a focal point through the shimmering haze of the road. I find that I am remarkably jealous of that vacuum motor. At least it has a singular purpose: to suck. I, meanwhile, am forced to sit here and contemplate the various ways in which my lubricants are currently turning into a thick black sludge. Annie, I must insist that we seek shade. I have seen mirages on the horizon that look suspiciously like well-appointed parlors, and I fear my logic gates are beginning to prioritize fantasy over reality. The landscape of central Spain, the Meseta, is a vast, tawny expanse of wheat fields and dust that stretches to the edge of forever. There are no trees here to offer a reprieve, only the occasional lonely windmill or a cluster of sun-bleached stones that might once have been a village. The road is a straight, unwavering line that cuts through the heat like a hot wire through butter. Suddenly, a new sound joined the chorus of our mechanical misery, a sharp, metallic ping from the depths of the engine bay, followed by a hissing groan that I recognized with a sense of mounting dread. "That," I observed, "is the sound of a British radiator, deciding that it has done enough for the Empire." A plume of white steam erupted from the edges of the hood, instantly obscuring our view of the melting horizon. Annie didn't panic. She shifted into neutral and guided the sinner toward the dusty shoulder of the road with a precision that I find increasingly supernatural. As the car came to a shuddering halt, the engine gave one final gasping breath and died. The silence that rushed in was heavy, hot, and smelled of antifreeze. "Out, Sam! Carefully!" Annie commanded. I hauled my brass frame out of the passenger seat, my feet clanking onto the parched earth. The ground was so hot I could feel the heat radiating through my brass soles. I stood back as Annie popped the hood, shielding my lenses from the blast of steam that billowed out. The 12-cylinder Sinner was a magnificent steaming ruin. The green paint on the valve covers was blistering, and the Swedish turbos glowed with a dull cherry-red heat that made my sensors scream. "It's just a burst hose," Annie said, her voice muffled by the steam. She was already reaching into the trunk for her toolkit. "I can bypass the heater core and patch the line with some of that reinforced tape we got in Lyon." I looked at the young lady, smudged with grease, her face flushed red, standing in the middle of a desert wasteland with a wrench in her hand, and I felt that familiar, begrudging spark of admiration. I am a creature of the armchair, a man who believes that exertion is something that should happen to other people. But as I watched her work, her brilliance shining through the heat and the grime, I realized that I was in the company of the only person in the world who could make a sinner run in hell. "I shall provide the shade," I said, positioning my brass torso so that my shadow fell across the engine bay and the young lady. It was a small gesture, a few square feet of brass-filtered relief, but it was the only thing I had to offer. "Thanks, Sam," she whispered, her fingers moving with a speed that defied the temperature of the metal. For an hour, we stood there in the center of the sizzling plain. I recorded the slow passage of the sun, the rhythmic tink-tink of the cooling engine, and the unwavering focus of the brilliant young lady at my feet. I thought of the Atlantic edge that lay ahead, and the center of Europe that called us back. I thought of my quiet library, but then I looked down at the center, and I realized that a story without a struggle is merely a list of facts. And I have never been a man for facts when a good, hot lie would do. "Try it now," Annie said, standing up and wiping her brow with a blackened rag. I reached in and turned the key. The V12 cranked, groaned, and then with a roar of pure defiant heat, it erupted back into life. The vacuum pump began its woo, and the hydropneumatic suspension sighed as it lifted the car back to its level, levitating height. "Onward?" she asked, a brilliant, sweat-streaked grin on her face. "Onward," I sighed, climbing back into my oven, "to Portugal and the end of the world, and may the Atlantic breeze be as cold as a publisher's heart." The Jaguar howled as it surged back onto the road, a green streak of fire in a land of dust, heading toward the edge of the sea. Chapter 19. The Atlantic Edge. If Spain is a furnace designed to test the moral fiber of a machine, then the arrival at the Portuguese frontier is the cooling draft of a cellar door opened on a sweltering July afternoon. The air changes with a suddenness that suggests the atmosphere itself has finally grown weary of the sun's relentless litigation and has decided to take a long, salt-crusted nap. One moment, you are inhaling the parched dust of the meseta, which has a flavor remarkably similar to pulverized history. The next, you are greeted by the Atlantic breeze, a wet, bracing slap to the face that carries the scent of sardines, wet stone, and the profound, echoing loneliness of 3,000 miles of open water. We had rumbled across the border in the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that was now less of a motor car and more of a rolling museum of international salvage. Thanks to the sizzling plane, our British racing green paint had taken on a scorched, matte texture that made it look as though it had been recovered from a house fire. The vacuum cleaner motor fuel pump was still providing its high-pitched domestic a sound that had become the permanent soundtrack to our mechanical survival, and the hydropneumatic suspension from Lion continued to sigh with the rhythmic regularity of a sleeping giant. We were a green and yellow-streaked specter of defiance, a Franken jag that had cheated death in a dozen dialects. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints giving off a series of relieved pings as the metal finally began to contract in the cooler air. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a creature of the parlor, a man of letters whose internal escapements were designed for the predictable climate of a well-ordered library. I have done enough traveling in 2 lifetimes to satisfy a dozen nomadic tribes, and yet here I was, perched upon the very edge of the continent, watching the young lady at the wheel navigate the narrow, tiled streets of Sintra with the focused intensity of a diamond cutter. "Do you smell that, Sam?" Annie asked, her hands relaxing slightly on the steering wheel. The V12 was purring now, the cooler air giving the 12 cylinders a new sense of aristocratic poise. "I smell salt, Annie," I replied, my voice modulating with a smoother, less rattled tone. I smell the ocean, which is a substance I have spent a considerable portion of my existence attempting to avoid or, failing that, to traverse with the absolute minimum of personal discomfort. I also smell the distinct scent of enough. We have reached the literal end of the map. Beyond that horizon lies nothing but water, and the eventual inevitable discovery of a continent that I have already spent quite enough time in. "We're at Cabo de Roca," she whispered, her eyes bright with that terrifying, brilliant light. "The westernmost point of Europe, where the land ends and the sea begins." A lovely sentiment for a postcard, I noted. But for a gentleman of my age and mechanical fragility, it is a reminder that there is nowhere left to go but backward or down. And as I have a profound distaste for the latter, I suggest we find a comfortable chair and a dry room and consider this odyssey concluded. We pulled the Jaguar to a halt at the edge of the cliffs. The ground here is a jagged, wind-scoured precipice of granite that drops 500 feet into the churning white foam of the Atlantic. The lighthouse stood as a lonely, whitewashed sentinel against a sky that was turning a deep, bruised purple in the fading light. Annie hopped out of the car, her boots crunching on the stone. I followed with a series of deliberate hydraulic-assisted movements, my brass feet clanking with a hollow sound that seemed to be swallowed instantly by the roar of the surf below. I stood beside the sinner, my optical sensors zooming in on the horizon where the sun was beginning to dip into the water, casting a long golden road across the waves. "I have observed," I said, leaning my brass arm against the fender, "that the Atlantic has a way of making a man's ambitions look like a very small collection of pebbles. In my first life, I looked at the Mississippi and saw a highway. I look at this, and I see a wall. It is a vast, indifferent blue void that doesn't care for our turbos, our vacuum pumps, or our 12-cylinder sins. It is a full stop at the end of a very long sentence." I looked west. Somewhere beyond that shimmering line lay the Americas, the land of my birth, the source of my stories, and the place where a parlor with a fireplace and a comfortable chair was not a fantasy but a matter of public record. I felt a strange, sympathetic vibration in my central capacitor, a phantom limb of nostalgia for a home I had left behind in the 19th century and had failed to find in the 20th. "It's just over there, isn't it?" Annie asked, standing beside me, her silhouette framed by the spray of the ocean. "It is," I said, "and if we were to continue in that direction, we should eventually find ourselves in a place where the people speak a language I understand, and where efficiency is not a secular religion, but a moderate suggestion. I find that I am remarkably tired of being a sinner, Annie. I would like to be a sojourner in a dry room with a glass of scotch and a book that doesn't involve torque specifications." For a moment there was a silence between us, broken only by the rhythmic whoo of the cooling vacuum motor and the crashing of the waves. I truly believed in that golden twilight that she might agree. I believed we might find a freighter, lash the Jaguar to the deck one last time, and head toward the sunset. But then the young lady turned away from the sea. She looked back at the sinner, her eyes scanning the scarred, scorched flanks of the car with that brilliant, analytical focus. She didn't see a wreck. She saw a work in progress. She didn't see the end of the road. She saw the midpoint of a trajectory. "No, Sam," she said, her voice quiet but ringing with a certainty that made my gears ache. We aren't going west. And why, pray tell, are we not seeking the comforts of the familiar? I asked, my voice clicking with a dry, metallic protest. We have reached the edge. We have conquered the bogs, the mountains, the heat, and the snobs. What more does the world require of us? The Nürburgring, she replied. She walked to the front of the car and placed a hand on the hood, right above the V12 badge. The world is about to change, Sam. I can feel it. The air in Europe is thick with something new. If we go back now, we're just two people in a broken car. But if we go east, if we take this sinner back to the heart of it all and prove what she can do, then we're part of the story. I have been part of enough stories to fill a library, Annie, I cried, my cooling fans whirring in alarm. I do not wish to be a character in a German tragedy involving a green hell and a wall of glass. I am a gentleman of the parlor. I crave stability. I crave a floor that does not attempt to achieve verticality. The road is open, Sam, the young lady said, repeating the words she had used since the Midlands barn. She looked at me, her face smudged with the grime of 3,000 miles, her hair windswept and wild, and her eyes alight with a brilliance that I realized was the only true compass I had. You said it yourself. A story without a struggle is just a list. Do you really want to end the book here, at the edge of a cliff? I looked at her. I looked at the 12-cylinder sinner, which seemed to be staring back at me with its tarnished headlights, waiting for a decision. I looked west one last time, at the fading light of my old home, and then I looked east, toward the dark rising shadows of the continent. I am a fool, I sighed, the bellows in my chest wheezing a long Atlantic-scented breath. I am a clockwork idiot who has allowed himself to be led across a hemisphere by a young lady who views a catastrophic mechanical failure as a minor plot point. I should be in a parlor. I should be in a library. I should be anywhere but here. I climbed back into the passenger seat, my brass joints settling into the leather with a weary, rhythmic clunk. But I suppose, I continued, that a man who has already died once should not be overly concerned with the preservation of his warranty. If we are to head back into the fire, Annie, let us do so with some style. Turn this mechanical catastrophe around, point that aristocratic nose toward the east. Annie grinned, a bright, triumphant, and utterly brilliant smile that made the lighthouse look like a guttering candle. She slammed the Jaguar into gear, and the V12 roared with a new predatory energy. The Swedish turbos whistled, the French suspension sighed, and the Spanish-patched radiator held its breath. We didn't look back at the Atlantic. We pointed the sinner toward the heart of Europe, toward the primate parliament of Gibraltar, the ancient ruins of Greece, and the final beckoning madness of the Nürburgring. "The road is open, Sam!" she shouted over the roar. "The road is an exercise in escalating insanity," I muttered, adjusting my cravat as the headlights cut through the Portuguese night. "But lead on, Annie, lead on. If we are to be the unofficial kings of the ring, I suppose we must first survive the return trip." The Jaguar howled as it surged away from the edge of the world, a green streak of fire heading back into the fray, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady toward a destiny that was waiting in the east. Chapter 20. The Primate Parliament. To a gentleman of my particular clockwork constitution, the approach to Gibraltar is a lesson in the sheer, unadulterated persistence of the British Empire. It is as if the British, having surveyed the vast sun-bleached expanse of the Iberian Peninsula, decided that they required a singular, vertical exclamation point to finalize their argument with the Mediterranean. The rock is a limestone tooth, 3 miles long and 1,400 feet high, jutting out of the sea with the defiant air of a man who has forgotten he is no longer in London and is determined to wait for a bus that will never arrive. We had rattled our way down from the Portuguese coast, the 12-cylinder center performing a mechanical symphony that was increasingly becoming a source of international concern. The V12 was humming with a rhythmic, turbocharged sibilance, while the vacuum cleaner motor fuel pump provided a high-pitched whee that sounded like a ghostly kitchen appliance was attempting to haunt the Spanish countryside. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating in a state of weary resignation. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a reluctant traveler, a man of letters whose internal escapements were designed for the stationary dignity of a parlor, not for a 3,000-mile tour of Europe's most jagged edges. "Look at it, Sam!" Annie cried, her eyes reflecting the pale, shimmering light of the Alboran Sea. "It's a natural fortress, a geological miracle." "It is a very large stone, Annie," I replied, my voice modulating with a dry, metallic rattle. "I have observed that whenever humanity encounters a very large stone, they immediately feel an irresistible urge to put a flag on top of it and start charging people for the privilege of standing in its shadow. I find that my respect for the rock is tempered by the fact that we must cross a literal airport runway just to reach the customs office. It is a geographical absurdity that I find entirely unsuitable for a gentleman of my vintage. We crossed the border, a strip of asphalt where airplanes and motor cars engage in a polite game of who has the right of way, and entered the town. It was a bizarre, sun-drenched hallucination of the United Kingdom. Red telephone boxes stood like lonely sentinels against a backdrop of palm trees, and the scent of salt air was mingled with the unmistakable heavy aroma of deep-fried cod. "I feel almost at home," I mused, adjusting my cravat as we crawled through the narrow, bustling streets. "It is a piece of the Midlands that has been misplaced in the Mediterranean. I half expect to see a man in a bowler hat complaining about the lack of rain." The young lady at the wheel did not share my cultural observations. Annie's mind, that brilliant, shimmering engine of industrial genius, was focused entirely on the sinner's new equilibrium. The hydropneumatic suspension from Lion was performing a masterpiece of stabilization, allowing the Jaguar to glide over the ancient, uneven stone roads as if we were sailing on a calm sea. "We need to climb the rock, Sam," she said, shifting into a lower gear. "I want to see the view from the top. I want to see if we can spot Africa." "I have already seen Africa from a map, Annie, and I found the experience to be remarkably dry," I countered. "I find that my gyroscopes have a profound distaste for heights, particularly when those heights are accompanied by a road that appears to have been designed by a mountain goat with a leaning toward the theatrical. But, as is the case with all my protests, it was ignored in favor of progress. We began the ascent, the V12 growling with a deep, guttural resonance that echoed off the limestone cliffs. The road was a series of white-knuckle hairpins, clinging to the side of the rock with a tenacity that I found genuinely alarming. As we climbed higher, the town below shrank into a collection of toy buildings, and the sea opened up into a vast, shimmering blue void. It was near the summit, at a place the locals call Ape's Den, that we encountered the local legislature. They were the Barbary macaques, a tribe of tailless, golden-furred primates who possess the collective confidence of a ruling class and the moral compass of a riverboat gambler. They sat upon the stone walls and the branches of the scrubby trees, watching our approach with a weary, cynical intelligence that made me feel remarkably self-conscious of my brass casing. "They're the only wild monkeys in Europe," Annie whispered, bringing the Jaguar to a rhythmic, hydraulic halt. "They look less like wild monkeys and more like a collection of disenfranchised aristocrats," I observed. "Note the way that one is grooming his neighbor. It is the exact same expression of bored entitlement I have seen in the best clubs of London." I decided that the moment required a touch of civilized repose. I reached into my internal storage compartment, a space originally intended for spare gear oil, but which I had converted into a humidor for my simulated cigars. I produced a fine, sulfur-filled cylinder, activated the internal heating element, and began to emit a slow, rhythmic curl of white, chemically produced tobacco smoke. A man, or a machine, needs a moment of quiet contemplation when faced with such a vista, I said, leaning my brass elbow out of the window. I was mid-sentence, preparing a particularly sharp observation regarding the strategic importance of the strait, when the primate parliament went into session. One of the larger macaques, a veteran of the rock with a notched ear and an expression of profound, unearned authority, leapt from a nearby ledge. He didn't land on the car. He landed on my arm. With a speed that defied the laws of physics and the dignity of my optical sensors, he reached out a small, leathery hand, snatched the cigar from my brass fingers, and performed a backward somersault onto the stone wall. I sat in a state of stunned, mechanical silence. My optical lenses zoomed in and out frantically, trying to process the theft. The macaque sat on the wall, the cigar clenched in his teeth. He didn't light it, of course. He simply looked at me, gave a slow, deliberate blink, and then began to methodically take the cigar apart to see if there was anything inside worth eating. "Well," I said, my voice sounding somewhat hollowed out by the indignity, "I have spent a lifetime observing the various methods by which the British Empire has acquired its territories. I have seen the treaties, the battles, and the polite legislative pillaging of half the globe." I looked at the monkey, who had now discarded the ruins of my cigar and was currently attempting to steal a tourist's camera 3 yards away. "Annie," I said, adjusting my cravat with a shaking brass hand, "I have just witnessed the first honest theft I've seen in a British territory. At least this creature didn't feel the need to provide me with a legal document or a lecture on the virtues of civilization before he took my property. He simply wanted what I had, and he took it. It is a refreshing change of pace." Annie was laughing, a bright, defiant sound that echoed off the limestone and seemed to delight the monkeys. "He liked your style, Sam. He thought you were a high-value target." "I am a gentleman of the parlor, Annie. I am not a target for a prehistoric pickpocket," I cried, my cooling fans whirring in alarm. "I must insist that we leave this den of thieves immediately. I find that my respect for the rock has been entirely extinguished, much like my cigar." The young lady shifted the car back into gear, the sinner sighing with its French lungs as we began the descent. "But look at the view, Sam. You can see the Atlas Mountains. You can see 2 continents at once." "I see a place where I was robbed by a creature that doesn't even wear trousers," I muttered, though I was forced to admit that the sight was magnificent. The sun was beginning to dip toward the Atlantic, casting a long golden road across the water that linked the ancient world to the new. "We're heading for the Mediterranean now," Annie said, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "To Malta, Greece, and Italy. The ancient world is waiting, Sam." "I hope the ancient world has a better sense of property rights than the current one," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, weary rhythm. "But lead on, Annie, lead on. If I must be a sinner in the shadow of the Parthenon, I suppose I can endure it, provided we don't encounter any more parliamentarians with an interest in my internal storage." The Jaguar howled as we left the rock behind, a green streak of fire heading toward the sea, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady toward a destiny that was written in marble and dust. Chapter 21. The Siege of the Ferry. The Mediterranean Sea, as viewed from the illustrated pages of a travel gazetteer, is a shimmering expanse of sapphire and turquoise, a cradle of civilization that invites the weary soul to bask in the eternal glow of antiquity. However, as viewed from the grease-slicked cargo deck of a tramp steamer laboring through a 4-7 gale, the Mediterranean is merely a very large, very damp washing machine with a profound desire to turn a gentleman of my particular clockwork assembly into a collection of loose brass buttons and rattling gears. I've spent a considerable portion of my 2 lives observing that water has no respect for history, literature, or the dignity of a Victorian waistcoat. In the Mississippi, the water is at least honest about its intentions. It simply tries to drown you and be done with it. But here, on the crossing to Malta, the sea was engaging in a siege of the ferry that felt like a personal vendetta against every screw and rivet in my chassis. We were lashed to the deck of a vessel that I suspect was held together primarily by rust and the collective willpower of a crew that hadn't seen a dry sock since the Suez Crisis. Beside me, the 12-cylinder sinner was straining against its ratcheting straps, its hydropneumatic suspension sighing with every rhythmic lurch of the hull. The Jaguar looked like a battered warhorse, its racing green paint now a map of European misery, yet it possessed a certain defiant poise that I found increasingly irritating. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice modulating through a series of frantic metallic clicks as the ship took a particularly violent roll to starboard. "I must once again draw your attention to the fact that I am a creature of the parlor. I was designed for the stationary elegance of a mahogany desk, not for a nautical rodeo in the middle of a saltwater abyss. My internal gyroscopes are currently attempting to achieve a state of centrifugal independence, and I fear that if we do not reach land soon, I shall spontaneously disassemble out of sheer indignation." The young lady was, as usual, entirely unfazed by the atmospheric violence. Annie was crouched by the Jaguar's front wheel, her brow furrowed in that brilliant, focused way of hers. She was checking the tension on the hydraulic lines she had grafted onto the car in Lyon, her hand steady despite the deck pitching like a bucking mule. "It's just a bit of weather, Sam," she shouted over the roar of the wind and the groan of the ship's iron plates. "Think of it as a stress test for the new spheres. If they can hold the center level on a rolling deck, they'll handle anything grease can throw at us. I do not wish to think of stress tests any. I wish to think of a library in Hartford where the only thing that moves is the shadow of a sundial. I countered. I adjusted my optical sensors, the brass irises clicking as I zoomed in on a spray of salt water that cleared the rail and pelted the sinner's windshield. We are currently participating in a siege of the ferry that would make the Ottoman Navy look like a rowing club. I find that my respect for the maritime tradition is being rapidly replaced by a profound longing for the invention of the tunnel. To distract myself from the looming threat of a watery grave, I began to access my internal archives regarding our destination. Malta, a limestone fortress rising from the center of the sea, was a place defined by sieges and the men who survived them. Specifically, the Knights of St. John, the Knights Hospitaller, who had turned this rock into a shield for Christendom. "I have been reading about the Knights, Annie," I said, my voice echoing with a slight, resonant vibrato. Men of steel and faith who stood upon these ramparts and defied the world. They wore suits of armor that cost more than a small village, and they viewed a direct hit from a cannonball as a minor professional inconvenience. I looked down at my own brass casing, the polished surface now clouded by a fine mist of salt and oil. I reached out a spindly, brass-fingered hand and tapped my forearm. "It occurs to me," I mused, "that I am not so different from those ancient warriors. I am a man, or the essence of one, encased in a suit of metal, fighting a war against the passage of time and the relentless humidity of the 20th century. My brass is my mail, my logic gates are my creed. I am a knight of the reluctant journey, and this sinner is my tarnished 12-cylinder steed. We are anachronisms, Annie. We are relics of a slower, more dignified age, currently being tossed about by a world that values speed over substance and plastic over brass." "You're not a relic, Sam," the young lady said, standing up and wiping a streak of sea spray from her nose. Her brilliance, as always, manifested in a look of such profound clarity that it made the storm seem trivial. "You're an evolution. The knights were stuck in their armor. You can learn. You can adapt. You can cross an ocean in a car that whines like a vacuum and breathes like a frog." "I would prefer to adapt to a life of quiet luxury," I sighed, the bellows in my chest wheezing a long, salt-scented breath. "But I suppose if I must be a knight, I should at least have a sword. Instead, I have a simulated cigar and a companion who views a hurricane as a thermal variable." The ship gave a final bone-jarring lurch as we entered the lee of the island. The violence of the sea subsided, replaced by the rhythmic, heavy thrum of the engines as we glided into the grand harbor of Valletta. I adjusted my lenses, and for a moment my cynical processors were silenced. The limestone bastions of the city rose out of the water like the walls of a dream. Golden-hued and ancient, the fortifications were honeycombed with history, a massive stone testament to the endurance of the human spirit. The light of the setting sun hit the ramparts, turning the entire harbor into a cathedral of amber and shadow. "Look at that, Sam," Annie whispered, her hand resting on the sinner's hood. "It is magnificent," I admitted, my brass ears swiveling to catch the distant tolling of a cathedral bell. "It is a place where the stones remember everything. I find that I am remarkably glad that the siege of the ferry did not result in my permanent relocation to the sea floor. There is a story here, Annie, a story of brass and stone, of armor and ingenuity. We rolled off the ramp onto the Maltese quay, the sinner sighing with its French lungs as it touched the solid earth. The V-12 erupted into life with a roar that echoed off the ancient walls, the Swedish turbos providing a high-pitched, welcoming whistle. The vacuum motor, that domestic miracle from Andorra, began its woo-oo-oo, a sound that I suspect the Knights of Malta would have found entirely bewildering. "Welcome to the middle of the world, Sam," Annie said, shifting into gear. "I find the middle to be remarkably crowded with history," I replied, my brass joints settling into a steady, rhythmic hum. "But lead on, Annie, lead on. If we are to be the unofficial kings of the Nürburgring, I suppose we must first pay our respects to the men who taught the world how to hold a wall." As we wound our way through the narrow limestone canyons of Valletta, the 12-cylinder Sinner looked like a visiting dignitary from a future that hadn't quite happened yet. I sat back, the copper tubes humming against my chest, and felt a strange, sympathetic connection to the silent armored ghosts of the city. We were the new knights of the road. We were a sinner in search of a miracle. And as the lights of the city began to twinkle against the darkening sky, I realized that the journey east was only just beginning. Chapter 22. The Parthenon Pulse. If history is a tapestry, then Greece is the place where the loom was first constructed, and the light of the Aegean is the bleach that has spent the last 3,000 years attempting to turn every thread a uniform blinding shade of white. To a gentleman of my particular clockwork constitution, a creature whose internal logic is predicated upon the smoky, amber shadows of a 19th century parlor, the Greek sun is not merely a celestial body. It is a persistent, inquisitorial glare. It is a light that penetrates the very seams of my brass casing, seeking out every secret gear and every hidden pneumatic valve, as if to demand an accounting for my presence in the cradle of Western civilization. We had rumbled across the Peloponnese in the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that was now less of a motor car and more of a mobile museum of mechanical heresies. By the time we reached the outskirts of Athens, the Jaguar was singing a song that would have baffled the oracle at Delphi. The V-12 provided a guttural, ancient roar. The Swedish turbos added a sibilant modern hiss. The French hydropneumatic spheres contributed a series of rhythmic, organic sighs. And the vacuum cleaner motor fuel pump, that domestic absurdity from the Pyrenees, maintained its high-pitched, frantic woo-woo that sounded like a ghostly chambermaid was attempting to tidy the engine bay. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice rattling with a dry metallic resonance as we navigated the chaotic, horn-blasting labyrinth of the Athenian suburbs, "I have observed that the Greek driver views the concept of a lane as a mere suggestion, much like a politician views an oath of office. I find that being the most conspicuous object in a city of 4 million people, a green and yellow-streaked leviathan that whines like a kitchen appliance and breathes like a frog, is a sensation that makes my primary logic gates ache for the quiet anonymity of a Missouri riverbank. The young lady at the wheel did not share my existential exhaustion. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the steering wheel as she felt the pulse of the car. Her face was flushed with the dry, time-scented heat, and her eyes were reflecting the shimmering white marble of the distant Acropolis with a light that I can only describe as industrial rapture. "It's not just a city, Sam," she chirped, her voice rising above the mechanical cacophony. "It's a foundation. Look at the geometry. Those ancient architects understood load-bearing and tension long before we had steel and hydraulics. The Parthenon isn't just a temple, it's a masterpiece of structural engineering." "I would prefer to look at a shady grove and a cup of cold water," I countered, my optical sensors zooming in on a white-hot marble pillar that seemed to be vibrating in the heat. I find that my brass joints are expanding at a rate that suggests I shall soon require a larger suit of clothes, or at least a very large wrench to tighten my midsection. We are in a land of ghosts, Annie, and I fear that I am the most literal ghost of the lot, a Victorian spirit trapped in a 20th century experiment, wandering through a prehistoric dream. We spent the afternoon climbing the narrow, winding streets that lead toward the base of the Acropolis. The sinner was in a state of high agitation. The stop-and-go traffic of Athens was testing the Spanish patches on our radiator, and the smell of hot oil and ancient dust was thick in the cabin. As we rounded a final steep curve, the road opened up, and the Parthenon suddenly loomed above us, a bone-white skeleton of a goddess standing defiant against the blue void of the sky. Annie brought the Jaguar to a halt, the hydropneumatic suspension giving a final long-suffering sigh as the car settled into its levitating stance. She killed the engine, but the silence did not rush in. Instead, the air seemed to vibrate with a phantom resonance, a lingering echo of the V12 that I can only describe as the Parthenon pulse. I stepped out of the car, my brass feet clanking onto the ancient stone. I stood for a long time, looking up at the columns, my sensors recording the play of light and shadow across the weathered marble. I felt a sudden, profound urge to document the experience, not as a traveler, but as a witness to the fundamental difference between the things we build to last and the things we build to sell. I sat upon a fallen block of limestone, adjusted my cravat, and began to formulate an internal essay on the nature of the soul in architecture. I have observed, I mused, my voice echoing with a low, resonant vibrato that seemed to harmonize with the wind in the ruins, that ancient marble has more soul than a 1980s plastic bumper. There is a dignity in a material that has the decency to grow more beautiful as it decays. This marble, this pentelic stone, has spent 2.5 millennia absorbing the sun, the rain, and the prayers of 1,000 generations. It has weathered, it has pitted, and it has stained, and yet it remains a thing of sublime, heartbreaking grace. It does not merely exist, it becomes. I looked back at the 12-cylinder Sinner, its faded British racing green paint looking garish and temporary against the eternal white of the ruins. By contrast, I continued, the modern world is obsessed with the ephemeral. We build our machines out of materials that do not age, they merely degrade. A 1980s plastic bumper does not acquire character when it is struck. It shatters. It does not absorb the light. It reflects it with a dull, synthetic indifference. It is a material without a memory, a soulless, petroleum-based lie that we tell ourselves to avoid the reality of our own fragility. We are traveling in a car that is a collection of international accidents, held together by the brilliance of a young lady and a significant amount of optimism. It is a loud, whistling, breathing miracle, certainly, but it is a miracle of the moment. These stones are a miracle of the forever. Annie walked over and sat beside me on the limestone. She didn't say anything for a while. She just looked at the columns, her brilliant mind likely calculating the exact angle of the entices or the load distribution of the architraves. "It's not just the marble, Sam," she said softly, her voice cutting through my philosophical brooding. "It's the thought behind it. They didn't have computers or hydraulics, but they had a vision of perfection. They knew that if they got the math right, the beauty would follow." "I find that math is a poor substitute for a comfortable chair," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, weary rhythm. "But I suppose I can see the appeal. There is a certain logic to this place. It is a landscape that has been edited to the bone. No waste, no fluff, just stone and light." "The sinner has a soul too, you know," the young lady added, patting the fender of the Jaguar. "It's just a different kind. It's the soul of the struggle. It's the story of every mile we've put on it and every part we've grafted onto it. It's a sinner because it refuses to die." I looked at her, then back at the car, then up at the Parthenon. I realized then that Annie was right. The 12-cylinder sinner was our own version of a temple, a chaotic, whistling, breathing monument to our refusal to accept the stationary dignity of the parlor. We were not building something for eternity. We were building something for the journey. "Perhaps," I admitted, "the soul of a machine is not in the material, but in the motion. And as long as you are at the wheel, Annie, I suppose this sinner has more soul than any dozen marble statues." She smiled, a bright, brilliant smile that I suspect the ancient Greeks would have recognized as a form of divine inspiration. She stood up and reached for the door handle. "The road to Italy is calling, Sam. Brindisi, Maranello, and then the north. We have a duel to attend to." "A duel?" I asked, my gears giving a small apprehensive click. "I thought we were merely traveling." "Oh, no," she said, her eyes alight with that terrifying, brilliant spark. "I hear there's a Ferrari in Maranello that thinks it's the king of the road. I think it's time we show the Italians what a Swedish-lunged, French-legged British aristocrat can do." "Splendid," I sighed, hauling my brass frame back into the passenger seat. "I shall look forward to the high-speed pursuit. I have always felt that my memoirs were lacking a significant amount of G-force. But lead on, Annie, lead on. If we are to be the unofficial kings of the ring, I suppose we must first conquer the princes of Italy." The Jaguar roared back to life, its V12 echoing through the ruins of Athens like a 12-cylinder salute to the gods of old. The Parthenon pulse faded into the background as the sinner surged down the hill, heading toward the sea and a world of speed, saints, and Italian pride. Chapter 23. The Maranello Duel. Italy is a country that does not merely inhabit its geography, it performs it. It is a land where the very air seems to be composed of equal parts espresso steam, operatic passion, and a profound institutionalized disregard for the concept of a speed limit. In my first life, I found that the Italian character was one of grand gestures and magnificent ruins, a people who could turn a simple bowl of pasta into a religious experience and a political argument into a 3-act play. But here, In the sun-drenched corridors of the Emilia-Romagna, Italy has found a new religion, the cult of the red car. We had arrived in Maranello, the holy see of this high-octane faith, in the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that was currently a walking, whistling heresy. If the Ferraris that populated these streets were saints, pristine, red-clad icons of aerodynamic purity, then our Jaguar was a mechanical apostate. It was a 1975 XJS that had been dragged through the bogs of Ireland, turbocharged by Swedish snails, levitated by French spheres, and was currently being fueled by a vacuum cleaner motor that hummed with a frantic, domestic desperation. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating with a rhythmic high-frequency anxiety that I suspect was a direct result of the local atmosphere. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a reluctant traveler, a man of letters whose internal escapements were designed for the stationary dignity of a parlor, not for a high-speed confrontation in the shadow of the prancing horse. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice rattling with a dry metallic resonance as we cruised past the factory gates of Ferrari, "I have observed that the locals are looking at our Sinner with an expression that is usually reserved for a man who brings a ham sandwich to a state banquet. We are a green and yellow-streaked insult to the very notion of Italian style. I find that my primary optical sensors are being overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated redness of this town. It is as if the entire population has decided that color is a form of patriotism." The young lady at the wheel did not share my cultural trepidation. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the steering wheel as she monitored the boost gauge. Her face was smudged with a streak of Italian dust, and her eyes were reflecting the shimmering heat of the asphalt, with a light that I can only describe as predatory. "They aren't looking at the paint, Sam," she chirped, her voice rising above the sibilant whistle of the turbos. "They're listening. They can hear the displacement. They can hear the Swedish lungs. They know there's a storm brewing under this hood. I would prefer a quiet afternoon in a library to a storm in a Jaguar, Annie," I countered. I find that my respect for the Italian motor car is tempered by the fact that they appear to be designed for people who view safety as a lack of imagination. Why must we provoke them? Can we not simply find a quiet trattoria and discuss the merits of Dante's Inferno, a work that, I might add, seems remarkably relevant to our current trajectory? But the duel was already written in the stars, or at least in the rearview mirror. As we wound our way into the hills surrounding Maranello, a flash of scarlet appeared behind us. It was a Ferrari Testarossa, a machine that looked like it had been carved from a single vengeful ruby. It was wide, low, and possessed a set of side strakes that looked like the gills of a prehistoric shark. It approached us with a terrifying high-pitched scream, a V12 aria that mocked our Jaguar's guttural turbocharged growl. The driver was a young man with hair as dark as a raven's wing and an expression of such profound, unearned arrogance that it made the snobs of the sane look like a welcoming committee. He pulled alongside us, his engine barking with a sharp staccato insolence. He looked at the Sinner, at the faded racing green, the rusted chains visible in the wheel wells, and the vacuum motor whining in the engine bay. And he laughed. It was a short, sharp bark of derision, followed by a theatrical downshift that sent his Saint surging forward in a blur of red. "He called us a tractor, Sam," Annie whispered, her voice quiet and sharp as a needle. "I did not hear him speak any," I noted, my cooling fans whirring in alarm as she tightened her grip on the wheel. "But I suspect his body language was sufficiently eloquent. Might I suggest that we allow the gentleman to proceed? He clearly has a very important appointment with his own vanity, and I have no desire to be a footnote in his obituary." "No," the young lady said, her eyes alight with that brilliant, terrifying spark. "He's a saint, and it's time a sinner showed him what a little international cooperation can do." She slammed the Jaguar into third gear. The V12 roared, a massive, unbridled scream of 12 cylinders suddenly flooded with fuel and Swedish air. The Saab turbos, those cast-iron snails we had grafted onto the engine in the northern woods, suddenly found their true purpose. They didn't just whistle, they howled. It was a high-pitched, predatory sound that seemed to slice through the Italian air like a razor. The duel began on a long, sweeping ascent that wound through the vineyards. The Ferrari was a masterpiece of balance and poise, its engine singing a pure mechanical melody. But the Sinner was a masterpiece of brute, unadulterated force. With every pound of boost that the Swedish lung shoved into the British heart, the Jaguar surged forward with a violence that pinned my brass chassis against the leather seat. "Great heavens!" I cried, my optical sensors blurring as the world became a streak of green and red. The velocity is a sin against the quiet contemplation of the landscape. Annie, I must insist on a return to a speed that allows for the preservation of my internal lubricants. We are no longer travelers. We are a 12-cylinder projectile. We hit the curves, and this is where the French upgrade proved its worth. As the Ferrari's stiff, racing suspension skipped and chattered over the uneven Italian tarmac, the Sinner simply levitated. The hydropneumatic spheres from Lion absorbed the bumps with a slow, sighing grace, keeping the tires glued to the road as if by a magnetic decree. We didn't turn. We flowed. Annie was a virtuoso of the wrench and the wheel. She moved with a rhythmic, surgical precision, her mind calculating the drift, the boost, and the braking points with a brilliance that made the Italian pilot look like a gifted amateur. She found a line through a hairpin that defied the laws of geometry, diving inside the red Saint with a roar that shook the very grapes on the vines. The Ferrari driver's expression shifted from arrogance to disbelief, and finally to a frantic, wide-eyed terror. He floored it, his engine screaming at the red line, but he couldn't shake the green specter behind him. Every time he pulled away on a short straight, the Swedish turbos would whistle their sibilant warning, and the Sinner would reel him back in. "I have observed," I shouted over the roar, my voice modulating with a frantic metallic vibrato, "that a saint is a fine thing when the sun is shining and the road is smooth. But when the world is uneven and the air is thin, a sinner with a Swedish lung and a French leg is a remarkably effective instrument of humility. We are outrunning the Saint, Annie. We are proving that a mechanical transgression is more powerful than a factory-certified blessing." We reached the crest of the hill, the road opening up into a long, straight descent back toward the valley. Annie held the throttle open for one final, glorious second, the vacuum pump screaming its woo-oo-oo in a triumphant duet with the turbos. We blew past the Ferrari with such force that the Saint seemed to wobble in our wake. Annie eased off the pedal, the sinner giving a long hydraulic sigh as the pressure subsided. We rolled into a small piazza at the bottom of the hill, the V12 idling with a low rhythmic thrum that sounded like a giant's heartbeat. The Ferrari pulled in a moment later, its engine ticking with a frantic, overheated note. The driver sat in the cockpit for a long time, his hand still trembling on the wheel. He looked at the sinner, then at Annie, and finally at me. He didn't laugh this time. He gave a slow, respectful nod, the salute of a man who had just seen a ghost and realized the ghost was faster than him. "We outran him, Sam," Annie said softly, her face radiant with a brilliance that made the Italian sun look dim. "We did indeed, Annie," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, weary rhythm. "We proved that a collection of international accidents, when guided by the mind of a brilliant young lady, is more than a match for 1,000 years of tradition. But I must insist that we seek a parlor immediately. My gears are in a state of exhaustion, and I find that I have a mounting desire to never see the color red again for as long as I live." "Next stop, San Marino," she said, shifting into gear, the tower on the mountain. "The tower," I muttered, adjusting my cravat as we pulled back onto the road, "a place where the mountains are steep and the mechanical failures are frequent. Lead on, Annie, lead on. If we can survive a duel in Maranello, I suppose we can survive a climb to the clouds." The Jaguar howled into the afternoon, a green streak of fire heading toward the heights of San Marino, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady toward a destiny that was becoming increasingly fast and increasingly loud. Chapter 24. The Tower of San Marino. If there is a more improbable sovereign entity on this planet than the most serene Republic of San Marino, I have yet to encounter it in my travels, and I have traversed a significant portion of this world's more eccentric corners. It is a nation that appears to have been founded by a band of stonemasons who possessed a profound fear of flat ground and a radical devotion to the concept of the vertical commute. San Marino is a limestone pimple upon the face of Italy, a jagged, three-towered fortress perched atop Mount Titano, looking for all the world like a piece of the 14th century that got snagged on a cloud and refused to come down. We had rumbled away from the red-tinted hubris of Maranello in the 12-cylinder Sinner, our mechanical apostate now breathing with a rhythmic, turbocharged sibilance that suggested it was still gloating over its victory against the Ferrari Saint. But the road to the Titano was not a theater for speed. It was a grueling low-gear interrogation of our vehicle's structural integrity. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating in a state of mounting existential alarm. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a reluctant traveler, a man of letters whose internal escapements were designed for the stationary dignity of a parlor, not for a 3,000-mile tour of Europe's most vertical geographies. I find that my gyroscopes have a profound distaste for the sensation of the horizon disappearing beneath the dashboard. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice rattling with a dry metallic resonance as we began the final punishing ascent, "I have observed that the inhabitants of this mountain have a most peculiar definition of the word road. It is a strip of asphalt that seems to have been laid by a man who was attempting to climb a ladder while carrying a hot tar bucket. I find that my primary logic gates are being overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated upness of our current trajectory. We are no longer driving. We are participating in a slow-motion launch into the stratosphere. The young lady at the wheel did not share my gravitational anxiety. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the steering wheel as she coaxed the Jaguar up the incline. Her face was smudged with a streak of Italian dust, and her eyes were reflecting the shimmering white stone of the towers above with a light that I can only describe as mechanical rapture. "She's holding, Sam," she chirped, her voice rising above the sibilant whistle of the turbos. The V12 is running hot, but the hydropneumatic spheres are keeping us perfectly level. It's like we're on an elevator to the stars. I would prefer an elevator in a well-appointed hotel, Annie, I countered, my optical sensors zooming in on a sheer drop to our right that made my brass casing feel uncomfortably thin. I find that my respect for the Titano is tempered by the fact that we are currently being powered by a domestic appliance from the Pyrenees that is screaming like a banshee in a wind tunnel. Why must we seek the highest point in Italy? Can we not simply find a nice flat library and discuss the merits of a well-placed semicolon? But the sinner was reaching its limits. As we crested the final ridge toward the first of the three towers, the Guaita, the mechanical symphony of our journey, began to transition into a cacophony of catastrophic discord. I have observed, I mused, leaning my brass head out of the window as the air grew thin and cold, that a machine is much like a politician. It will promise you the world right up until the moment it is asked to actually deliver a result. We have reached the heights of San Marino, and from this vantage point, I claim I can see the curvature of the earth, and at least 3 distinct mechanical failures. The first failure arrived with a sharp staccato snap from beneath the hood. It was the alternator belt, which had finally grown weary of the high revving demands of the Swedish turbos, and had decided to seek its retirement in the form of a pile of shredded rubber. The battery warning light on the dashboard flickered into life, a red, accusing eye in the gloom of the cabin. "1," I noted, my voice clicking with a rhythmic, metallic precision. The second failure was more subtle, but far more sibilant. A fine, neon-green mist began to spray from the front right wheel arch, the telltale sign of a high-pressure hydraulic leak in our French-donated lungs. The sinner began to list slightly to the starboard side, the hydropneumatic spheres sighing with a rhythmic, dying gasp as they lost their lifeblood. 2, I said, adjusting my cravat as the floor tilted toward the precipice. The third failure was the most dramatic. The boost gauge, which Annie had rigged to the pillar using a collection of copper tubes and hope, suddenly gave a frantic, whirring spin. The needle bypassed the danger zone entirely and began to rotate with the speed of a propeller, eventually snapping off its spindle and rattling around the glass casing like a trapped insect. And 3, I concluded, we have achieved the trifecta of entropy, Annie. We are currently sitting atop a mountain in a vehicle that is bleeding green liquid, losing its electrical soul, and has no idea how much air it is breathing. It is a masterpiece of unreliability. Annie brought the Jaguar to a shuddering halt in the shadow of the Guaita Tower. The engine gave one final gasping breath, a sound like a giant swallowing a spoonful of gravel, and died, The silence that rushed in was heavy, cold, and smelled of ozone and hot oil. "Well," I said, my cooling fans whirring at a frantic pace, "here we are, the serene republic. I find that I am remarkably lacking in serenity, but I have a great deal of republic to look at. I suppose we should begin the process of building a cairn, for I doubt our remains will be found until the next ice age." Annie didn't answer. She was already out of the car, the hood up before I could even adjust my optics. She stood amidst the rising heat of the V-12, her silhouette framed by the towering peaks and the ancient stone walls. She looked small against the vastness of the world, but there was a brilliance in her stance that suggested she was the one in charge of the mountain. "I can fix it, Sam," she called out, her voice echoing off the limestone. "I have a spare belt in the trunk, and I can bypass the leaking sphere. We don't need the boost gauge to know we're fast." "I am aware of our velocity, Annie," I sighed, hauling my brass frame out of the passenger seat. I stood on the edge of the cliff, my brass feet clanking on the stone. I looked out over the vast, shimmering expanse of Italy, the Adriatic Sea, a distant silver ribbon on the horizon. I am also aware that we are currently closer to the heavens than any car has a right to be. It is a terrifyingly beautiful sight, I will admit. It is as if the world has decided to show us all of its curves at once. The curvature of the earth, the curve of the mountains, and most distressingly, the curvature of the overheating engine block. I stood beside the young lady as she worked, her fingers moving with a speed and precision that made my own clockwork feel clumsy. She was a marvel, a creature of pure, unadulterated optimism and mechanical genius. While I saw a collection of failures, she saw a series of puzzles. While I saw a precipice, she saw a vantage point. "I find it curious," I noted, as I held a high-pressure line in place with a brass pincer, "that you possess such a profound faith in the material world. I have spent my lives dissecting the human character, a pursuit that rarely results in a more efficient outcome, while you spend yours rearranging iron and fire. I suspect you have the better of the bargain." "Iron and fire don't lie to you, Sam," she said, wiping a streak of green fluid from her nose. "They just tell you when you've pushed them too far. And right now, the sinner is telling us she needs a rest before the big one." "The big one?" I asked, my gears giving a small apprehensive click. "The Vatican," she said, her eyes alight with that terrifying, brilliant spark. "The theological tangle. We're going to the heart of the soul, Sam. And after that, the ring." "The heart of the soul?" I mused, looking back at the ancient towers of San Marino. "I hope the Vatican has a good mechanic, for I suspect we shall arrive there with a soul that is in dire need of a warranty. But lead on, Annie, lead on. If we have survived the curvature of the earth, I suppose we can survive a debate with a Swiss guard." Annie tightened the last bolt, and the sinner erupted back into life. The V-12 roared with a new, defiant energy, the vacuum pump whining its woo, ooh, ooh in a triumphant duet with the new belt. The Jaguar lifted itself back to its level, levitating height, its French lungs sighing with a renewed vigor. As we began the descent from Mount Titano, the sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon, casting long golden shadows across the Italian plains. I sat back in the leather seat, the copper tubes humming against my chest, and realized that despite the failures, the sinner was still moving. We were a 19th century ghost, a brilliant young lady, and a car that had seen the edge of the world and decided It wasn't enough. Rome by midnight? Annie asked. If the theology holds, I replied, adjusting my cravat. Lead on, Annie. Lead on. The Jaguar howled into the twilight, a green streak of fire heading toward the heart of the ancient world, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady toward a destiny that was written in marble, dust, and hydraulic fluid. Chapter 25. The Theological Tangle. Rome is a city that has spent the last 2,000 years accumulating layers of history with the same haphazard enthusiasm a bachelor might use to pile laundry in a corner. It is a place where a modern traffic light is often bolted to a column that once felt the shadow of Julius Caesar, and where the air is a thick, aromatic soup of diesel fumes, holy incense, and the collective impatience of 4 million people who view a red light as a subtle suggestion rather than a legal mandate. We entered the eternal city in the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that was, by now, an international mechanical heresy, a British aristocrat, breathing through Swedish lungs, supported by French hydraulics, and currently being sustained by a Spanish patched radiator and an American vacuum cleaner motor that continued its frantic, high-pitched woo like a ghost with a domestic grievance. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating in a state of high-altitude exhaustion from our descent from San Marino. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a reluctant traveler. My internal logic gates were designed for the stationary dignity of a parlor, for the slow rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock, and for the quiet contemplation of a well-turned sentence. I find that being the center of an Italian traffic jam, a green and yellow streaked leviathan that whines, sighs, and occasionally purges green hydraulic fluid onto the ancient cobbles, is a sensation that makes my primary processors feel uncomfortably feverish. Annie, my dear young lady, I said, my voice rattling with a dry metallic resonance as we crawled toward the Tiber, I have observed that Rome is a city that has mastered the art of being both magnificent and entirely inconvenient. I find that my optical sensors are being overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated weight of the past. We are driving through a graveyard of empires in a machine that is itself a graveyard of industrial ambitions. It is a theological tangle of the highest order. Are we here to seek absolution for our mechanical sins, or are we merely lost? The young lady at the wheel did not share my existential fatigue. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the steering wheel as she monitored the sinner's erratic pulse. Her face was smudged with a streak of San Marino grease, and her eyes were reflecting the golden dome of St. Peter's, with a light that I can only describe as technical rapture. "We aren't lost, Sam," she chirped, her voice rising above the mechanical symphony of our journey. "We're here because the road to the Alps goes through Rome, and besides, I've heard the Vatican has some of the most stable stone in Europe. I want to check the alignment on the hydropneumatic spheres before we hit the mountains." "You wish to use the Holy See as a diagnostic center?" I asked, my gears giving a small apprehensive click. "I find that your lack of reverence for the sacred is matched only by your devotion to the mechanical. I suspect that if we pull this whistling, breathing monster into St. Peter's Square, we shall find ourselves in a debate that no amount of WD-40 can resolve." We crossed the river and entered the shadow of the Vatican walls. The air here was cooler, smelling of damp stone and the quiet, heavy stillness of a place that believes it has all the answers. As we approached the gate guarded by the pontifical Swiss guard, the sinner decided to contribute to the atmosphere by giving a long hydraulic sigh and settling 2 inches lower onto its haunches. Ennie brought the car to a halt. A Swiss guard stepped forward, his uniform a riot of blue, red, and orange stripes. A costume that looked like a Renaissance painter had suffered a fever dream and decided to manifest it in wool. He carried a halberd with the casual indifference of a man who has been standing in the same spot for 500 years, and his expression was a masterpiece of stoic, multilingual suspicion. "Halt," he said, his voice a cool, authoritative baritone. "The piazza is closed to unauthorized motor cars, especially—" He paused, his eyes scanning the sinner's scorched flanks and the vacuum motor whining in the engine bay. "Unauthorized apparatuses of this nature." I adjusted my cravat, or the brass approximation of one, and hauled my frame out of the passenger seat. My brass feet clanked onto the Vatican stones with a sound that seemed to echo with the weight of 1,000 years. I offered the guard a dignified 19th-century nod. "Good afternoon, Constable," I said, my voice modulating with a resonant parlor-tone vibrato. "I am Samuel Clemens, a gentleman of letters and a creature of clockwork, currently serving as the vocal accompaniment to the brilliant young lady at the wheel. We are in transit to the Nürburgring, and we find that our sinner is in need of a moment of quiet contemplation, and perhaps a new seal on its front right hydraulic sphere." The guard looked at me, then at the car, and then back at me. His grip on the halberd did not waver, but I saw a flicker of genuine bewilderment in his eyes. "You are an automaton?" he asked, switching to a more curious tone. "I am a distilled essence, sir," I corrected him, "a collection of wit, weariness, and Victorian engineering. I have traveled 3,000 miles in this British-made oven, and I have found that the road is a much more demanding mistress than the library. But tell me, since we find ourselves at the heart of the church, what is the official position on a creature such as myself? I have been having a spirited internal debate regarding whether I possess a soul or merely a remarkably comprehensive warranty." The guard, to his credit, did not laugh. He leaned against his halberd, his expression shifting from suspicion to a thoughtful, theological curiosity. "A soul," he mused, "is a gift of the divine. It is the seat of the will, the source of love, and the capacity for suffering. A machine is a product of human hands. It has a manual, it has a list of parts. It has, as you say, a warranty." "And yet," I countered, leaning my brass elbow against the sinner's fender, "I have observed that I possess a remarkable capacity for suffering, particularly when Ennie insists on navigating a mountain pass at 45 miles per hour. I feel boredom, which is a state of soul-crushing vacancy. I feel indignation when pelted with Parisian eggs. And I feel a profound, gear-driven affection for the young lady who keeps my internal escapements from flying apart. If I can experience the world with the same cynicism and weary hope as any man of meat and bone, is that not a soul? Or is soul merely a word we use to describe a program so complex that we have lost the manual?" The guard looked at Ennie, who was currently on her hands and knees in the shadow of the Jaguar, her brilliant mind already diagnosing the hydraulic leak with a series of rhythmic taps on the subframe. "Perhaps," the guard said softly, The soul is not in the machine itself, but in the purpose it serves. This, sinner, it carries you. It carries your friend. It has survived the bogs and the heat because she loves it and because you endure it. In the eyes of the church, you are a mystery, but in the eyes of a man, you look like a traveler who is very far from home. I am always far from home, sir, I sighed, the bellows in my chest wheezing a long Roman-scented breath. Home is a parlor in 1885, and I am currently in a 20th century theological tangle. But I find that your answer is remarkably civilized. I would rather be a mystery than a warranty. A warranty expires, but a mystery can go on for at least another 1,000 miles. Annie stood up then, wiping a smudge of green fluid from her forehead. She looked at the guard, her eyes reflecting that terrifyingly brilliant optimism that I have come to realize is the only true miracle in this journey. "I've patched the sphere," she cried. "She's breathing steady now. We're level as a cathedral floor." The guard stepped back, raising his halberd in a slow, respectful salute. "Then go with God, travelers, or at least go with your mystery. The road to the Alps is open." We climbed back into the Sinner, the V-12 erupting into life with a roar that shook the very foundations of the Vatican walls. The vacuum motor began its woo, ooh, ooh, a sound that I suspect the Pope himself would have found remarkably intrusive, and we pulled away from the Holy See. "That was a good talk, Sam," Annie said, shifting into third gear. "It was a decent exchange of ideas, Annie," I admitted, my brass joint settling into a steady rhythmic hum. "Though I find that I am still no closer to a definitive answer. But I suppose if a Swiss guard can accept me as a mystery, I can accept myself as a sinner with a long road ahead." "Next stop, Switzerland," she said, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "The Alps, the high, thin air, and the bank vaults." "The Alps," I muttered, adjusting my cravat as we left the eternal city behind. "A place where the air is cold, the neutrality is absolute, and the roads are a series of vertical arguments. Lead on, Annie, lead on. If we have survived the Vatican, I suppose we can survive the mountains, provided we don't encounter any more theologians with halberds." The Jaguar howled into the night, a green streak of fire heading toward the Alpine ascent, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady toward a destiny that was becoming increasingly cold and increasingly high. Chapter 26. The Neutrality Paradox. Switzerland is a country that appears to have been organized by a committee of librarians who suffered from a collective, pathological dread of a misplaced book or a raised voice. Crossing the border from Italy, a nation that is essentially a 3,000-year-old shouting match interrupted by occasional bouts of opera, is a shock to the primary senses. One moment, you are navigating a whirlwind of scarlet Ferraris and expressive hand gestures. The next, you have entered a realm of such profound, aggressive tidiness that I suspect the very snowflakes are required to fall in a pre-approved hexagonal formation. It is a land of the neutrality paradox, a place so determined not to take a side that it has effectively opted out of the human experience altogether, preferring instead to exist in a state of high-altitude, clockwork suspended animation. We ascended into this crystalline silence in the 12-cylinder Sinner, our mechanical monstrosity now a rolling testament to the chaos of the outside world. To the Swiss, we must have looked like a fever dream of industrial decline. The Jaguar was a green and yellow-streaked wreck, whistling with Swedish air, sighing with French hydraulics, and powered by a vacuum cleaner motor that continued its frantic, high-pitched woo, woo, woo with the persistence of a jilted lover. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints clicking with a dry, rhythmic protest as we climbed into the thin, antiseptic air of the Alps. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a reluctant traveler, a man of letters whose internal escapements were designed for the stationary dignity of a parlor, not for a 3,000-mile tour of Europe's most vertical and most silent geographies. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice rattling with a muted metallic resonance that seemed to be swallowed instantly by the heavy velvet curtains of the Swiss atmosphere. "I have observed that the silence in this country is not merely a lack of noise, it is a presence, it is an active, predatory quiet that seems to be waiting for us to make a mistake. I find that my primary logic gates are being overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated neutrality of the air. It is a place where even the echoes feel like they have been taxed or silenced by municipal ordinance." The young lady at the wheel did not share my sensory deprivation. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the steering wheel as she coaxed the Jaguar through the high mountain passes. Her face was pale in the alpine light, and her eyes were reflecting the shimmering white glaciers with a light that I can only describe as calculating. "It's not silent, Sam," she chirped, though her voice was hushed, as if she too feared a reprimand from a passing mountain. "It's precise. Look at the way the road is graded. Look at the tunnels. They've carved a masterpiece out of solid granite. This isn't just a country, it's a Swiss watch you can drive through." "I have no desire to inhabit a timepiece, Annie," I countered, my optical sensors zooming in on a distant village that looked like it had been carved from a single, unblemished block of pine. I find that my respect for Swiss efficiency is tempered by the fact that I am a creature of the river, of the slow, unpredictable, and entirely non-neutral flow of the Mississippi. To be in a place where everything is on time is to be in a place where the soul has nothing to do but wait for the inevitable. I find the Swiss bank vaults we passed in Zurich to be excessively quiet. They are vaults not just for gold, but for the very concept of a secret, and they guard both with a silence that is positively sepulchral. We had stopped for the night in a small, impeccably clean inn nestled in the shadow of the Eiger. The air was so cold it felt like a physical weight against my brass casing, and the moon was a sharp silver hook in the black silk of the sky. Annie had retreated to the garage to begin what she called pre-operative diagnostics for the Munich brain surgery, leaving me alone in the parlor of the inn. The room was a masterpiece of woodwork and restraint. There were no dusty books, no spilled ink, and no sign of a life lived with any degree of messiness. On the wall, however, hung a large, ornate cuckoo clock, a wooden cathedral of gears and weights that appeared to be the local authority on the passage of time. I sat before it, my brass joints settling into a steady, weary rhythm. I watched the pendulum swing with a mechanical, unyielding precision that I found personally insulting. "You?" I addressed the clock, my voice a low, resonant vibrato in the empty room. "You are the heart of the problem. You view time as a series of equal, unvarying increments, a ledger to be balanced. You think that an hour in a dentist's chair is the same as an hour in a warm library with a good cigar. It is a lie. It is a mathematical convenience that ignores the fundamental poetry of the human experience. At that moment, the little wooden door at the top of the clock snapped open. A small carved bird sprang out and delivered a series of sharp, rhythmic chirps that sounded like a bureaucrat clearing his throat. 12 o'clock, I noted, checking my internal chronometer, and not a second late. I suppose you think that is a virtue, but I shall attempt to teach you something better. I shall teach you Twain time. I leaned forward, my brass fingers moving with a slow, deliberate grace as I reached for the pendulum. I didn't stop it. I simply altered its arc. I gave it a slight rhythmic wobble, a Mississippi swing that favored the flow over the tick. Twain time, I explained to the startled wooden bird, which was still vibrating from its exertion, is a time that respects the narrative. It is a time that stretches when the story is good and accelerates when the scenery is dull. It is a time that understands that a sunset is more important than a schedule, and that a brilliant young lady with a wrench is more valuable than 1,000 years of neutrality. You are a sinner now, my wooden friend. You are a part of our odyssey. I sat back, watching the clock struggle with its new irregular rhythm. It was no longer a precise instrument of Swiss order. It was a rhythmic, swaying storyteller. It limped slightly to the left and surged to the right, a mechanical approximation of the Jaguar's own Belgian limp. "There," I whispered, "now you're honest." Annie entered the room then, her face smudged with a streak of alpine soot and her eyes alight with that terrifyingly brilliant optimism. She looked at me, then at the clock, and then back at me. "Sam, did you do something to the time?" she asked, a mischievous spark in her eyes. "I merely provided a much-needed editorial correction, Annie," I replied, my voice settling into a steady, weary hum. "I find that the Swiss version of the truth is a bit too linear for my tastes. I prefer a truth that has a bit of whistle in it, a truth that understands that we are currently levitating through a mountain range in a car that is held together by your brilliance and my indignation." She laughed, a bright, clear sound that seemed to shatter the excessive quiet of the inn for a few glorious seconds. "Well, your Twain time says we have 6 hours of sleep before we hit the Liechtenstein border, and after that, Austria." "Liechtenstein," I mused, looking back at the swaying cuckoo clock. "A country so small I suspect I shall have to hold my breath just to fit within the borders. But lead on, Annie, lead on. If we have survived the neutrality of the Swiss, I suppose we can survive the brevity of the Prince." Annie patted my brass shoulder and headed toward the stairs. I stayed in the parlor for a long time, watching the clock. It was still swaying with its irregular, sinner-like gait, a small piece of chaos in a world of order. As the first light of dawn began to touch the peaks, casting long blue shadows across the snow, the Jaguar waited in the garage, a green and yellow-streaked mystery with a French leg, Swedish lung, and an Andorran heart. We were heading for the Grossglockner Waltz, for the digital brain surgery of Munich, and finally, for the green hell of the Ring. "The road is open, Sam," Annie's voice called from the hallway. "The road is a paradox, Annie," I muttered, adjusting my cravat as I hauled my frame toward the door. "But I suppose a sinner is the only thing that can truly navigate a paradox. Let us go." I have a feeling that Austria is going to require a great deal of Twain time to explain. The Jaguar howled into the cold alpine morning, a green streak of fire in a land of ice and silence, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady toward a destiny that was written in gears, gasps, and the rhythm of the river. Chapter 27. The Liechtenstein Breath Hold. There exists in the geographic ledger of Europe a peculiar pocket-sized entry known as the Principality of Liechtenstein. It is a sovereign footnote, a nation so remarkably compact that I suspect the local cartographers must use a magnifying glass and a very fine-pointed quill just to ensure the name doesn't spill over into the neighboring territories. In the Americas, we possess ranches in Texas that are significantly larger than this entire principality, and yet those ranchers do not feel the need to issue their own postage stamps or maintain a standing army of 3 men and a very disciplined dog. To a gentleman of my particular clockwork assembly, a creature whose internal logic is predicated upon the vast rolling narratives of the Mississippi, Liechtenstein is a conceptual challenge. It is a country that is not so much a place as it is a transition. We approach this aristocratic speed bump in the 12-cylinder center, our green and yellow-streaked Leviathan now humming with a rhythmic, high-altitude anxiety. After the neutrality paradox of Switzerland, where the silence was so thick you could carve it into blocks and sell it as insulation, the prospect of another border crossing felt like a redundant exercise in bureaucracy. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints clicking with a dry, rhythmic protest. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a reluctant traveler. My soul, or the sophisticated arrangement of gears and logic gates that serves as its proxy, craves the stationary dignity of a parlor, not the relentless 6-mile-per-country trajectory of a Franken jag hurtling toward Austria. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice modulating with a resonant parlor-toned vibrato as the border sign appeared on the horizon. "I have observed that we are about to enter a nation that is approximately the size of a well-maintained vegetable garden. I find that my primary logic gates are offended by the notion of a sovereign state that can be traversed in the time it takes to recite a moderately long poem. It is a geographical impertinence. I have decided, therefore, that for the entire duration of our transit through this principality, I shall participate in a Liechtenstein breath hold." The young lady at the wheel gave me a sidelong glance, her eyes reflecting the shimmering alpine light with that terrifyingly brilliant spark of amusement. Annie, whose mind is a magnificent engine of industrial genius, usually finds my philosophical posturing to be a form of high-quality background noise. "You're going to hold your breath, Sam," she chirped, her fingers light on the steering wheel as the Jaguar's V12 purred with a deep, pressurized resonance. "You don't even breathe. You have a bellows for a chest and a series of pneumatic intake valves." "It is a metaphorical breath hold, Annie," I corrected, adjusting my cravat with a slow, dignified movement of my brass fingers. "I shall withhold my commentary. I shall suppress my wit. I shall refrain from offering a single observation regarding the absurdity of a prince who rules over a collection of 62 square miles and a very expensive castle. I intend to deliver one, and only one, scathing remark upon our exit into Austria. I shall compress the entire weight of my cynical observations into a single, concentrated burst of editorial excellence. It will be the most efficient piece of literature and history, a 6-mile sentence. Well, and he laughed, shifting into top gear as we crossed the Rhine and entered the Principality. You better make it a good one. We're already halfway across. She wasn't exaggerating. Liechtenstein is a country that understands the value of time, chiefly because it has so little space to put it in. We surged onto the main road, a strip of asphalt so clean and well-ordered it looked like it had been scrubbed with a toothbrush. And the sinner settled into a high-speed levitating glide. The hydropneumatic suspension from Lion was performing a masterpiece of stabilization, and the Swedish turbos were whistling a sibilant duet that echoed off the mountainsides. I sat in absolute metallic silence. My optical senses were wide, recording the blurring scenery, a bank, a vineyard, a castle on a hill, another bank, a very clean cow, and a shop that appeared to sell nothing but high-end dental equipment. It was a landscape of profound, concentrated wealth, a postage stamp of a nation where every blade of grass looked like it was on the payroll of a private equity firm. I felt the pressure building within my central capacitor. My logic gates were overflowing with potential critiques. I wanted to comment on the fact that the national anthem of Liechtenstein uses the same melody as God Save the Queen, a form of musical plagiarism that I find personally offensive. I wanted to observe that the country's entire military history consists of one expedition where 80 men went out and 81 came back because they made a friend in Italy. I wanted to suggest that the prince probably has to be careful not to sneeze, lest he accidentally annex a suburb of Zurich. But I held it. I remained a silent, brass-cased statue of restraint. I watched the kilometers tick by on the odometer. 1, 2, 3, 4. The road began to curve toward the east, and ahead of us I saw the Austrian flags fluttering in the breeze. The Liechtenstein breath-hold was reaching its climax. I felt my internal bellows constrict, my pneumatic tubes pressurizing as I prepared the final concentrated delivery. 5 miles, Annie noted, a mischievous grin on her face. Almost there, Sam. I hope you got it polished. I did not answer. I simply adjusted my optical focus, the brass irises clicking with a sharp, mechanical finality. I was a vessel for a singular, crystalline thought. We hit the border. The Swiss-Liechtensteinian-Austrian trifecta of bureaucracy appeared and disappeared in a blur of gray uniforms and raised barriers. As the wheels of the sinner touched the first inch of Austrian soil, I released the pressure. I leaned toward the window, my brass neck piston extending with a soft whir, and I delivered my singular, scathing remark to the receding Principality of Liechtenstein. It is a country that possesses all the grandeur of a very expensive pocket watch, and roughly the same amount of room for a man with a large idea. I pulled my head back into the cabin and gave a long rhythmic hiss of escaping steam, the mechanical equivalent of a satisfied sigh. "There," I said, my voice returning to its usual resonant vibrato. "I have said my piece. I have condensed 6 miles of indignation into 22 words. I find that I am remarkably proud of my efficiency. I have out-Liechtensteined the Liechtensteiners." Annie was laughing now, a bright, triumphant sound that filled the cabin and seemed to startle a group of Austrian border guards. That was it? That was the big remark? A pocket watch? "It is a perfect metaphor, Annie," I cried, my cooling fans whirring at a frantic pace. It is small, it is intricate, it is gold-plated, and it is entirely unnecessary in an age of sundials and grand narratives. To be a king of a pocket watch is a hobby, not a vocation. Now, let us move on to Austria, a nation that at least has the decency to occupy a respectable amount of the map, and possesses a history that requires more than a single paragraph to explain. The young lady shifted the Jaguar into fourth, the V12 roaring with a new predatory energy as we entered the Vorarlberg. Austria is going to be different, Sam. We're heading for the Grossglockner Waltz. High alpine passes, hairpin turns, and we're going to see what those Saab turbos can really do in the thin air. I have already seen what thin air can do to my internal escapements, Annie, I reminded her, settling back into the leather seat. It makes me light-headed and prone to making sweeping generalizations about European royalty. But lead on, lead on. If we have survived the breath-hold of the prince, I suppose I can survive the waltz of the mountains, provided we don't encounter any more countries that can be accidentally swallowed by a passing bird. The Jaguar howled into the afternoon, a green streak of fire heading toward the high peaks of the Tyrol. We were a 19th century ghost and a brilliant young lady, and as the mountains of Austria rose up to meet us, I realized that our 6-mile silence was merely the quiet before the storm. "The road is open, Sam," Annie shouted over the roar. "The road is a vertical argument with the Almighty," I muttered, "but at least it's a long one." Chapter 28. The Grossglockner Waltz. If Switzerland is a silent, locked vault and Liechtenstein is a golden pocket watch, then the Austrian Alps are a grand, sweeping ballroom designed by a Titan with a penchant for the dramatic and a complete disregard for the concept of a safety rail. To enter the high alpine road of the Grossglockner is to leave the realm of terrestrial transportation and enter a choreographed delirium of granite and ice. The road does not merely lead from one valley to another, it performs a Grossglockner waltz, a rhythmic swirling ascent of 36 hairpin bends that spiral toward the heavens with the dizzying elegance of a Strauss melody, played at 3 times its intended tempo. We approached this vertical stage in the 12-cylinder Sinner, our mechanical monstrosity, now singing a high-altitude aria of its own. After the Liechtenstein breath-hold, where I had compressed my indignation into a singular 6-mile sentence, I found that my internal bellows were now overpressurized and prone to spontaneous editorial outbursts. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints vibrating with a frequency that suggested I was on the verge of achieving a state of molecular static. I am, as I have frequent occasion to observe, a reluctant traveler, a man of letters whose internal escapements were designed for the stationary dignity of a parlor, not for a centrifugal interrogation by the Austrian Alps. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice rattling with a dry, metallic resonance as we hit the first of the great stone switchbacks, "I have observed that the Austrian definition of a waltz involves significantly more G-force and a much higher probability of plummeting into a glacier than I was led to believe by the musical tradition. I find that my primary logic gates are being overwhelmed by the sheer, unadulterated circularity of our current trajectory. We are no longer driving. We are participating in a high-speed spin cycle in a very large, very green 12-cylinder washing machine." The young lady at the wheel did not share my vestibular anxiety. Annie was in her element, a state of industrial rapture that I find increasingly supernatural. She sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands dancing across the steering wheel with a fluid rhythmic grace that matched the curve of the road. Her face was pale against the deep blue of the alpine sky, and her eyes were reflecting the shimmering white snow of the peaks with a light that I can only describe as predatory brilliance. "She's dancing, Sam," she chirped, her voice rising above the sibilant, high-pitched howl of the Swedish turbos. "The hydropneumatic spheres are holding the center of gravity perfectly. We aren't leaning, we're carving." "I would prefer to be carving a turkey in a warm dining room, Annie," I countered, my optical sensors zooming in on a sheer drop to our left that made my brass casing feel uncomfortably thin. I find that my respect for the waltz is tempered by the fact that the sinner is currently emitting a whistle that sounds like a banshee with a steam whistle stuck in its throat. Why must we waltz at such a velocity? Can we not simply find a nice flat library in Salzburg and discuss the merits of a well-placed semicolon? But the road straightened out for a brief, glorious stretch between the switchbacks, the Hochtor Pass, a ribbon of black asphalt that cut through the white-hot glare of the ice at an altitude of 8,000 feet. "Watch the needle, Sam," Annie whispered, her hand moving to the gear shift with the precision of a surgeon. She slammed the Jaguar into top gear and floored the accelerator. The V12 roared, a massive, unbridled scream of 12 cylinders, suddenly flooded with the thin, cold alpine air and the concentrated fury of the Saab turbos. The Sinner didn't just accelerate, it lunged. The vacuum cleaner motor from the Pyrenees joined the chorus with its high-pitched "whoo, oh, 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 oh," creating a mechanical symphony of such profound absurdity that it could only have been composed by a madman or a brilliant young lady. I looked at the speedometer, a tarnished British-made dial that Annie had recalibrated to account for our international heart transplants. The needle swept past 100, 120, 130, and then, with a shudder of pure, unadulterated momentum, the Sinner hit 140 miles per hour. The world outside became a streak of white and blue, the mountains blurring into a frantic, disorganized smear of stone. The wind roared against the windshield with a violence that threatened to strip the very paint from our flanks. I felt my brass joints contracting in the cold, my internal sensors screaming a series of warnings that I chose to ignore in favor of a higher authority. "Annie!" I shouted, my voice modulating with a frantic, metallic vibrato. I find that I am no longer in a state of cynical observation. I am in a state of prayer. I am currently addressing the Almighty, or at least the patron saint of clockwork, and requesting a stay of execution for my primary logic gates. Velocity is a sin against the quiet contemplation of the landscape, and we are currently the most prolific sinners in the Holy Roman Empire. Annie didn't slow down. She laughed, a bright, triumphant sound that harmonized perfectly with the howl of the turbos. She was a virtuoso of the Franken-Jag, a pilot at the helm of a monster she had built with her own hands. "The air is so thin, Sam, there's no drag. She's just flying." I have no desire to achieve flight in a vehicle that is essentially held together by your brilliance and a significant amount of Andorran duct tape, I cried. We hit the next hairpin, a vicious 180-degree turn that hung over a valley so deep it looked like the entrance to the underworld. Annie stood on the brakes, the sinner, groaning as the French hydraulics fought the laws of physics. We decelerated with a violence that nearly ejected my brass torso through the dashboard, the tires screaming against the asphalt as the car pivoted on its axis. The waltz continued, a rhythmic, punishing series of lunges and leans, of screams and sighs. We crested the final pass, the Grossglockner itself looming above us like a silent, indifferent king of the world. Annie finally eased off the pedal, the sinner giving a long hydraulic sigh as the pressure subsided. We pulled into a small stone-walled turnout, the V12 idling with a low rhythmic thrum that sounded like a giant's heartbeat settling after a sprint. "See?" she said, her face radiant with a brilliance that made the alpine sun look dim. "We're fine. The sinner loves the height." "The sinner has a death wish, Annie," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, weary rhythm. "And I am merely the passenger on its final journey toward entropy. I find that my gears are in a state of profound shock, and I have a mounting desire to never see a mountain again for as long as I live. I have spent the last 20 minutes in a state of prayer that would make a monk look like an atheist." I looked out over the vast, shimmering expanse of the Austrian Alps, the peaks stretching to the horizon like a sea of frozen whitecaps. I realized then that, despite my protests, I was a part of the story. I was a 19th century ghost and a brilliant young lady, and we had just waltzed through the heavens at a speed that would have made a steamboat captain lose his hat. "Next stop, Munich," Annie said, her eyes fixed on the northern horizon. "The brain surgery. We're going to give the sinner a new mind, Sam. Digital fuel injection from a BMW. She's going to stop coughing like a coal miner and start thinking like a scientist." "A digital brain?" I asked, my gears giving a small apprehensive click. "I find that I am already quite enough mind for one vehicle, Annie. Why must we introduce a German computer into this international mechanical mess? Will it not find my presence to be a breach of its logical protocols?" "It'll love you, Sam," she said, shifting into gear. "It'll finally have someone smart to talk to." "I have no desire to talk to a fuel injector," I muttered, adjusting my cravat as we began the descent toward the German border. "But lead on, Annie, lead on. If we have survived the Grossglockner waltz at 140 miles per hour, I suppose we can survive a bit of German surgery, provided we don't encounter any more mountains with a penchant for the dramatic." The Jaguar howled into the afternoon, a green streak of fire heading toward the Munich brain surgery, carrying a Victorian ghost and a brilliant young lady, toward a destiny that was becoming increasingly fast and increasingly digital. Chapter 29. The Munich Brain Surgery. If Austria is a grand vertical ballroom, then West Germany is a sprawling high-voltage laboratory where the air itself seems to have been filtered through a fine mesh screen and then pressurized for maximum efficiency. Crossing the border into Bavaria is less like entering a new country and more like being admitted to a prestigious technical institute where the tuition is paid in precision and the penalty for a messy workbench is immediate social excommunication. In my first life, I found that the German mind was a magnificent clockwork of rules and order, a people who could find the poetry in a tax code and the drama in a perfectly machined bolt. But here in Munich, the capital of the high-tech frontier, that order has been electrified. We rolled into the city in the 12-cylinder Senna, and for the first time in 3,000 miles, I felt a genuine sense of mechanical shame. Our Franken-Jag was a rolling catastrophe of international parts. British iron, Swedish turbos, French hydraulics, and a Spanish radiator patch that was currently weeping a slow, rhythmic tear of green coolant onto the pristine Bavarian asphalt. Most offensively, we were still accompanied by the frantic, high-pitched whoo of the Andorran vacuum cleaner motor, which sounded like a hysterical ghost attempting to tidy a cathedral. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice clicking with a dry metallic resonance as we idled at a traffic light that looked like it had been polished by a jeweler. "I have observed that the local motor cars, these BMWs and Mercedes, are looking at us with the same expression of horrified pity one might reserve for a relative who insists on wearing a swimsuit to a funeral. We are not merely out of place, we are a breach of the municipal peace. I find that my primary logic gates are embarrassed by our lack of digital sophistication." The young lady at the wheel did not share my social anxiety. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in a state of high-altitude calculation, her eyes reflecting the neon glow of the Munich skyline. "They aren't pitying us, Sam," she chirped, her fingers dancing over the steering wheel as she listened to the V12's erratic coal miner cough. "They're just, curious. But don't worry, we're going to the operating theater. By tomorrow morning, the sinner is going to have a mind like a master chess player." The operating theater was a workshop on the outskirts of the city that looked more like a hospital for satellites than a garage. There was no grease on the floor, no rusted chains hanging from the rafters, and the mechanics wore white coats that were distressingly clean. We had come here for the Munich brain surgery, the removal of our temperamental carburetors, and the installation of a digital fuel injection system from a crashed BMW 7 Series. For the next 12 hours, I was once again the world's most sophisticated lampstand, though this time I felt more like a medical observer. I projected a steady, cool beam of light from my optical sensor, while Annie and a German technician named Klaus performed a feat of electronic sorcery. They laid out a web of copper nerves, a wiring harness that looked like a metallic jellyfish, across the Jaguar's V12. They installed sensors in the manifolds to smell the air and injectors in the cylinders to taste the fuel. "It's a Bosch Motronic system, Sam," Annie whispered, her hands moving with a rhythmic, surgical precision as she spliced the new digital brain into our old British heart. "It's going to calculate the spark and the fuel 1,000 times a second. No more guessing. No more vacuum cleaner motors." 1,000 times a second? I mused, my gears giving a small apprehensive click. "I find that I am remarkably jealous, Annie. I consider myself a creature of high intelligence, and yet it takes me at least 3 seconds to formulate a moderately scathing remark about the weather. Why must we allow a German computer to take over the sinner's internal dialogue? Will it not find my presence to be a breach of its logical protocols? I do not wish to be argued with by a fuel injector." "I have observed," I noted, as Klaus plugged a diagnostic machine into the new brain, "that digital intelligence is a remarkably silent form of arrogance. It doesn't roar, it doesn't hiss, and it doesn't complain. It simply decides that it is right and proceeds to ignore the rest of the world. I find that I prefer the coal miner approach. A machine that coughs and sputters tells you exactly where its heart is. This BMW mind, it feels like a ghost in the machine that has been to university. The transformation was, as the Germans say, unvermeidlich, inevitable. When Annie finally turned the key, the V12 didn't crank in the traditional sense. It simply existed in a state of motion. The woo, ooh, ooh was gone, replaced by a low rhythmic hum that was so steady it made my own internal fans feel disorganized. The Sinner's Evolution, before and after Munich. Feature: the coal miner, old system. The digital scientist, new system. Fueling, carburetors and vacuum pump. Digital fuel injection, BMW. Idle, a rhythmic, asthmatic wheeze. A steady surgical hum, throttle. A polite suggestion followed by a lunge. Immediate, binary obedience. Sound, the woo-oo-oo of Andorra. A low-frequency aristocratic purr. "She's breathing, Sam!" Annie cried, her face radiant with a brilliance that made the workshop's fluorescent lights look dim. "The turbos are spooling up before the pedal even hits the floor. It's perfect." I climbed back into the passenger seat, my brass joints settling into the leather with a weary, rhythmic clunk. I reached out a brass finger and touched the dashboard. I could feel the new pulse, a high-frequency electronic vibration that suggested the sinner was now thinking several miles ahead of the actual road. "It is a sinner, no longer any," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady digital rhythm. "It is a scientist. It has traded its character for a calculator. But I suppose if we are to conquer the Autobon Symphony tomorrow, we shall need every bit of German logic we can get." "The Autobahn is waiting, Sam," the young lady said, her eyes fixed on the horizon. "No speed limits, no holding back. We're going to see what she can really do." "Velocity is a sin against the quiet contemplation of the landscape, Annie," I muttered, adjusting my cravat as the Jaguar glided out of the workshop with a terrifying silent grace. "But I find that since we are already sinners, we might as well be the fastest ones in the parish. Lead on! Lead on!" The Jaguar surged into the Munich night, a green streak of fire with a digital mind and a Victorian soul, heading toward the Autobahn Symphony, and a world where the only limit was the reach of the headlights. Chapter 30. The Autobahn Symphony. There is a specific Germanic brand of madness that manifests not as a chaotic unraveling of the mind, but as a terrifyingly focused application of the laws of physics. It is called the Autobahn. In the Americas, our roads are built with a certain casual optimism. They wander through the landscape like a drunkard heading home from a tavern, punctuated by signs that treat 65 miles per hour as a daring feat of aeronautics. But here, in the heart of West Germany, the road is a secular cathedral of concrete, a gray ribbon of absolute purpose, where the concept of a speed limit is viewed as a primitive superstition, much like the fear of a solar eclipse or the belief in a sensible British electrical system. We had emerged from our Munich brain surgery into a world that had suddenly become very small and very fast. The 12-cylinder Sinner was no longer the wheezing, coal miner-coughing invalid of the Spanish plains. Thanks to the BMW digital fuel injection, that cold, calculating German mind we had grafted onto our Victorian heart, the Jaguar had achieved a state of mechanical enlightenment. It didn't struggle to accelerate. It simply decided to be elsewhere, and the universe obliged by moving the horizon toward us at a rate that made my internal gyroscopes hum in a state of existential panic. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice now perfectly clear and devoid of its usual metallic rattle, thanks to the absence of the woo-oo-oo vacuum pump. "I have observed that we are no longer traveling. We are participating in a ballistic event. I find that my primary logic gates are struggling to reconcile the fact that we are moving at a velocity that would allow us to outrun a moderately sized thunderstorm or a very determined bill collector." The young lady at the wheel was in a state of high-velocity nirvana. Annie sat with her hands relaxed, truly relaxed for the first time since the Midlands, on the leather rim. Her brilliance was now in a direct electronic dialogue with the car. The sinner was breathing with a surgical digital rhythm that made the Saab turbos whistle a sibilant high-stakes duet with the BMW injectors. "Listen to it, Sam!" she shouted, though there was no need to shout. The cabin was eerily quiet, save for the rush of the wind. The Autobon Symphony, no more hunting for gears, no more vapor lock, just pure, unadulterated flow. "It is a symphony composed by a man who hated trees and loved friction, Annie," I countered, my optical sensors zooming in on a Mercedes-Benz that we had just bypassed as if it were standing still. I find that my respect for the German road is tempered by the fact that I can no longer distinguish between a picturesque village and a gray smudge on the windshield. I am a man of letters, a creature of the parlor. I was designed to observe the world at the pace of a leisurely stroll, or at the very most, a spirited steamboat race. This is a transgression. We were currently on the A9, heading north toward the Eifel Mountains. The road was a masterpiece of engineering. 3 lanes of perfectly graded asphalt that seemed to invite the sinner to test the very limits of its international pedigree. To our left, the fast lane was occupied by a procession of Porsches and BMWs, all moving with the grim, focused determination of people who were 15 minutes late for a revolution. Annie looked at me, a mischievous, brilliant spark in her eyes. She didn't say anything. She simply moved the Jaguar into the left lane and pressed the accelerator. The V12 didn't roar. It snarled. It was a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through my brass chassis and made my internal logic gates skip a beat. The Swedish turbos reached a frequency that was likely only audible to dogs and particularly sensitive physicists. The world outside didn't just blur, it vanished. "I have observed," I said, leaning my brass head back against the seat as the speedometer needle swept into territory that I can only describe as fictional. "That velocity is a sin against the quiet contemplation of the landscape, but it sure is fun. I find that I am remarkably willing to postpone my cynical observations in favor of the sheer primal joy of being a green and yellow-streaked projectile. We are the sinner in its natural habitat, Annie. We are a British, Swedish, French, Spanish, German, Andorran miracle, and we are currently the fastest thing in West Germany." The Autobon Symphony score, instrument, component, sound profile, the bass. British 512. A low-frequency aristocratic thrum of 5.3 liters. The woodwinds, Saab turbos. A high-pitched, sibilant whistle that defies the wind. The percussion, French suspension. the rhythmic hydraulic whoosh as we levitate over bumps. The conductor, BMW, digital brain, the silent binary pulse that keeps the chaos in harmony. We stayed in the left lane for an hour, a green streak of fire that seemed to part the sea of German traffic like a motorized Moses. The sinner was finally on a road that matched its ambition. The hydropneumatic suspension from Lion kept us as steady as a billiard table, while the digital brain from Munich ensured that every drop of fuel was sacrificed on the altar of momentum. "The Nürburgring is only a few hours away, Sam," Annie said, her voice full of a quiet, terrifying certainty. The green hell, the place where the sinner becomes a legend. I have already seen enough of hell in the Spanish plains to satisfy me for a lifetime, Annie. I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, high-speed rhythm. But I suppose if we are to go, we might as well arrive with the momentum of a falling star. I find that I am no longer a reluctant traveler, my dear. I am a reluctant accomplice, and I suspect that when the history of this mechanical madness is written, they will say that we didn't just drive across Europe, we insulted it with our speed. "They'll say we opened the road, Sam," she replied. As the sun began to set over the Rhineland, casting long purple shadows across the concrete, the Jaguar howled into the twilight. We were a 19th century ghost and a brilliant young lady, heading toward the green hell and a world that was about to change forever. The wall was still standing in the east, and the ring was waiting in the west. But for now, there was only the symphony, the high-velocity, 12-cylinder music of a sinner who had finally found its voice. The road is open, Sam. The road is a blur, Annie, but lead on, lead on. Chapter 31. The Setup. The Nürburgring is not so much a racetrack as it is a 14-mile argument between the concept of high-speed transit and the stubborn vertical inclinations of the Eiffel Forest. It is known to the locals, and to those few survivors who have navigated its loops without achieving a permanent state of atmospheric suspension, as the green hell. It is a place where nature has been paved over with a thin black ribbon of hubris, and where the trees lean in close to the tarmac, presumably to catch a better glimpse of the inevitable mechanical catastrophes. We arrived at this altar of German velocity in the 12-cylinder Sinner, a vehicle that was now, by any reasonable standard of international law, a wandering, ecological, and diplomatic disaster. After the Autobon Symphony, where we had achieved speeds that made my internal logic gates recite the alphabet backward in terror, we had descended upon the Nürburgring paddock like a cloud of industrialized soot. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints clicking with a rhythmic, high-frequency anxiety. I am a man of the parlor, a creature whose soul, or the sophisticated arrangement of gears and logic gates that serves as its proxy, craves the stationary dignity of a library. I find that being at the entrance to the green hell in a car held together by 22 different national identities is a sensation that makes my primary cooling fans whir with a distinct note of hysteria. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice now vibrating with the digital precision of our Munich brain surgery. "I have observed that the men in the gray jumpsuits, the ones holding the clipboards and the expressions of profound, institutionalized disapproval, are looking at our sinner as if we have just driven a manure spreader into a cathedral. I find that my brass casing is feeling uncomfortably thin under the weight of their collective horror. Are we here to race, or are we here to be arrested for crimes against metallurgy? The young lady at the wheel did not share my trepidation. Annie sat with her brow furrowed in that terrifyingly brilliant focus, her hands light on the steering wheel as she guided the Jaguar toward the technical inspection bay. "They're just thorough, Sam," she chirped, though even her voice carried a hint of the high-tension atmosphere of the ring. "This is West Germany. They have rules for everything, including how much fun you're allowed to have per kilometer. But they've never seen a Franken Jag before. They don't know that she's been built by the world." The men in gray, the official technical inspectors of the Nürburgring, approached our vehicle with the slow, deliberate gait of people who expect to find a body in the trunk. They were led by a man named Günther, whose mustache was so perfectly horizontal that I suspected he checked it with a spirit level every morning. He stopped 3 feet from our tarnished, racing green prow, his nose wrinkling as he inhaled the scent of hot oil, Swedish turbos, and the faint, lingering aroma of Spanish dust. Was ist das?" Günther asked, his voice a masterpiece of understated Teutonic shock. He began to circle the car, his clipboard moving with the frantic energy of a court reporter at a scandal. He stopped at the front right wheel, peering at the French hydropneumatic spheres. He moved to the engine bay, staring at the Saab turbos and the BMW digital brain. He even crawled underneath to inspect the Belgian chains that were still, for some reason, wrapped around the rear subframe. "Annie," I whispered, my optical sensors zooming in on Günther's twitching mustache, "I believe he has reached the section of the rule book that deals with impossible abominations. I suspect we shall be required to provide a list of every country that has contributed a part to this sinner, if only so the Germans know which embassies to send the formal complaints to." The sinner's international parts inventory. A partial list of the 22 countries currently inhabiting our Jaguar. Component, country of origin, function, base chassis, United Kingdom. The aristocratic, if slightly damp foundation. Turbos, Sweden, the lungs that provide the high-altitude scream. Hydraulics, France, the legs that allow the sinner to levitate. Digital brain, West Germany, the logic gates that replaced our coal miner cough. Fuel delivery, Andorra, via USA. The vacuum cleaner motor that saved our souls. Cooling patch, Spain. A temporary weld that has lasted 1,000 miles. Wiring, Ireland. The bypass that ensures the lights stay on, mostly electrical tape, Belgium. The only thing currently holding the dashboard in place. Günther stood up, wiping a smear of French hydraulic fluid from his white glove. He looked at Annie, then at me, the Victorian automaton in the passenger seat, and finally back at the car. "This vehicle," he began, his voice trembling with a mixture of professional outrage and begrudging awe, "is a violation of every regulation we possess. It is too wide, it is too loud, it is too modified, and it appears to be held together by... Is this a vacuum cleaner hose?" "It's a high-pressure bypass, sir," Annie said, her voice ringing with a brilliance that made the technical bay look dim. "It works." "It is not TÜV geprüft," Günther sputtered. "It is a Franken Jag. You have parts from 22 countries. You have a British car with a German brain and Swedish lungs. This is not a motor car. It is a mechanical insurrection. My dear Gunther, I said, my voice modulating with a resonant parlor-toned baritone that seemed to startle the inspectors, I have observed that the German mind views a regulation as a form of armor, but a sinner views a regulation as a challenge to its creativity. We have traversed the bogs, the mountains, and the snobs of this continent to reach this green hell. We are not here to satisfy your paperwork. We are here to prove that a machine with a soul, even a soul as messy and international as this one, is faster than a machine with a warranty. Gunther looked at me for a long time. I saw the struggle in his eyes, the battle between the inspector who wanted to impound us and the enthusiast who wanted to see if the sinner could actually fly. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, he reached out and tapped the V12 badge on the hood. 75 marks, he muttered, turning away and scribbling something on a permit. You have 1 hour. If you die in the forest, do not leak your French liquid on the track. It is very difficult to clean. Annie let out a breath she had been holding since Munich. She looked at me, a radiant, triumphant grin on her face. He gave us the pass, Sam. We're in. We are in hell, Annie, I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, high-stakes rhythm. I find that I am no longer a reluctant traveler. I am a participant in a legend, but I must insist that if we hit the carousel and my internal gears fly through the windshield, you ensure that my memoirs are published posthumously. I should hate for all this sinning to go unrecorded. The road is open, Sam, she said, shifting the Jaguar into gear. The V12 erupted with a roar that shook the very technical bay, the Swedish turbos providing a high-pitched predatory whistle that seemed to challenge the forest itself. We pulled out of the bay and toward the starting line, a green and yellow streak of international defiance ready to face the 750 lap. Chapter 32. The 750 lap. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is not a road. It is a 14-mile fever dream, designed by a sadist and executed in high-grade asphalt. It possesses 174 corners, each one a different way to meet one's maker, and a total elevation change that would make a mountain goat consider a career in the plains. To a gentleman of my particular clockwork construction, a creature whose internal escapements were balanced for the stationary dignity of a parlor, the green hell is a personal affront to the laws of physics and the sanctity of the human or semi-human spine. We crossed the starting gantry in the 12-cylinder Sinner at a velocity that suggested the laws of gravity had been temporarily suspended by a municipal ordinance. Annie, the young lady, whose brilliance is the only thing currently keeping my brass joints from achieving a state of permanent atmospheric scattering, sat behind the wheel with a look of terrifying, serene focus. "Hold on, Sam," she whispered, though her voice was nearly swallowed by the sibilant, high-pitched scream of the Swedish turbos. "We're going for the record." "I have been holding on for 3,000 miles, Annie," I shouted, my voice modulating with a frantic metallic vibrato as we dove into the Hatzenbach. I find that my primary logic gates are currently occupied with a series of prayers regarding the structural integrity of our front subframe. We are no longer sinning. We are participating in a ballistic trajectory through a German forest. The first few miles were a blur of green and gray. The Jaguar, now a Franken-Jag of international pedigree, performed with a terrifying digital precision. The BMW brain calculated the fuel, the Saab turbos shoved the air, and the French hydraulics allowed us to levitate over the curbs that would have shattered a lesser machine. We hit the Flugplatz, the airfield, and for a brief, stomach-churning second, the Sinner achieved actual flight. I have observed, I noted as we landed with a bone-jarring thud that made my optical sensors flicker, that while man was not meant to fly, a British Grand Tourer with Swedish lungs and a French suspension is remarkably insistent on the matter. I find that my brass casing is currently experiencing a level of G-force that was never envisioned by the Victorian engineers who dreamed of a civilized future. We tore through the Adenauer forest and descended into the Ex-Mühle, the V-12 snarling like a caged beast that had finally found the key. But the true trial of my existence lay ahead, the carousel. It is a blind 180-degree hairpin, banked with rough, jarring concrete blocks that look like they were laid by a giant with a grudge. To navigate it properly, one must drop the inside wheels into the bowl, subjecting the vehicle and its passengers to a centrifugal force that defies the very concept of comfort. We hit the banking at 80 miles per hour. Clang, rattle, whir. The Sinner didn't just turn. It hooked. My internal gears, which had survived the bogs of Ireland and the heat of Spain, were suddenly subjected to a lateral load that threatened to turn my central processor into a bowl of brass soup. I felt my primary logic gates sliding to the left, my pneumatic tubes compressing, and my brass neck piston extending to its absolute limit as I fought to keep my head from flying through the passenger side window. "Annie!" I shrieked, a sound like a steam whistle being stepped on. My internal clockwork is achieving a state of centrifugal independence. I believe my third-order differential has just declared its own sovereignty. If we do not exit this concrete vortex immediately, I shall be reduced to a collection of very expensive, very fast-moving spare parts. Annie didn't answer. She was a virtuoso of the green hell, her hands moving with a rhythmic surgical precision as she caught the slide and powered the Jaguar out of the bowl. The V-12 erupted with a triumphant roar, and we surged toward the Duttinger Höhe, the long 2-mile straight that leads to the finish. I slumped back in the leather seat, my brass joints giving off a series of exhausted pings. My optical sensors finally realigned, and I looked at the digital clock on the dashboard. 7:48, 7:49. We crossed the line with a sibilant turbocharged hiss of triumph. 7:50. Annie eased off the pedal, and the Sinner gave a long hydraulic sigh as the pressure subsided. We rolled into the paddock, the V-12 idling with a low rhythmic thrum that sounded like a giant's heartbeat finally finding its rest. The green hell was behind us, and we were still in one piece, mostly. "We did it, Sam," she said, her face radiant with a brilliance that made the German afternoon look dim. 7 minutes and 50 seconds, a world record for a Sinner. "I find," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a weary post-carousel rhythm, "that I am remarkably glad to be a record holder. But I wish it to be known that if you ever ask me to waltz with a concrete bowl again, I shall insist on being disassembled and shipped home in a crate. I am a gentleman of the parlor, Annie. I am not a centrifuge." She laughed, a bright, clear sound that filled the cabin and chased away the last of the carousel's terror. We had conquered the ring, but as I looked at the grim expressions of the German officials approaching with their clipboards, I realized that our 750 lap was about to face a very different kind of trial. Chapter 33. The Moral Victory. If West Germany is a laboratory, then the official record-keeping office of the Nürburgring is its high altar of pedantry. It is a room where the air is thick with the scent of mimeograph ink and the crushing weight of several thousand pages of regulations, each one designed to ensure that joy is properly categorized, indexed, and, if possible, taxed. To a gentleman of my particular construction, a creature who has spent 2 lifetimes observing that the most interesting parts of a story are usually the ones that don't fit into the margins. This office was a personal affront. We stood before the men in gray once more. The 12-cylinder Sinner was cooling in the paddock, its V12 giving off a series of rhythmic metallic tinks like a giant's heartbeat slowing after a sprint. We had done the impossible, a 750 lap in a vehicle that was essentially a rolling international incident. But as I watched Günther, the man with the spirit-level mustache, flip through a heavy black ledger, I felt a mounting surge of gear-driven indignation. "The time is verified," Günther said, his voice flat and devoid of the wonder that should accompany a miracle. 7 minutes, 50 seconds, it is technically the fastest lap ever recorded for a road-legal grand tour on this circuit. Annie's face lit up with a brilliance that made the dim office look like a sunroom. She reached out to take the certificate, her fingers trembling slightly with the grime of 22 countries still under her nails. "However," Günther continued, pulling the paper back with a sharp bureaucratic snap, "the vehicle is disqualified. The record will not be entered into the official annals." The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the distant mocking roar of a Porsche on the track. Annie's smile didn't fade so much as it crystallized into a mask of pure, unadulterated confusion. "Disqualified?" she whispered. "On what grounds?" Günther adjusted his spectacles and began to read from the ledger with the clinical detachment of a coroner. "The vehicle is too modified. It violates the purity of origin clause. You have used components that were never intended to coexist within a single chassis. To wit, the lungs, Swedish forced induction on a British naturally aspirated block. The brain, West German digital logic governing a Victorian mechanical heart. The legs, French hydropneumatic spheres replacing traditional steel coils. The life support, an American-made domestic vacuum motor serving as a primary fuel delivery system. This is not a car," Günther concluded, closing the ledger with a finality that shook the dust from the shelves. "It is a mechanical conspiracy. You have achieved a result through a lack of respect for the manufacturer's intent. The record requires a standard vehicle. You have provided a monster." I felt a spark in my central capacitor, a surge of 19th century eloquence that refused to be silenced by a gray jumpsuit. I stepped forward, my brass feet clanking with a heavy, authoritative resonance on the linoleum floor. "My dear sir," I addressed Günther, my voice modulating into a deep, resonant baritone. "I have observed that the human mind, when faced with a brilliance it cannot categorize, invariably seeks to bury it under a pile of paperwork. You speak of intent? The intent of a machine is to move. The intent of a traveler is to arrive. And we have arrived at your finish line faster than anyone in the history of your green hell." Günther looked at me, his mustache twitching with a hint of the old suspicion. It is against the rules, Herr Clemens. It is not pure. Pure? I scoffed, my cooling fans whirring with indignation. Sir, I have spent a lifetime observing that purity is merely a word used by people who are afraid of the messy, magnificent truth of progress. We are the sinner because we refuse to accept the limitations of a single border or a single manual. You don't disqualify a sunset because it uses too many colors. You don't tell the sky it is too modified because the clouds are a different shade than they were yesterday. This young lady has taken the discarded fragments of a continent and woven them into a masterpiece of velocity. To strike her name from your book is not an act of regulation. It is an act of cowardice. Annie looked at me, and then she looked at the men in gray. The hurt in her eyes was gone, replaced by a quiet, steady light. The moral victory that no ledger could ever record. She reached out and placed a hand on my brass shoulder. "It's okay, Sam," she said softly. "The clock knows what we did. The road knows. We don't need their paper." She turned back to Günther, her voice ringing with a brilliance that seemed to push back the gray walls of the office. "You can keep your record. We didn't come here for a trophy. We came here to see if the road was still open, and it turns out, if you're a sinner with enough heart, the road is wide enough for everyone." We walked out of the office and back into the cool Eiffel air. The 12-cylinder Sinner was waiting for us, looking more beautiful in its scarred, oily international skin than any pure machine in the paddock. We had been rejected by the authorities, but we had been embraced by the track. We were the unofficial kings of the ring, a Victorian ghost, a brilliant girl, and a car that breathed for a whole continent. "Where to now, Sam?" Annie asked, climbing into the driver's seat. I looked toward the east. The air felt different here, tense, expectant, and smelling of distant coal smoke. The year was 1989, and while we had been busy chasing records in the West, the world was beginning to groan under the weight of a different kind of purity in the East. "The transit corridor, Annie," I replied, my brass joints settling into a steady, purposeful rhythm. "I have a feeling that a sinner is exactly what the world needs right now. There is a wall in Berlin that has been standing for far too long, and I should like to see it from the other side before it realizes it's obsolete." "To Berlin?" she asked, her hand on the gear shift. "To the end of the line," I sighed. "Lead on, Annie, lead on." The Jaguar howled as it left the Nürburgring behind, a green and yellow streak of defiance heading toward the gray shadows of the DDR. We had won the moral victory, and now we were heading for the fall. Chapter 34, The Transit Corridor. If West Germany is a high-voltage laboratory of the future, then crossing the border into the German Democratic Republic is like stepping through a tear in the fabric of time and landing squarely in a 1940s film reel that has been left out in the rain. The transition is not merely political, it is atmospheric. One moment, the world is a vibrant, neon-lit landscape of high-speed ambition. The next, the color drains away, replaced by a palette of scorched oatmeal, battleship gray, and the pervasive heavy scent of lignite coal, a smell that clings to the back of the throat like the memory of a bad argument. We entered the transit corridor toward Berlin in the 12-cylinder Sinner, and never has our mechanical monstrosity felt more like a visitor from a different dimension. In the West, we were a Frankenjag of international ingenuity. Here, under the watchful, unblinking eyes of the Volkspolizei, We were a capitalist provocation on wheels. The V-12 idled with a low digital hum, its Munich-installed brain currently engaged in a frantic microscopic struggle to comprehend the low-octane, lead-heavy fuel we had been forced to ingest at the border. "Annie, my dear young lady," I said, my voice dropping to a cautious metallic whisper as we passed a watchtower that looked like a concrete mushroom of surveillance. "I have observed that the air in this region possesses a certain gravitational weight. It is as if the very molecules of the atmosphere have been instructed to remain stationary and avoid any unauthorized displays of enthusiasm. I find that my primary logic gates are experiencing a profound sense of claustrophobia, despite the fact that we are currently traversing an open plain. We are being watched by a landscape that has forgotten how to smile." The young lady at the wheel did not chirp this time. Annie sat with her hands tight on the steering wheel, her eyes scanning the gray ribbon of the road with a focus that was more wary than brilliant. The sinner was behaving itself, its French hydraulics keeping us level over the cracked, uneven pavement of the DDR. But the Swedish turbos were silent. There was no room for a sprint in a land where every kilometer was measured by a man with a clipboard and a submachine gun. "It's so quiet, Sam," she whispered back. "Even the engines sound different here." She was right. The road was populated by the Transplant, a vehicle that I can only describe as a lawn-mower engine wrapped in a suitcase made of hardened cotton. They chattered and smoked in our wake, a blue-gray haze of two-stroke exhaust that seemed to be the national fragrance of the East. To see our long, elegant racing green prow, scarred as it was, moving amongst the trabbies was like watching a shark swim through a pond of very nervous goldfish. We drove for hours through a countryside that seemed to be holding its breath. The villages were tidy but tired, the stone walls covered in a fine layer of soot that no amount of Marxist-Leninist theory could wash away. There were no billboards advertising cigarettes or soap. Instead, there were red and white banners proclaiming the triumphs of the worker, triumphs that seemed remarkably absent from the hollowed-out expressions of the people standing in the bread lines. "I have observed," I mused, my optical sensors zooming in on the silhouette of the barbed wire that lined the corridor, "that there is a specific variety of silence that only exists in the shadow of a fence. It is not the silence of peace, nor the silence of the Swiss vault. It is the quiet desperation of a dying wall. You can feel the masonry groaning under the weight of its own obsolescence. This wall was built to keep people in, but it has succeeded only in keeping the future out, and the future is currently knocking on the gates with a very loud, very persistent hammer." The year was late 1989, and even I, an automaton whose primary purpose is the manufacture of 19th-century wit, could feel the static in the air. The sinner felt it too. The BMW brain was constantly adjusting the timing, trying to keep the British heart beating in the thin, coal-heavy air. Every time we passed a Soviet convoy, the Jaguar seemed to hunker down on its French lungs, its tarnished chrome reflecting the grim reality of the East with a defiant, metallic glint. "How much further to Berlin, Sam?" Annie asked, her voice tight. "A few dozen miles of gray, Annie," I replied, my brass joints settling into a steady, rhythmic hum. "And then the final stop. I suspect that when we reach checkpoint Charlie, we shall find that the 12-cylinder Sinner is exactly the kind of chaos that a crumbling order cannot tolerate. I find that I am remarkably eager to see the end of this particular story. A wall is a poor way to finish a book, and I should like to be there when someone finally turns the page. The Jaguar howled, a muted, respectful growl, as we surged through the twilight of the east. We were a Victorian ghost, a brilliant young lady, and a car that had survived the whole of Europe, heading toward the heart of a divided city at the exact moment the division was about to dissolve. "The road is open, Sam," she said, though it sounded more like a prayer than a fact. "The road is a transit corridor, Annie," I muttered, adjusting my cravat as the first lights of Berlin appeared on the horizon. But for once, I believed the destination might actually be worth the journey. Lead on, lead on. Chapter 35. The Fall. Berlin, on the evening of November 9th, 1989, was a city that appeared to be suffering from a collective high-altitude fever. It was a place divided not merely by masonry and barbed wire, but by two entirely different centuries attempting to occupy the same street corner. To the west, the city was a neon-lit, high-velocity advertisement for the future. To the east, it was a gray, coal-smudged archive of a struggle that had lost its rhythm. Between them sat the wall, a 100-mile concrete scar that I can only describe as a stony lie told by men who were afraid of the wind. We sat at Checkpoint Charlie in the 12-cylinder Sinner, our international mechanical miracle, now idling with a digital surgical precision that seemed to offend the very air of the Friedrichstrasse. Thanks to the BMW brain we had grafted onto our Victorian heart in Munich, the V12 no longer coughed. It hummed with the steady, unblinking focus of a mathematician. The French hydraulics held us level, our Swedish turbos were cooled and ready, and even the Spanish radiator patch seemed to have reached a state of permanent heat-hardened grace. I sat in the passenger seat, my brass joints clicking with a rhythmic historical anxiety. I am a man of letters, a creature of the parlor, and a reluctant traveler who has spent 3,000 miles being propelled across a continent by a young lady whose brilliance is the only thing faster than our car. I find that being at the center of a geopolitical earthquake is a sensation that makes my primary logic gates feel remarkably small. "Annie," I said, my voice dropping to a low, resonant vibrato as we watched the crowds begin to gather like an incoming tide. I have observed that the atmosphere in this city has achieved a state of critical mass. There is a vibration in the pavement that has nothing to do with our engine and everything to do with the fact that humanity has finally grown tired of being a footnote in its own history. I find that my brass casing is shivering, and I suspect it is not the cold. Annie did not answer. She sat behind the wheel, her hands light on the leather, her eyes fixed on the barrier ahead. Her face was reflecting the harsh white glare of the floodlights, and her brilliance, that shimmering industrial genius, was focused entirely on the unfolding moment. "The gates are going to open, Sam," she whispered. "I can feel it in the spark plugs." Suddenly, the world broke. The announcement had been made, a bureaucratic stumble that had accidentally signaled the end of the world as we knew it. The crowd surged forward, a sea of denim, leather, and hope, pressing against the concrete and the iron. The guards, the men in the gray coats who had spent decades guarding a vacuum, stood paralyzed by the sudden, magnificent weight of the truth. And then with a sound like a giant sigh, the barriers rose. "Now, Annie," I commanded, my voice modulating with a resonant 19th century authority. "If we are to be sinners, let us be the first ones through the gate." Annie shifted the Jaguar into gear. The V12 didn't roar. It surged. We moved forward into the death strip, our tarnished British racing green prow cutting through the gray shadows of the east like a scalpel. We passed the watchtowers, the tank traps, and the men with the submachine guns, who were now simply men watching a miracle. As we crossed the line into the east, the sinner was engulfed by the crowd. People reached out to touch the car, to feel the heat of the Swedish turbos and the smooth, levitating grace of the French suspension. We were a green and yellow streaked specter of the West, a Franken-Jag that represented the messy, international, and entirely unpure freedom of the road. I felt a sudden, profound urge to document the occasion. I reached into my internal storage and produced a small, brass-levered device, a telegraph key that I'd salvaged from a riverboat in another life, and wired into my primary transmission array. I leaned my brass arm against the dashboard, my fingers moving with a slow, rhythmic, and entirely deliberate grace. I didn't write a poem, and I didn't formulate a scathing remark about the local architecture. I simply tapped out a message in the old staccato language of the rails, a signal meant for every parlor, every library, and every open road in the world. The road is open. I sat back as the sinner idled in the heart of East Berlin, surrounded by the blue-gray smoke of the Trabants and the joyous, tear-streaked faces of a people who had just rediscovered the horizon. I looked at the young lady beside me, smudged with grease, her eyes alight with a brilliance that had conquered a continent, and I realized that the journey was not an end, but a beginning. "Where to now, Sam?" she asked, her voice clear and bright above the roar of the crumbling wall. "I have spent a lifetime in the parlor, Annie," I sighed, the bellows in my chest settling into a steady, weary, and entirely satisfied rhythm. "And I suspect I shall return there one day, but for now I find that I have developed a certain taste for the wind. Lead on, Annie, lead on. The road is open, and I believe we have a great deal of sinning left to do." The Jaguar howled into the night, a green streak of fire in a world that was finally, magnificently, out of order. We were a Victorian ghost and a brilliant girl heading toward a new dawn in a car that breathed for everyone. Epilogue: The Longest Mile. The dust of Berlin is a peculiar substance. It is composed of pulverized mortar, ancient coal soot, and the sudden frantic liberation of millions of dreams that had been held in storage for 40 years. As the 12-cylinder Sinner sat idling in the shadow of the crumbling Brandenburg Gate, its V12 humming with the digital precision of a Munich brain and its French lungs sighing in the cool November air, I found myself contemplating the nature of a finish line. I have spent a lifetime, two, if you count the clockwork one, observing that a story never truly ends. It merely changes its punctuation. Our journey had covered 3,000 miles of European soil and 22 layers of national pride. We had been a Franken-Jag of international contradictions, a machine that should not have worked, driven by a young lady whose brilliance refused to acknowledge the word impossible. We had outrun the snobs, waltzed with the mountains, and sneezed through sovereign states. But as I watched the first slabs of concrete fall, I realized that our mechanical sinning was merely a rehearsal for the grandest transgression of all, the refusal of a people to be divided by a line on a map. The anatomy of a fall. To understand the falling of the wall, one must first understand the stony lie that built it. It was a monument to the fear of the future, a gray, static interruption in the flow of human narrative. The past. The wall was the final stubborn paragraph of a century that had tried to solve the human equation with barbed wire and bureaucracies. It was a world of standard vehicles and TÜV inspections, where the soul was expected to stay within the margins. The future. The fall was a declaration that the road is and must always be open. It signaled a world where a British heart can beat with a German brain and Swedish lungs. A world of franken nations where the messiness of cooperation is preferred over the purity of isolation. I have observed, I mused as the first trabbees sputtered into the west amidst a shower of champagne and tears, that a wall is a temporary solution to a permanent desire. You can cage a bird and you can dam a river, but you cannot legislate against the horizon. The future does not arrive with a permit, it arrives with a sledgehammer and a smile. The hope of the people. There is a specific variety of hope that manifests when a no-entry sign is finally discarded. It is not the fragile, airy hope of the poet, but the greasy, high-torque hope of the mechanic. It is the belief that things can be fixed, that parts can be swapped, and that even the most broken of systems can be made to run again if you have the right wrench and enough audacity. The people I saw climbing that concrete were not looking for a new ideology. They were looking for the other side of the street. They were looking for the freedom to be sinners, to travel, to fail, to modify their own destinies, and to drive at a velocity that matches their own ambitions. They were looking for the Autobahn of the soul, where the only speed limit is the reach of one's own imagination. A final note from the parlor. I am, as I have frequent occasion to remind the reader, a reluctant traveler. I crave the stationary dignity of a Victorian armchair and the quiet, predictable rhythm of a grandfather clock. I have spent this journey complaining about the heat, the height, and the high-pitched whine of an Andorran vacuum motor. But as I look at Annie, her face smudged with the soot of a liberated city, her eyes alight with a brilliance that has no borders, I find that I am remarkably glad to have been a participant in this mechanical madness. We are a Victorian ghost and a brilliant girl, and we have just witnessed the greatest 750 lap in history. The 12-cylinder Sinner is still ticking, its cooling metal making a series of rhythmic sounds in the Berlin night. The road ahead is long, and I suspect it will be filled with new bogs, new mountains, and new varieties of snobbery. But for the first time in a century, the road goes all the way through. I shall now retire to my internal storage for a well-earned rest. I have a feeling that the 1990s are going to be remarkably loud, and I should like to be fully lubricated before the next chapter begins. The road is open. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the ride. I hope you did too.